Mm. Ugh, what? Creep. It's like fucking staring at me. Mm. I'm Canada. I'm Canada. And the Pittsburgh too. Mm. 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 Paul again. Jesus Christ. Hmm. Oh my god, this is so long. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Rumble CEO escapes France after Telegram CEO is arrested for not censoring free speech? Vows to fight French tyrants in courts? What the fuck? Watch Incredible astroturfing. Caught on video before. Oh, yeah. What is that? Astroturfing. I don't even know what that is. The idiocratic party of utterly fake joy, fake smiles, fake laughter, and fake promise. That was really funny. The idiocratic party of utterly fake joy, fake smiles. Alrighty. We're gonna watch that after for sure. The Fed returns to liquidity. Will it look Kamala watch? What? Dip shizzy? Revenge of the Kennedys. Oh my god. Shut up. YouTube star who promoted COVID vaccines, masks, and lockdowns dies from myocarditis at 30. Military parents lose custody of 16-year-old autistic son after refusing to let him transition to a girl. Son is currently in foster care. What the fucking shit? That is honestly like. Really? Like, I won't even have a kid because of that. Honestly. Hmm. Hmm.
Off.
Okay.
I've ham radio, so fuck y'all. If you have a ham radio, you can. If you also want to ban, you can because fucking people need ham radios. Fucking listen to you. Also, fuck you. Yeah, but the internet can't fail. Why do you think it's like really? And all of these years, it was unprecedented, wasn't it? I bet this is all unprecedented. Nah, not my car. Guess what? I can even fix my car myself. I had so many brakes on it, they're not gonna tell me you need to buy a new car. Oh, for sure more. For sure, for sure. It's already happening. Yeah. Like, go home, put your head in it. Grab a snorkel, maybe. I don't even know. Oh no, I'm good. All the homeless people are going to thrive so well. Water, water. They want the poor to die. But I know how to dig a fucking hole, bitch. I already been eating from garbage. I still eat from garbage cans. I'm not even homeless anymore. I'm still eating from garbage cans. Guess what? You guys fucking pay for donation food now. The fuck happened? What's that about? Donation food is gonna be free, not discounts. No, my neighbors have vegetable gardens. They'll be sharing their vegetables. Y'all watch too much Mad Max from too much Star Wars. I think you guys are in Star Wars now. Like fucking ridiculous. All you people who fucking also believe in fucking cheating, pay fucking bills, pay a mortgage, drive a car, high speed, and you fucking still believe in Jesus right now. You fucking are like, get vaccinated, come man, and you fucking Jesus garbage. Bullshit. You know it's not fucking true. You use it as a fucking. I get especially. Yeah, but they've been coming for me for a while. They already fucking drive more than once. Like I have nothing left to take. Oh yes, you're supposed to. Yeah, fucking it's your definitely due. you in my house. Oh, get out of here. Oh, easy. You know what's crazy? It's like they could have made it a previous
Oh my god. What does that smell? Ugh, something smells gross. Search. Oh, Jack, what's the matter, baby? Oh. Okay, mister? Hmm. Ugh. Let's hear it. Where'd it go?
Really?
That is some crazy fucking shit. Fucking like
Doctor stuff ever? Like, the only time I ever see a blood pressure, you don't cheat.
like I thought doctors treat patients somewhere in like I don't know a medical place.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, but this is fucking Benjamin Netanyahu. He was voted out, and he was like, "I was back. Watch." What? Okay.
Yeah,
Not at all.
However, when I speak usually, I speak in people who
That's fucking ridiculous, though. Like, I can't just be like, "Oh, I'm a white Westerner, so I'm a Christian." Do you go to church? No. Do you read the Bible? No. I have a Bible. Did you get fucking? Did you go to your first communion? No. but I'm still a Christian, and I get all the benefits that Christians get because obviously they get special benefits that we don't get. I mean, unless you're part of the church, and even then, those fucking benefits are temporary. Because as soon as fucking you take it back. Oh, we need that other portable. Oh, I know. Babies, little kids, their parents' bodies out of rubble, and the parents putting the little kids out of the rubble, and then being accused of raping dead bodies or decapitated bodies. Like, huh. Patua kata. Patua kata. Oh, okay. No, fuck. No. Just want subtitles. Ah. Options. Here. I'm very active at this. Oh. Oh. Aromatic? Okay. Cool. Do that. Cool. Yeah, you don't let it go. Because someone's taking your religion and being like, actually, the basis of the religion are actually something else. Like, but they're not. That's not for you to say. Because we're going up another religion. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. The New Testament. That's basically what they're saying, I guess. You have like so many versions of the Bible. Like it's just like there's no way it's got broken somewhere along the way. All of this that you're doing goes against the majority of what their religion is. Because it's a fucking made up fucking religion. We're all the religion. Fuck you. Yeah, cool. Yes. Thank you. Culture. Yeah. It's a religion. Yeah. 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 You can be yeah. The Black Jews. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. I know. Yeah, but you also have to practice Judaism, and they're very strict in their traditions for that reason exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's true. Yeah. Yeah. Benjamin Netanyahu does not speak for all the Jews in all the world. Like, hmm, that's cool. Yeah, but that's where the Catholic Church went wrong because like they realized that their fucking rules were ridiculous and got lost in translation at some point. Ah, you're adorable. If you don't want to be part of their religion, that's fine. They don't care. You do you. And they'll do what they'll be doing their thing and they'll fucking leave them. They'll bother you. Yeah, but it's very hard. I don't know about that though. A fucking made up religion. They're a bunch of elite fucking bitches. Really? Okay. What? That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Are you serious? Okay. In the 80s. That's crazy. And then fucking all the fucking boomers are like, oh, you fucking millennials, you don't understand anything. Yeah, that's the problem. I agree. That is a problem. I don't understand. Fuck off. Oh, cool. Fuck yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you respect that is not your place. It's somebody else's place, and you're a visitor. You're a guest. Yeah, but are you rich? Is that what you're speaking of? Because you're not rich. Okay. Go for- That's so fun.
Really? To be judged. However, people are coming from Jewish roots. They are obligated to be Jewish even if they are not considered as a Jew. They are obligated to be Jewish. Of course, they are not obligated to not Jewish from the beginning. But they are obligated to keep tradition. But I will tell you that even the feminists who come to Jewish community are still with strong consideration that opposition against Filipino you can see no Okay, so we say Jewish Orthodox Jewish community, they enjoy the Jewish people, all of them. I hope okay, Jewish people, all of them, and they just don't get us. The Jews, for the Jews, for the Jews, they don't like to accept that we have got history in the Muslim lands. We have no time to treat them, there is absolutely no time for the Jewish people. Decreasing by the Jewish population, not that bad. Today, it peacefully. It helped the biggest enemy of Israel. The Jewish hospital funded by the government. In order to get help, you need to have millions of people. Jewish people have only 35,000 and they have their own MP. In all the Muslim countries today, you live peacefully, there's no problem. I was myself in Morocco a few years ago. Just crossed over the border from Spain into Morocco, and I couldn't believe it. The Muslim drivers, many of the drivers, started to cry, who will take the house? And the Muslim come to me, just to come from the company, Rabbi, bless my children. They bring me the children, Rabbi, bless my children. And I think, what? So many Palestinians. They themselves working hard to create hatred between the Muslims. It's not the book of them that some of them fight themselves simply not. It's like Muslims like that. Deny it. I'm not coming here to justify cruise, they would drill the not just a skill, but even if we can say if they didn't do it, why do you take away their country? Go to Germany. I don't know what do you want? What do you want from the Palestinians? This is the point of the Italian president. Today is anti-Semitic. Look into this, you will see that no anti-Semitism is now anti-Semitism of a country. Not only that, by Hamas and Fatah, you won't see that anti-Semitism. They just met the leader of Hamas for 6 weeks ago in Turkey. They did a conference. And we didn't know this before, but the middle of the conference, this was not here. He saw Hamas, Nisas, in a clear plan, clearly, and the Jews. We even had the state of Palestine. I think the question is, I think you have to rebellion against God. Next time, most I just think, I think it's the fact that Jesus true who wants justice for Palestinians, how the state two-state solution you feel if they don't have a state. I think what you said about Islam, I told you that if you come and provide it, you will be under Palestinian guardianship or you will be fine. You can see how non-religious Jews will feel, but we also want our own state. We don't want maybe there's definitely going to be a problem with this. You know, However, Christ becomes to take us out of exile, Messiah of God. We are not rebelling against God. This means Judaism. If somebody don't like Judaism, okay, Judaism. Be English, be French, be Chinese, be whatever you want. But don't speak in the name of Judaism. Don't take Judaism with you. You're behind. You don't want to be a Jew? Okay, go away. Finish what do you want? Why are you taking with you the name of Judaism, emptying it out? You're emptying it out from all the holiness. You fill it in with nationalistic ideas. It's completely false. If somebody do that with Islam, what do you say? It is empty out Islam. Means very quick. Because Islam means trust. And people will answer that differently depending on who they are. I think that's very good. I appreciate it. I told you that half of them are still anti-Zionist. Why people get confused with Zionism today in Chabad? This is because of the Zionist false propaganda that Muslims hating Jews. No, it's not a conflict of, of, of populations. No, it's not a political conflict. It's a conflict of religion. It's a confusing. Constantly people like that. Now, many people they get confused of that. And they think yes, Jews are really danger. So even they are against Zionism because they're against God. However, we have to fight with them. If not, we will be killed. This is the point of Lubavitch. This is the point of Chabad. They come to the idea of Zionism not because the idea of Zionism is right, but for protection. Of protection, that's all. If you look in the writings, you will see that in every single line, Shmuel was we have to protect Jewish people, not to be in danger. You can see that in, but going together with the Zionist ideas, confused, mix it up. But they didn't come to Zionism because we need a state. We need to go out of exile. No. If you would ask them, they would say, no, not to have to stand us anymore. We have to stay in exile, but we have to be protected. We want to be protected. We don't want the Holocaust. We have to be protected. Even after the why are you right? You is being a lot of the Arab propaganda that the Arabs want to go in the Jews to the sea, right?
Okay.
No.
Alright,
Anything that's happened to us. The religion
no, you.
even
I was fucking. Just don't understand why.
yes, but that's the exact fear. That's the exact fear that the Zionists will say. Again, I come in from the belief point of view. The belief point of view that God loves the world. We are not losing our trust in God in any case. Whatever will happen, we know that everything in the world God has done and He doing and He will do. And what God wants to do, we know that He can change it. Just like example, 75 years ago, God, yes, small thing, you can see it with your eyes. Tears over the whole upside down, billions of pounds. Today, yes, everything is small thing. God said it. If you want something, you have to see how to bring
In chaos, what's really needed is someone who finally makes sense of human seemingly mad behavior, which is actually what Australian biologist
pictures what you didn't see in the last 80 years. Pictures what you did. But upon this event, He took it away from us as a punishment of our sins.
According to this idea, you are still all in.
Stay in exile until Zionism has been founded by Theodor Herzl in Vienna in Austria. That is the look of an atheist Jew. Somebody was a non-believer. Why we should stay in exile? He don't believe in God. He don't believe in the exile. He don't believe in anything. So why we should stay in exile? We have to organize ourselves. This is the seeds of Zionism. So as you can see, that Zionism from the very beginning, from the root, is don't believe in God. Don't trust in God. Why you stay in exile? We have a reason why to stay in exile. Because we believe in God. We are believers. But they are not believers. They don't believe in God.
So are you saying that all Zionists are not believers?
100%. I will come later. I will come now to the religious Zionist sects. But Zionism, 100% is built up on mistrusting God. Don't trust in God. Don't believe in God. So you have to take your situation in your own hands. If not, you will be lost. This is very simple to understand if somebody is a non-believer. But if you are a believer, going out of exile by force is a rebellion against the Almighty. God send you in exile. Stay in exile. Wait for the coming of Messiah. Yes, if you child, he's bad. And you told him, look, I promise you, stay in the corner for 10 minutes. He coming out. That means that rebellion. Couldn't care less about you, about your punishment, and do what. Yes, this is exactly what Zionism is. God sent us in exile. They say no. No, we don't want to stay in exile. We're going out by force.
Okay, so just to be clear, are you saying that every Jewish person who is a Zionist is an unbeliever?
Well, no,
I
you're
don't
just-
speak faith. I'm speaking now about the idea of Zionism.
Okay, so you're not saying that Jews who are Zionists are
I will
unbelievers?
come back to
Okay.
Apparently Muslim.
I mean, as you can understand, by Muslims, yes, if there is some movement what is not correct with Islam, or even it is strongly opposing Islam, yes, but people for some reasons they get confused and or for some reasons, for money or something like that, they cooperate with them or something like that. You can't consider that all these people are anti-Muslims. Yes, they are not on the right way. Yes, however, but there could be sometimes, yes, that if these people, you live in someone's country, yes, you can't be too much against the country. Yes, in some ways you are pressurized to cooperate with these traitors of your religion, but you haven't got a way out. Yes, so you can't say all these people are really traitors of the Jewish belief. I will come back to this point later. Let's first explain exactly what is Zionism. Zionism is built up from the root against Judaism. Because of that, when Zionists came up for 120, about 130 years ago, 120, 130 years ago, 130 years, yes, nearly 30 years ago, it comes out, all the Jewish rabbis was against it, opposing that, from one point of the world, around the whole world, everybody,
All of them.
all of them. After a few years, yes, the coming out, a few rabbis, what they say, give a look, they are completely atheists. We will go to mix up together with them a bit religious, so maybe some of them will come more closer to the religion. And this was a big mistake in the root, because when they cooperate together with the Zionists,
So just to be clear, so some rabbis started cooperating with Zionism.
really when I say some, it's very, very small
Like
percentage.
what? Like just give us a ballpark. Like 1%, 5%, 0.5%, 20%. I mean, I know you don't know, but like just if you can give me an idea
In the beginning,
in the beginning.
0.1.
Okay, I mean that's the nature of being in the beginning. But how quickly did it become
No,
20%?
they didn't become too much. They didn't become too much even today.
Even today, what would you consider it
Even
to be?
today,
about?
give a look. In today's day, I think there is 18 million Jews over the world. People call them Jews. However, I don't call them Jews.
So just to clarify, when you say 18 million, you mean that's all the Jews who are outside of Israel?
Yes.
So from those 18 million who call themselves Jews,
What means a Jew? A Jew means somebody what's a believer, what is following God. People what observing the Torah. Not to speak if it's a Zionist or not. Yes. People what observing Shabbos. Yes. Not eat only kosher, something like that. You have maybe 2 million of them.
okay. So
So
in
you
your
think
in your
you're
view,
Zionists?
from those 18 million, there's
So you
2
guys
million
are
that are
still
sort of
fucking
Orthodox
annoyed
religious
about
Jews.
All the rest, they're driving a car Shabbos. I mean, they're not eating kosher. We're not
Yep.
considering.
I mean, but they consider themselves Jews.
They may consider what themselves. The same thing. If somebody will say, "I'm a secular Muslim," what do you will tell them?
I mean, that's the different Muslims will say different things.
Yeah.
That's
No. What I will want to bring out. If somebody says, "I'm a secular Muslim," you will tell them they're not such a thing.
some Muslims will say that's fine, others will say no, there isn't.
Really?
I mean, that's the nature of
In my
thing.
understanding, yes, it's not possible.
I agree.
Or
I
you're a
agree with that
Muslim,
statement
it
very
means you're a
much.
believer, or you're secular. It's all
Yeah,
goes
I
together. If
agree.
you're secular, you're
I
not
mean,
Muslim.
there's definitely some Muslims who have that view, but not all Muslims have that view.
Standard.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
pretty sure
I'm
Standard's
telling
a
now in
fucking
my
porn
view.
star.
Not in my
Like,
view. The
a
view of
very
the Torah,
popular
the view
male
of people
porn
looks
star.
like me. All these people
And I
tend
was
to say
like, but why do you
about
practice?
this point. Somebody what is not
Why are you?
clear
I asked him
in
certain
one of the
questions.
stated principles of Judaism is not considered as a Jew. However,
Not follow religion, why do you?
there is 2 million of these
And you
people.
go and fucking
From
party
these
at
2
club all
million, I
day.
can say that
Like,
65% of them are
No.
strongly against the state of Israel. And the rest of them, up to 95%, something like that, are at least non-Zionist. Non-Zionist means state of Israel not a part of the life.
Good morning, Canada. What I would like to share the most financial.
Shut the fuck up.
Haven't got to do with them, they don't think about it. Life, their prayers, their businesses, their children.
So they're concerned about other aspects of
And-
Judaism, the community. They're not concerned about.
Yes, and even I will say that in this way, the state of Israel will come to an end. They will not shed a tear on that. This is of people looks like me.
So 95% of people who dress like this, or the
Yes.
religious,
That is not only here alone. You can come in my area, yes, Stamford Hill. Yes, you will see there's a large community of thousands of Jewish families and hundreds of synagogues, institutes. You won't find in the whole area even a single Israeli flag, even not one.
Wow.
And it's not only here. The same thing you will see in Manchester. The same thing you will see in Gateshead. The same thing you will see in Belgium, in Antwerp. Same thing you will see in Vienna. Same thing you will see in New York, in Canada, in Australia, in Argentina,
Really?
all over the world. Where you see people looks like me, usually you will not see Israeli flag there.
Okay, now before we
That's
move to the
true.
5% and we come back to Theodor
That's
Herzl
kind
and
of
Zionism,
super true.
the rest of this, I mean, let's just work on the numbers you've given us. So the 16 million non-religious Orthodox Jews. When you were growing up, and even like now, but especially as you were learning about yourself and becoming sort of an adult,
I didn't
how did you perceive them, and how do you feel that they perceive you as your community and person?
We not consider them Jewish. We look at them exactly like all the Gentiles of the world. We treat them like that. No, like people. I mean, they are people, yes. We are not arguing each other. Their way of life, of course, we think it's wrong. Because people that are not Jews are not obligated to be Jewish.
Well, obviously. What's the best way to get people to do the thing you want them to do? Force.
To be Jewish, we say they are wrong, but what we can do, I mean, we haven't got the power to do anything, I mean, that's all what we can do. However, we consider them as non-Jews, and we pray for them, and we wait for them to repent, to come back to God.
And
Cool.
how do you feel they perceive you?
I don't know, I haven't got any special connection.
Okay, cool.
Do they think you are, you're a bit extreme, and that you are, but that you are, do you think
They can
that
think whatever they
condescending
want.
towards them, or do they
I
think
like
they
this guy
actually
so
keep
much.
the community together
They
because
can
of,
think whatever the fuck they
the
want.
things they do? Like, what do you?
Give a look. They have different Jewish values. Our Jewish values is connected to God. We are servants of God.
And what's their Jewish values?
I don't know. Secular values. It's not my business. I have got no connection with them. I'm not interested. I never go into a liberal synagogue.
Was there ever a moment when you were growing up where you were curious as to why, and maybe you explored that part, or like, no, you were just always?
We are so clear in the truth of Judaism, the truth of the Torah, the truth of God.
I
I'm not
just like
looking
from like
into
a very
other
early on, I
thing.
was
I
kind
mean,
of thinking
I'm not
similar. Where I was
interested
just like,
completely what they
I
are.
don't know
What
really
what
much
about
about
secular
very many
level-minded
religions.
Jews who are opposed to the state
a
of
lot
Israel?
of Christianity.
Because of Israel's atrocities and
But
because
I'm
of
pretty
occupation
sure
and because
religions
of apartheid and all of these things.
are based
How would you
on
regard them?
maybe not.
The only thing that I can say that we are happy at least that with one thing they follow the Torah. At least, I hope so. This will bring them maybe back to keep the whole Torah. I mean, I must tell
But I mean, do you
that
see them as allies? What do you, I mean, or like, you don't see them as allies?
the same like all the people, all the Gentiles, who
yeah,
are
okay.
against the state of Israel. Of
Okay,
course,
so
we
you
are
see
in
them as
some way
allies. So you see them as allies in the idea of Israel, in like rejecting Israel.
Like we are allies when we go into all the Israelis, all those demonstrations.
So they're allies at the rallies, and they're allies when you
But
opposing
we haven't got
occupation.
the only thing is what we're praying to God for them to repent, to come back to the religion. Other people that didn't have to come back to the religion because they are not Jewish from the beginning. But these people are obligated to keep the religion. That's all. But I must tell you that even in the
there
secular,
are other people in the world.
so-called Jewish community, I see there's a very strong going up opposition against the state of Israel. You can see all the rallies here along in Israel.
How would you? I mean, how would you gauge it? Would you gauge that? Do you think give me again? I know it's very difficult talking about percentages, but do you think? I do think it's increasing. That's clear. That more increasingly secular Jews are they're asking more questions about Israel. But in your opinion, is it like 10%, 20%?
I really don't
You
know.
have no idea. Okay.
But I can see that
Get your core strength training ready. Get our abdominal training machine with our coupons.
usually in all the rallies here in London,
Coffee.
most of the speakers, half of the speakers are Jewish, secular Jews. Yes, we just go Saturday. Yes, you can hear on the names what they're calling.
Yep.
That these are Jewish people. They're coming from a Jewish background. So I see that. But and I see also by the marches, many Jewish so-called Jewish organizations, what they're against the state of Israel. However, my opposition to the state of Israel is completely from a different background.
It's from a theological background.
It's from a religious background.
Okay, religious, yes.
So again, I'm coming back to the point.
I mean, we can go back to Theodore Herzl now if you want to speak about that,
Yes.
if you want to. Yeah.
So again, Theodor Herzl and the founders of Zionism was completely secular. So they have completely a different.
And their idea, I mean, was to look after the Jewish people and establish a state. That's like,
Yes.
okay.
And then you can come to the point to ask, why they choose Palestine? They say the promised land, but they don't believe in God. Who promised them? They don't believe in the Torah. Where it's written the promise. If they don't believe in nothing, it's true. They don't believe in nothing. So why they choose Palestine? Really, they had in that time an offer in Uganda and Argentina, but they rejected. They took Palestine.
I mean, taking Uganda and Argentina would have also been problematic because it would have also been implanting a foreign nation into an indigenous place. There have also been some form of colonialism. But you tell me why they chose Palestine.
Yes. Why they chose Palestine? I'm not sure that what you said. Couldn't be.
I mean,
Because
people
I
were living in Uganda and people were living in Argentina who were indigenous to those
No,
places.
I think that they have offered a free place.
I mean, Argentina is a bit complicated because it was already colonized, but there were indigenous people there. I mean, it's not like, you know what I mean? Right? It's unfair to the Palestinians, but it would have been unfair to the Ugandans or the Argentinians.
I'm not so good in the world history at that time. However, why they choose Palestine? They know all the problems what is going to happen in Palestine. I mean, everybody, when you want to move to Manchester, of course, you go down there, you look with your neighbors, with the council there. Yes, you want to know where you're coming in. You want to know all the problems that you will face. The same thing the Zionists knows very well. If they choose Palestine, what's going to happen there in Palestine? However, they choose Palestine because they understand that if they will go to any place, any other place on the world, nobody will look on their side. Like, give a look, you are Muslim, yes? If somebody will make a new movement in Islam with some new values.
Okay, so
Yes.
they did it to attract other
One
Jews
second,
because
yes,
of the
yes.
idea of Jerusalem.
One second. If somebody will have a new movement in Islam, yes, and they choose some place and they're going to live there, with 1-2 generations, nobody looks on them. They're going away from Islam and everything. The same thing, Judaism. The whole thing of Judaism is the religion. If you go away from the religion, you will be lost between all the nations. So they understand that if they want to keep their identity, what they call themselves Jewish, they need to take Jewish values into their agenda. And they know that every Jew have very strong ties to the Holy Land. Me, myself, yes, look away that I'm born there in Palestine, yes. Even I'm not born there, every Jew have very strong ties to the Holy Land. However, these ties are not, this is spiritual ties, have nothing to do with materialism, have nothing to do with nationality. Yes, I want to go to the Holy Land. I feel closer to God there. I feel I can pray there better. I can serve God better there.
Have you been back to the Holy Land since leaving
No.
in 1970? Okay.
No. However, I want to go back there. I will never go back there.
Really?
I want to go back there, but I'm away from my Palestinian passport, and I will get it. We will come back to this point. However, now we're speaking another point. I'm speaking about every Jew has strong ties to the Holy Land, but it's spiritual ties. No difference who
Like, I don't
really-
want to live. I do want to live in
The
Galway, but I
Palestinians?
will not live in Galway because
difference.
they don't want me
No
there. So
difference.
I won't fucking
My ties to the Holy Land is the
just
holiness
fucking
of the
give
land.
them
The
trouble for.
spiritualness of the land, the Holy Land. But the Zionists
I
took
appreciate
this-
that they
all
let me on
these
their land at all,
ties
and they
in-
let me come
confuse
stop there for cheap
people.
shit, no
You mix
tax.
them up with their agenda.
You know,
In the same, you're looking to the Holy
Or
Land. You're
Caroline
praying
just sneaking on the
toward the Holy
reserves.
Land.
Fucking
We will give you the Holy
kept
Land.
up with him.
Come with us
Fucking told his
together.
family.
And
He's like, oh, she
the
just doesn't want
confusing
fucking
people,
Jews or Native. I was like,
ignoring that it's a rebellion against the Almighty.
complete
You want
opposite
to be
reason. So
closed up
why?
to the Almighty. How you can go against them? How you
Well,
can
first of all,
rebel
I don't want
against
them picketing
them? He
outside my
commanded to stay
place.
in exile. How you go against them and rebel
That's
against
when
them?
they do
But
every
people
once in a while.
are not.
If too many white
They're
people
not
move
thinking
onto the
too much.
reserve because you
And
don't
divine say,
get to
look,
live
I will give you
down.
the holiness, I give you the holy places, the Western Wall, and so on.
If you have kids, I think it's different, maybe.
And they're mixing the top
You should have to go to
with
bank
their
house
idea,
and ask
even
permission.
their own.
Or
They
go
don't
to the
believe in
chief and be like,
They don't
yo,
believe in the holiness. They don't believe in the Torah. They don't
can
believe
we
in
work
God.
something
But
out
they're
where I
mixing
pay
up
you tax
all
money that I would pay
this
to my government?
Jewish values into their agenda to confuse people, to bring them in. And from that point, we will come into the religious Zionists. The religious Zionists are these people who are blindly get confused from the Zionist propaganda. People,
At what point? Give me an idea. So if
Yes.
Zionism started in like 1890, at which point did sort of a few rabbis co-opt Zionism and become sort of like the
We need void bitches for
orthodox
too much
spearheading
daddy's
of
money.
this movement, like
Good
sort of the rubber stamping, the Judaic rubber stamping of Zionism. Like when did this happen? 1910, 1920?
This is how to get shit fast. This is your body.
I'm gonna hurt
These
somebody.
balloons represent your internal.
I hate you.
I must tell you that there are, again, a small minority, at least outside the state of Israel. In the state of Israel, you will find more religious people, what are Zionists, but outside Israel, like I told you, in the whole world, you won't find Israeli flag in any Jewish neighborhood.
Really?
The Orthodox Jewish
Oh,
neighborhood.
yes, and you can also see that I give an example.
Will you see Palestinian flag?
Bizarre.
No, oh, I haven't got my calendar.
I have a feeling it's
When you go
probably
in
something close to
any
here
Jewish
where it's like,
bookshop,
I feel more
again, when I'm
comfortable
speaking
putting
Jewish,
you mean
a house
Orthodox
flag
Jewish.
over my window than I am
from
bringing
my
Nana flag over my
in the
window.
bookshop, yes. Not here, local Jewish bookshop, but they are not keeping Shabbos, not eating kosher. I'm speaking in my people.
Property
And
was
if you
very
bookshop,
much like
buy
we
a
get
calendar.
vandalized.
There is 30 types of calendars, wall calendars,
Fucking
booklets,
right next
money
to it.
calendars, yes. Buy any calendar and look on the Israeli Independence Day. This is Hey Ear, this is in the Jewish calendar. In the
I don't believe
world
my
calendar,
fucking
it's
boyfriend's
considered
boss
15th
really
of
asked
May.
me that.
But in
Aren't
our
you
calendar,
worried that
it's a
your
bit
house is
different.
gonna
It's
get
a Jewish
vandalized
calendar.
because of your fucking
You
flag
won't
in the
see
window? I was
one
like,
word mentioned
no.
about Israeli Independence
And I
Day.
mean, like,
Anywhere in the whole world.
didn't really cross my
Because
mind, but
Zionism is not have nothing to do with,
better
not a
hope
Jewish
I don't
topic at
fucking
all.
catch you.
And most of the Jewish people are strongly opposing Zionism. The rest of them are non-Zionist. Don't put it in the calendar. It's not a part of the life at all. However, inside difference. Again, I'm coming back. There are a small percentage of rabbis what the ties to the Holy Land and the confusedness from Zionism, plus what the Zionists well paid for these rabbis because they need them very strongly, much more than we need oxygen. They must keep a Jewish identity. How you keep a Jewish identity when you are not Jewish? You don't believe in the Torah. So they must have a percentage of so-called rabbis to give them like the rubber stamp, how you call it, yes? So the confusedness with the well-paid money, this brings in a small percentage of rabbis. There was one rabbi at that time, it's called Avu Yitzchak Kook, but he works together with the Zionists.
And he was from where?
He coming from Poland, Russia, something like that.
Okay.
But he gone up to the Holy
So
Land
his family
fortification.
is very
He died in the
popular.
fortification of the state of Israel still. But he have followers, other rabbis, what are following him. This is the movement called Mizrahi.
Okay.
Mizrahi is the movement of the settlers.
Okay.
This is all his followers. You will see all the settlers, you will ask him, who is you, rabbi, what you following? Cook. Cook
Okay,
is the
Rabbi
rabbi, yes. This rabbi, he was at his time only rabbi in whole Europe, but he works together with the Zionists.
Really?
And with the time, he have a small percentage of followers. However, today they have many followers, but also when you look them, according to all the 2 million Jews, what I told you, yeah, outside Israel they're about 5%.
Okay, so like you're saying 5%.
I'm not sure. In Israel, maybe they are bigger. The 2 million Jews, what I told you, yes, they're still small. And you look them, according to all the 2 million Jews, what I told you, yes, they're still a percentage.
Like you're saying 5%.
I'm not sure. In Israel, maybe they are bigger. Here in outside Israel, they're about 5%.
Okay, so
But
okay,
in
in
Israel-
Israel, okay,
In
so
Israel, they're a
5%
bit bigger. I don't
is
know.
that's the diaspora. Okay,
Yes, but in Israel, you have hundreds of thousands of Jewish people who are strongly opposing the state of Israel. And they get beaten by the Zionist police. You can see that often in the media. They're hanging now, since the war in Gaza, they're hanging Palestinian flags in their neighborhoods, and the police come and take it off and take them to prison, blah, 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 like that. So on, so on, so on. So again, we come back to this point. Zionism is from the root against Judaism. Don't look about people, about the idea. Now, there can be some false ideas, and even truthful people, they're following that, or they're attached to that, or they're attached to that only 5%, 10%, for many reasons. Could be because all his family is on this side. It could be because he get paid from them. It could be because he live in Israel and he have no choice. He could be many reasons why he attached to the state of Israel some percentage. It could be, but I can't consider that everybody who it looks like Zionist, that he is really a Zionist. However, again, most of the people what they are looks like me, they are against the state of Israel. Now we'll come to the community you mentioned about Chabad.
the Chabad Lubavitch, and I think their main rabbi is Menachem Mendel Schneerson.
Yes,
Wow,
Chabad
fucking hard thing to say.
Lebavitch, it's called.
Lubavitch, okay, thank you for that.
Not
Yes.
Lebavitch.
Lubavitch.
Lebavitch.
Okay.
Now, I know I had this question when you asked me, what do you say about Chabad, Lubavitch, Menachem Mendel Schneerson? I tell you a few things. First thing, not I have to answer the question, they have to answer the question. Menachem Mendel Schneerson, he is the follower of his father-in-law. He calls Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson, and his forefather it calls Shulam Ber, the Mashab.
Okay.
All these rabbis of Lubavitch, yeah, the Mashab, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak, the Mariatz, they call him Mashab. His father-in-law, he follows him. He took over from him.
And where are they from? Are they from Poland, Hungary?
Russia.
From Russia, okay.
Yes. And the Mariatz and the Mashab was very strong against Zionism. Very strong. Not 100%, 120%. They're going in the front runners to fight against Zionism. Not we changed, they changed.
What made them change?
Menachem Mendel Schneerson changed,
Okay,
not we changed.
okay.
He has to give the answer why he changed from his.
Why do you think he changed? Or what does your community say
Now,
about why
I
he
will
changed?
explain you more. I don't think even that I changed. You don't believe it.
No, I'm trying to understand.
Menachem Mendel Schneerson himself, he didn't was a Zionist.
Okay, so what was he then?
And even today, yes, half of his followers, you will ask them, you are a Zionist? He will say no. He will not only no. He will say, I'm a Zionist? You are crazy. I'm a Zionist? We are strong opposing Zionism. Half of the followers.
Okay, so make that make sense. Like explain how that
How-
makes
It
sense.
doesn't. That's the problem.
He comes to the idea of Zionism from another point. From the Zionist propaganda that we are in danger. the Zionists make a strong propaganda that Muslims hating Jews.
Okay, so when you say we, you mean the Orthodox Jewish community is in danger, or the Jewish people, all of them?
All the
Okay.
Jewish people over the world is in danger from the
Okay.
Muslims. The Muslims want to throw the Jews, all the Jews into the sea. They're ignoring the fact that we have a golden history in the Muslim lands. We have no problems with, the Muslims have no problem with Jewish people. Everybody knows a bit of history, knows we were persecuted in Europe, in many places, never in the Muslim countries. We fled from Europe because of the pogroms and the blood libels was happening so often. And we fled to the Muslim lands. And the Muslims gives us such a good hospitality. They accept us. If we have no problem, all these pogroms didn't happen in the Muslim countries. And we have a golden life in the Muslim countries. But the Zionist propaganda is so strong that the Muslims wants to kill all the Jews. The problem today is the religion. I know this has got nothing to do with the religion. The problem today is the occupation, the genocide, what's going on, have nothing to do with the religion. Just open the eyes. I say it every time, just open the eyes. Look, in the whole Muslim world today, Jews live peacefully there. Jews live peacefully in Morocco, Tunisia.
I mean, their populations have been decreasing, in fact.
Decreasing.
Also,
The Jewish
you're like-
population, what they are.
About
Today,
rape and murder,
in Morocco,
they're
in
just gonna probably
Tunisia,
want
in
more.
Algeria, in Iran. Iran is the strongest enemy of Israel, yes. In Iran, there's a large community of 35,000 Jewish families. And they have a golden life there. My friends from Turkata, my colleagues just visited there for eight weeks ago. They was invited to a conference and they visited the institutions, they visited the synagogues. They have a golden life there. They have no problem. Jews have a golden life. In Turkey, everywhere, Jews live peacefully. In Iran, the biggest enemy of Israel. There is a Jewish hospital
That's like here.
funded
They keep
by
saying
the
that there's,
government.
like,
In Iran, to get an MP,
calling
you need a
for
500,000
the
people.
fucking
Jewish people have only
murdering
35,000.
people.
They
And I'm
have
like,
their
you know
own
what?
MP.
You show me where that is. Like,
In Iran,
Absolutely
in all the
pay
Muslim
to see
countries today,
where the
Jews
only
live
people
peacefully. They
that
have
they're
no
referring
problem.
to.
I was myself from Morocco a few years ago. Just crossed over the border from Spain into Morocco. And I couldn't believe it. The Muslim drivers, minicab drivers, start to argue who will take the rabbi.
What?
And the Muslim come to me. It's just a crossover, come to me. Rabbi, bless my children. They bring me the children.
Aw.
Rabbi, bless my children. And I
That's
think,
sweet.
what's going on here? It's after 70 years of occupation, 70 years
Yeah,
of
no
killing
shit.
so many Palestinians, and still the Muslims have no hatred to
But that's
Jews.
also kind
But
of
do
like
you think that's every Jew's experience that lives in the Arab world? I mean, do you think that every single Jew right now who lives in the Arab world has that positive experience, or do you think there's some that has? Surely there's some who
Well,
have negative
obviously not,
experiences in the last
asshole.
50, 60 years.
I can tell you. In the last, what? In
In the
the,
last 50, 60 years since
at the start of
1948.
the creation of the world, of the state of Israel, the Zionists themselves, they're working hard to create hatred between the
Yeah,
Muslims.
for sure.
It's a well-known
That's like
book,
your-
I don't remember, the book of Noam Giladi. He was a Iraqi Jew.
What?
And he wrote in his book that he works, I think, in the Mossad at that time.
Yeah.
And he saw the Mossad himself put bombs in the Jewish synagogues in Baghdad. He said that the Muslims doing that and to make Jewish people to be afraid and to run away from the country. All this propaganda design is doing in all the Muslim countries. But nobody can deny that. Just please take the next flight to Morocco and look how the Jewish life there is. Go to Iran, just look how people can deny in today's world, so open world, social media, everybody knows everything. And how people can deny that. Where the anti-Semitism of Iran? We don't see that. Does not exist.
I mean, many people would say that Iran has said some anti-Semitic things. They would, I mean,
I don't
there's a
think
history
so.
of them
Again,
thinking about the numbers of Holocaust, etc.
one second. Iran speaking against Israel. And I'm not coming here to justify every word what the Iran maybe say in between a long speech of 1 hour. When you give a speech of 1 hour, also you say something. You can't judge a person of every word what they say. However, the point what the Iranian president means to bring out is clarified it very many times in the media. He clarified that Palestinians didn't have to pay the check what's happened in the Holocaust.
Yes, in your view, it's purely political. There's no Iran's feelings towards Israel. It's purely
Against Israel, not
purely
against Jews, 100%. Have no doubt.
what about the statements from Iranian presidents that sort of cast doubt on the number of Jews that were killed in the Holocaust?
Like,
I
that's why
can't
I
tell
can't
you
be.
exactly every word
Okay.
because I haven't got it here, the quotes.
Yeah.
But he clarified
A
very many
relay
times.
of.
I didn't come to
Oh my God.
memorize the
English,
Holocaust. I just come to say that the Palestinian didn't have to pay.
I
the
want to
bill.
be the one person that relays the correct
If the
information
Nazis
when it
killed
comes
Jews,
to
What do you
how
want from the Palestinians? They didn't
incorrect
do it. Why do you take
our
away
history
their
is.
country?
When it
Go to
comes
Germany.
Native
I don't know. Do whatever you want. What do you want from the Palestinians? This is the point of the Iranian president.
So, like, I know
However,
whose side I'm
Iran
on,
is taking
and when
all
the
these
natives are like,
speeches
you stole our
and twist it
land,
out
and
to
people
bring it
respond
out
with,
cosmetic.
well,
And we look with two
it wasn't
eyes,
me
you will
personally
see
who was there all those
you will-
years. I would never do something like that. It's like, that's not,
in Iran. No
what they
anti-Semitism
mean.
is not only
no,
that.
they know that
Even
you
by
personally
Hamas
were not the one who
and
was there.
Fatah, you won't see anti-Semitism. We just
And
met
it's like,
the
oh my,
leader
you
of
can't
Hamas
blame me for my
for 6 weeks
ancestors.
ago
Yes,
in Turkey.
yes,
We came there to a
someone needs
conference.
to take responsibility.
And we didn't know that before, but in the middle of the conference, come in Ismail Haniyeh.
And
Ismail
I
Haniyeh,
take
the leader of Hamas.
responsibility for
He saw
my
our Jewish
people's
rabbis in
shitty
Bezas.
behavior.
In
And
the
all I can
clear
do
day,
is be like, I'm going to
clearly,
try to not
I
do
have
that.
no problem with Jews. When we will have the state of Palestine, Jews will be welcome. As long they haven't got aspirations to take over the land, Jews are welcome in Palestine. They have no problem with Jews. They didn't want to kill the Jews.
No
They didn't
shit.
want to
Like,
throw the Jews into the sea.
same with
They
Putin.
didn't
Putin
even
didn't want
want
to
to
kill
expel
Ukrainian
Jews.
people. But like,
They're welcoming Jews.
Putin's not just going to be like, yeah, I'm going to let you bomb the shit in my fucking my country. Like,
I mean, just imagine what's going to happen in England.
and they use
If
their
you
fucking
have
children
something-
as like fucking literally
you have
human
something-
shields
what's
so
happened
that
to
Putin doesn't
Palestine.
bomb them
Can you
even
see
though
how
they're
that would
attacking
be
him. Like, fuck
a bit
you.
unnerving to
Then you say, oh,
a
you
Jew
stole our children,
who
kidnapped
is
our children. It's like,
concerned.
fuck, he didn't.
that-
Made
you
sure
see,
they didn't
I mean,
get
firstly, the thing is,
fucking
you see
exploded
how
into pieces.
Jews would feel that that's
Psychotic.
unnerving because
They do it all the
feel
time
that
over here too.
without their
They
own
push
state,
their
not
children towards
necessarily the
To
whole
go
state,
play near
but a
you, so
just
that you go,
state
you
under
leave. Because you
1967
feel
borders.
uncomfortable, like you're so
Without that
hot,
state,
they'll
they
push
would
their
feel
children
that
to go
sort
play near you. So you
of
can leave.
anxiety and that they are going to be dominated by a Palestinian population that will be more numerous than them. And hence the
You're gonna be
state
like,
won't
hey,
be
come
chosen.
here, cute little kittens.
Because I mean, what
Fucking
I'm trying to say is, what do you think about Jews who want just humane state in Israel for Jews based on 1967 borders?
Look, I didn't want to offend you.
Uh,
You going on?
No, I'm asking the question. I'm asking the
Yes,
question
yes.
because I think we have to ask.
Yes, you going on non-religious tracks.
Hmm.
I have completely a different look. I going only on the religious track. According to religion, we are not lost in exile. God sent us in exile. If we have to stay in exile, if we're not rebelling against God. And when we are in exile,
Yeah, but
we
you
are
see,
in the
a
hospitals.
non-religious Jew will think. I think it's fair to empathize with a non-religious Jew who wants for Palestinians under the two-state solution would feel that if they don't have a state, and if what you said about what Ismail Haniyeh told you, that if you come and provided you will be under Palestinian guardianship or rule, then you will be fine and we embrace you. I think you can see how non-religious Jews will feel, but we also want our own state. We don't want to. Maybe there'll be a problem with Zionist as a sort of as what it is right now with its bombardment of Gaza and its occupation. But maybe they just want a nice, fair state that Palestinians who are living there will live there, but we just will have some sort of secular democracy and 1967 borders, so we can have our state and the Palestinians can have their state on 1967 borders.
Again, sorry,
I don't know what's funny.
I'm a religious Jew. I'm a
Okay.
believer. I cannot go away from this track.
Okay, but do you empathize with Would you empathize with that feeling? That,
No,
that
go
Jew
get your
may have?
own
I
fucking religion.
understand that a secular Jew can have this feeling.
Go
But
get
it's
your
not
own
just-
religion.
Wayfair presents sofas and chairs. Find the perfect sofa at the perfect price with hundreds of options under $9.99. Save you a seat. Shop seating for way less at Wayfair.
Wayfair, every style, every
I
home.
want to die.
It's not, he haven't got the right to have these feelings.
I agree.
If he wants this feeling, please don't be a Jew. Don't ask him to be a Jew. Become a Gentile like all of the people and finish. What do you want from Judaism? Leave Judaism alone. Judaism is a religion. Judaism means believing in God. You can't say, no, I want to create a Jewish identity.
Personally, I think this
without God.
comes from the Catholic Church.
Judaism. And I
Because this
cannot
is
go
right
out
up
of
their
this
fucking
place.
alley, man.
Never. I believe in Jew, and
I believe
I
in
will not
Judaism.
recognize Judaism like that. We are children of God. We are believers of God. Give up this belief, even if it's dark. We are not in anxiety, and we are not lost in exile. God keeps his eyes on us. We are in hospital in exile. However, God has his eyes, and God will take us out of exile when the Messiah will come.
And you have to
And we are
just
not
trust that.
rebelling against God. In this means
But if you
Judaism.
force it, that
If
means
somebody
you're
don't
trying
like
to be
Judaism,
higher than God.
okay, go away from Judaism. Be English, be French, be Chinese, be whatever you want. But don't speak in the name of Judaism. Don't take Judaism with you. Leave it behind.
Mm.
You don't want to be a Jew? Okay, go away.
Okay, go away.
Why do you take
That's
with
hilarious.
you the name of Judaism and you
You don't-
empty it out?
You don't want to be a
You
Jew?
empty
Right,
out
okay,
of all
fine,
the
bye.
others, and you fill it in with
That's so
nationalistic
funny.
ideas. It's completely false.
Yeah.
If somebody do that with Islam, what do you will tell him? If you will empty out Islam from all the beliefs,
Well,
from all the commands, and he will say
think-
Islam means to have a strong state,
it's because they don't want to be
blah, blah, blah,
exiled
blah, and to speak Arabic, blah, blah, blah.
from their
He will
families
say,
if
this
they
is an
don't
empty, fake,
follow their
false
religion. But
Islam.
if you don't
Please, if you don't like Islam,
practice the
go
rules
away.
of that religion, then
You don't
you can't
need- no,
claim that you're
I
part
tell
of
you,
that
come
religion.
back. However,
part
if you
the
don't
problem
want,
is
go
that you
away.
get
I
exiled
don't
if you
take
don't
Islam
live in it.
with you. Leave the Islam religion for the people who are believers.
I think Muslims will
You're what do you call
will
it?
react to that differently
Shun.
depending on who they are. Right? So I mean that's
But in
I mean,
Judaism,
but I
it's not
appreciate and
only
respect your
me,
feeling. Yeah.
not only me what I say that. Even the people what are much less Jewish than me will also say that if you ask him direct this question, yes, they will say, no, there is no Judaism without full believing in God, 100%.
Okay. So now, I mean, I just want to return to the sort of religious pro-Zionist feelings within Israel.
We are still speaking about Chabad.
Yes, we still talk. That's exactly. This is why I want to speak about this. Yes.
Again, coming to Chabad, I told you that half of them are still anti-Zionist. Why people get confused with Zionism today in Chabad? This is because of the Zionist false propaganda that Muslims hating Jews. No, it's not a conflict of occupations. No, it's not a political conflict. This is a conflict of the religion. And they're confusing constantly people like that. Now, many people they get confused of that. And they think, Jews are really danger. So even we are against Zionism because they're against God. However, we have to side with them. If not, we will be killed. This is the point of Lubavitch. This is the point of Chabad. They come to the idea of Zionism not because the idea of Zionism is right.
But for protection.
Of protection. That's all. If you will look in the writings, you will see that in every single line, Shleim Su'uas. We have to protect Jewish people, not to be in danger. You will see that but this goes to Zionist ideas, confused, mix it up. But they didn't come to Zionism because we need a state. We need to go out of exile. No. If you even ask them, they will say, no, God had to send us in exile. We have to stay in exile, but we have to be protected. We didn't want to be killed. We don't want another Holocaust. We have to be protected. So today, even the Zionists are rebelling against God. We have no choice. We have no choice. If not, we will be killed. First, we have to be alive. And then we will see more about the religion. That's what they will say.
So that's their theory. Their theory is we need protection.
You can just join the local Chabad synagogue here, going to the rabbi, asking the question, why you are siding with Zionism?
Because we need protection.
He
But
will
surely,
come to this
to play devil's
Not
advocate
really
from their
need,
perspective.
not because we need protection.
No, but from their
Because
perspective,
we are-
post-Holocaust,
No,
you can
because
see
we
where
are
it
in
comes from.
danger.
Yeah, I get it. But I mean, from their perspective, post-Holocaust, surely that's a legitimate idea. Don't you think?
What?
Their perspective is that they're in danger, right?
Yes.
Now, you've mentioned that there is been a lot of anti-Arab propaganda, that the Arabs want to throw the Jews into the sea, right? Now, coming out of the Holocaust, surely you can sort of empathize with that sense that Jewish identity and Jewish people would be in danger. I'm not saying it should be legitimate to then, transfer the people of Palestine away from Palestine. I'm just saying that sense of insecurity, that sense of this is a really big thing that's happened to us as a religion and as a people,
to hurt people.
right? And you can sort of see where that
Just
that fear comes from.
yeah, but fear
This
is
lighter will
not
give you
a
fire no
good
matter what
fucking
Mother
reason
Nature
to
throws at you.
fucking do this.
This new incredible electric dual arc torch is the ultimate survival tool. You've never seen anything like this. This lighter is 20 times more powerful than regular lighters, and it doesn't run on gas or butane.
Yeah,
Instead,
you
it uses
guys can
Tesla
all
coil technology to
fucking
produce a
smoke your
1,800 degree
bagpipes.
plasma flame,
Oh,
making it the
good.
first ever
Fantastic.
rechargeable, windproof.
See? Fuck off.
The view how to look on that is with the eyes of the religion, as I told you. The Holocaust was our operation, but we are still in the hands of God, and we cannot protect ourselves. Just State of Israel are a strong country, and just the last 2 weeks, America just came away from them. Yes,
I mean, they're still giving them arms and guns.
yes. This is a play. I don't care. I know America will come back. Don't worry. Yes, but God rules the world. Yes, the state of Israel cannot last long. The Arab countries get stronger and stronger and stronger. At the moment, they cannot fight Israel, but there will come a day where they
They're
will
gonna
be
run out, yeah.
more organized. Yes, Israel
Oh,
will
for
not
sure.
protect them.
But you see, but that's the exact fear. That's the
Yeah,
exact
but,
fear
like,
that
but
the Zionists will say.
Humans
What's that?
are
Again, I
programmed
come from
to
the believing
survive.
point of view. The believing point of view that God runs the world. We are not losing our trust in God in any case. Whatever will happen, we know that everything in the world God has done and He doing and He will do. In what God wants to do, nobody can change it. Just take an example, what's happened 5 years ago, Corona. Yes, small thing, you can see it with your eyes. Turns over the whole world upside down. Billions of pounds goes in drain. Yes, money, businesses, everything. Yes, small thing. Who sent it? God sent it. When God wants something, He finds His way how to bring it. We don't run the world. This is the right way how to look on that. Now, practical point to say that Israel protects, in my eyes, Israel just bring in Jewish people into danger. We had lived all the years in Muslim countries so good, who are creating anti-Semitism. The Zionists say, yes, we have to give for the Jewish people a safe haven. Jews need a safe haven of the world, like you said, yes. However, just open your eyes and look at the plain fact. Zionism is already 75 years. Yes, look at the plain fact. Where, I ask you a simple question, where is the most danger place for a Jew to live today? Start from Australia, go the whole world up to Argentina. where the most dangerous place for a Jew to live?
Could you tell me?
Israel. We live here in England. Yes, I say for everybody, I lived 37 years here in England. I don't know how an English soldier looks like. I don't know the uniform. I never saw them. I saw them in the changing of the guards. That's all. I don't know how it looks like. In Israel, every small child see a soldier in daily life. Weapons, tanks in daily life. Not now when the war is in Gaza. The whole 75 years. Soldiers all around the country. Where you go around the corner, weapons. This means a safe country. Every day another killing. How many killings of Jewish people you heard in England in the last 40 years?
Clue, actually.
You're coming from South Africa. How many Jewish people were killed there? How many Jewish people were killed in Argentina, in Australia? If you hear a Jewish people were killed in Australia, the whole news is up. Anti-Semitism. Crazy. I'm sorry. Jews live in the whole world peaceful, safe, even in the Muslim countries. As I told you, go in, take a flight to Iran. You will see Jews live there peaceful. Jews live there safely. The only danger place is the state of Israel. Did they bring practically any safeness for Jewish people? 100% not. They endanger Jewish people in Palestine, in the whole world. When I'm going in the street now, and I hear behind me Hitler. Why is that? Because people saw in the TV what's going on in Gaza. Pictures what you didn't see in the last 80 years. The last time what we saw this kind of pictures what you see in Gaza was in Hitler.
I
Or the
feel like it's
Nazis.
worse, honestly.
So they creating anti-Semitism. They didn't save us
You
from
know what?
anti-Semitism.
At
They
least
don't
during the
just endanger
Holocaust,
us. This is
they
really
gave
what our
them
rabbi
fucking
said
numbers to
before
keep
the
track of
creation of
them.
the state for 80,
We
85
have a
years ago.
bunch of
the
great
Chofetz
children
Chaim,
with
the
no
great
parents. They
rabbis,
don't
that if they will have a state,
speak
they will
English or
endanger
French
Jews. They
or
will just
Spanish,
bring
probably with
disasters.
the wing.
And that's what we see with
And they
our
can't
eyes.
say where
The
their,
state
who
of
their
Israel
parents are. They don't know because
brings
they're too young.
bloodshed.
They're
Bloodshed after bloodshed. Just
Fuck that.
a disaster. That's what they're bringing. They're burning anti-Semitism under the
You
foot
guys
of
lost
Jewish
touch
people
with
all
them.
over the world.
What
They
the
didn't
fuck is wrong with
bring
you
any
guys?
safeness to
You're
Jewish
fucking
people.
idiots.
However,
Are you
I
fucking
can
lose like
understand
kids?
that people like Lubavitch, like Chabad, get confused in the thinking, oh, a big army will protect us.
That or they were
However,
there. Like,
just look the plain fact. They endanger you.
How do you think it is then, with such minority religious support that the movement of Zionists had, that yet, Zionism
I
has so
must tell
many.
you, they have a minority, but this minority has a big mouth. The Zionists back them, and they give them
That's
the
funny.
media. And every time they bring out rabbis on the media, every time. It's rabbis on the media, the Zionists back them. However, from our side, the silence out. Yes, I'm here in England. I give you an example. Yes, 37 years.
عشنا مأساة ما حدش عاشها قبل الحرب دمرنا والقبائل أزلنا وطلعنا من تحت الأحزمة النارية وهاي طلع على البيت والكاس يتنضح كله من الصبايا احنا عشنا مأساة غير شكل ما حدش مطلع لنا حتى بالصغار بيلموا في الباكيت بيلموا قرصك سنعمل لهم لقمة الأكل لا تكيلة متوفرة عندنا ولا مية متوفرة عندنا إحنا نشكي لنا الله والنبع نستعب المأساة عشنا مأساة ما حدش مال فيها عشنا نقول حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل يدش عندنا مواد تنظيف معجون مواد التنظيف ما حدش مطلع لنا لا طحين ولا أكل ولا معلبات ولا شيء والولاد بيشتهوا اشتهاء لهم والولاد بالعالم الجفاف وسوء للتغذية وهذا حال وهذا وضع النهارده يا ولدي ميتين عايشين في الحياة بنار بالناس أهل الخير يدعمونا يوفروا لنا أي شيء والله ما عندنا فراش ولا عندنا أكل وهي حياتنا صعبة ونتغرب بننام على الرمل وجدتم الحساسية والجرب ولا مواد تنظيف ولا فراش حتى خيمة شوف
Done. Relief. There's gotta be a better way for how to do this. I'll go talk to Keaton. Maybe I'll ask Keaton. Because I don't fucking trust it. I don't trust fucking one goddamn thing that's on my phone right now. Like, because I have a feeling that I know how censored my fucking internet is, so I have a feeling that it may or may not get to somebody. So, and I want to make sure it doesn't go in
I
somebody's
can say
fucking
that
pocket.
I'm attending every single rally, usually.
Every like anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
These rallies, even the media, the mainstream media, always play them down. Yes, if there is 500,000, they will say 200,000. If there is 100,000, they will say 30,000. Every time they play them down. However, I must bring some photos so that they can't ignore it. People like me and my friends, you will never see even a single picture here.
I mean, that is changing a bit. I mean, especially now
I
in New
don't
York.
speak about the social media. I don't speak about Al Jazeera. I don't speak about Press TV. I'm speaking now about the mainstream media.
Okay.
You will never see us in the media.
That's very true.
Why? This Zionist influence on the media. I myself, I remember that I was in Manhattan, in the 2nd Street by the Israeli embassy. 30,000 Jewish people on the street to protest against the state of Israel. I was there. Even one word was mentioned, even the local news. And even the police, when they say the road is blocked, it's a big road of 5 lanes, 7 lanes, a big road, it was blocked. 30,000 people on the road. The police say some roadworks there. They didn't want to mention a protest of Jewish people. This is what the Zionist silence have a strong control on the media. From the other side, this minority, what working with them, this they're bringing always up on the media. So it makes the impression that they have a majority. But I give you the example. Look in every Jewish neighborhood all over the world, you won't see Israeli flag there.
Okay, I want us now just bring us to, you mentioned Gaza and you mentioned he's just, what's the...
You can keep going. I should be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, should we wait for you or should we keep going?
Don't want to be late, but let me bring you some more template.
Okay, fine.
Just taking a break to break our fast.
Let's close the door and let's roll. So we took a small little break to break our fast.
You're fasting?
Yeah, we not anymore. Now we just ended it. No, it's fine. Thanks.
Sorry,
No, we didn't want to not you have you. We didn't want you to not have to drink. We all can drink now, so we're fine. You mentioned Gaza, and you mentioned what's happening there is creating a sort of anti-Jewish feelings or anti-Semitism, right? I want to get to Gaza, but before that, and we kind of spoke about this while we were breaking fast. You've been all your life. You've grown up within an Orthodox Jewish community. Were you always going to become a rabbi, or was there a point in your life where you may have become something else?
With the world in chaos, what's really needed is someone to finally make sense of humans seemingly.
Okay, yeah, let's get the old fucking senile man.
And the Jewish life is to become a rabbi is the highest point, but a rabbi, there's many rabbis. There are smaller rabbis, greater rabbis.
Which one are you? Are you a big rabbi or small? I don't understand the hierarchy. So
again, to be a rabbi, that means you learned enough that people asking you questions on religion. May I do that Shabbos? I'm not allowed to do that. May I eat it? I'm not allowed to eat it. May I go on my life according to the Judaism of this way or this way? Asking question, you know how to answer according to the Jewish law. yes, then you
Peter.
become a rabbi. When you can answer all these
So did you
questions.
always want to become a rabbi, or
Pardon?
did you always want to become a rabbi?
Usually, yes.
So from the time you were a little child, you never saw any other career option for yourself.
Yes, I find myself better in this way, yes.
Always wanted to be a rabbi.
Yes. I'm not only a rabbi, I'm also a teacher.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
And I'm a
Really?
professional in other things also.
Cool.
I'm very good typer. I need it for my work
Okay.
to give out booklets and other things. But I'm a teacher for special education, for special children.
Oh, wow.
But I feel my whole life that I can give them to bring them up. I see that.
They're special.
when I
They're
come
extra.
in,
I
the
prefer
government comes
autistic
up
kids
late
than
and I
regular
see a
kids.
child, he's weak, he cannot. And
They have
I
special
follow
power.
them
All of them have a
every day.
special power, though.
15
Cool.
minutes, 20 minutes, I'm coming back tomorrow. After 3 months, I see
So that
a
gives you
different
joy.
child.
That gives you joy seeing
Oh,
someone
that's-
growing.
yes.
That's cool.
I build up someone. I told everybody I don't do it for the money.
Yeah.
I build up someone.
Yeah.
It gives me very good feeling. However, but
That's like
when you
fucking
are a
Alec.
rabbi, it depends how much you
Secret
study.
genius.
And
It's too bad most
of
fucking
course,
crack one.
my father was much bigger rabbi than me.
Okay. So will you become a
People used to talk to him or
Yeah,
talk
see,
about him as if he wasn't
okay.
like standing like right there.
When is the first time, right,
I'm
that
like,
you can
I'm pretty
remember
sure he can't
where
hear you.
the States of Israel
Like
did
he's
something
autistic,
which
not
deeply
fucking
hurt
brain
you?
dead.
130 years ago.
So
When
before you were born.
starting the idea, of course.
So that's the very inception of Zionism that for you is the most
Zionism
offensive thing.
creates anti-Semitism.
Hmm.
It's not only what I said. It's Tere Herzl say that in his books.
Hmm.
In his book, what he wrote it. It's everybody can read it. He say the anti-Semites will be our best friends because they're working on the same background. As more anti-Semitism we will create in the world, as more people will wake up to create their own state. As more that people living in the whole world, good, why they have to go up to Israel? Why? Why they need their own country? They live very good. So he wrote it, we have to help the anti-Semites to create all these programs on the world to wake up Jewish people to build their own state. Zionism from the very beginning, one of the strongest power was anti-Semitism.
If you were a Palestinian throughout life, how do you think you'd feel
By the
about?
way, I am.
Oh, okay. If you were, so I guess this is how you feel. Okay, if you were living in Gaza, right? More specifically, how do you think if you were growing up in Gaza and you were a 22-year-old person who's lived most of your life under siege, all of your life under occupation, in quite really bad conditions, how do you think you would feel about everything?
Well, I don't live in those conditions, and I still feel like sometimes like I want to be a homicidal fucking maniac. Because like you can't handle how fucking annoying and stupid and useless
There
people
could
are.
be, I think,
Like,
if
they're not even
French will
trying?
occupy England, yes, you will not see it in your private life. You don't see any difference in your private life. Okay, they want to bring in the French culture and the French language, and blah blah blah. I don't know what they want to change. Yes, however, you will not feel if you are a shopkeeper. You will not feel it
Like
in
you want to
daily
change your
life.
fucking sign again.
If
Fucking lights
England
on.
is here, the
Like
government are French, the government. Yes, usually. Yes. However, in Palestine, the case is not like that. The Palestinians are considered really as second-class citizens or third or maybe tenth. I mean, you see it in the daily life. There's a strong difference between Palestinian. Just when you cross over from one neighborhood to the other, you see the neighborhoods, how they're running, you see the big difference between the Zionist places and the Palestinian places. And there are so much, I don't know how to call it, they have so many laws for they cannot build up themselves because the Zionists didn't want to be big. They want, you can stay there as slaves.
Systematic racism.
But
It's
exactly
make sure
slaves.
that they don't
As
have a
second-class
chance
citizens.
to be
Stay there as poor people.
resting in life,
I will stay with
which is just like
I will knock on your head and you will stay quiet. I mean, the occupation in Palestine is not like French will occupy England, something like that. This is much more than that. So when you say how I feel, how everybody in the whole world people feel if somebody occupies a land.
So disgusted.
And of course,
So,
wants to see
like,
the only
just
thing
fucking-
everybody wants to see the
Really
occupiers
discouraged.
away from the land. And he wants to get back his land. Again, the occupiers, not the
Like,
Jews.
I thought we were like
The
not doing
occupiers
this shit
wants
anymore.
to see the occupiers out of the land. But I have no problem with Jews. As long as they don't know the difference between Jews and Zionists. Could be that there are many Palestinians who hate the Jews because they are confused. They see in daily life Jewish people fighting against them. But as more we bring out the message that Jews are not Zionists, Jews willing to live under a Palestinian government there, if he wants to be loyal Palestinian citizens, as more I see that in my eyes. I come to many demonstrations, the police stop me every time, tell me, oh, where are you going? So I go to the rally. You're in danger, they will kill you. What? I say for the police every time, I'll show you a miracle. You see the 100,000 Muslims? We're going out in 10 people. You will see, nobody will tell me nothing. I show you a miracle. And I see that every time people saw the Jewish people, they're sewing with our placards, they're sewing with our badges, Free Palestine. They see exactly what's going on there. We are best friends. And I must tell you, I come in very many times in Muslim
Spaces.
Yes, I speak, I'm giving speeches in many mosques and other gathering of Muslim people. Very much, I can say every week. I speak here in Oslo, in Peli, and I don't know, in many, I spoke even outside London. I speak in Birmingham and Newcastle and Leicester. They invite me many people. I come in many times with the Muslims. The Muslim people are so hurtful people. I know the world have a very bad look. Every Muslim has 2 bombs in his pocket, and they're terrorists. Every Muslim is a terrorist.
That's exactly it though. It's so
Whenever I come to Muslims, hurtful people. Every time I come in, they offer me, you want to eat, you want to drink, you want that. And it's coming from the bottom of the heart. Yes, I see that. I come in between other people also, yes. The same thing, other people will offer me a glass of water. And Muslim people will offer me that. It's a different offer. You see this coming from his heart. The Muslim people are so hurtful people, so strongly away from terrorism, from something like that. Of course, everyone who they occupy them, this is what looks like occupation and terrorizing people 75 years. This is how it looks like. But again, they are against occupiers, not against Jews. They have no problem with Jews.
Earlier on, you mentioned that you met Ismail Haniyeh about 6 weeks ago.
What, I'm sorry?
Earlier on, you mentioned that you met Ismail Haniyeh about
Not
6 weeks.
me, one of my colleagues.
Your colleagues met,
Few colleagues.
and he embraced them, and
Yes.
and you were happy. At the same time, Ismail Haniyeh is the leader of Hamas. At the same time, Hamas are behind October 7th, where 1,200 Israelis, 800 of them civilians, were killed. How do you make sense of all of that, and how does that make you
You
feel?
look, I'm not justifying any bloodshed. I'm not justifying any thing like that. I can only tell you,
that's exactly it.
7th of October didn't happen
Conjuring
for 6 months ago.
stuff in your
It's
brain,
happened for 75 years ago.
whether they're fucking
This is the fruit of occupation. This is the fruit of terrorizing people. I'm not justifying
And then
it.
it turns out that
Yeah,
you guys
but
are the
that's
ones
the
who are doing
This
that to
is the
them.
fact. If you
That is
terrorize
just
a whole
fucking
nation of
horrific.
millions of Palestinians exiled, millions of them tore them away from the land. They are still 75 years. Their children, grandchildren growing up in camps. They haven't got normal houses in Jordan, in Syria. Yes, this is crazy. What's
Oh, they
going
live
on
in
there.
Syria
Yes,
overnight
they haven't got a right of return
on
to
Christmas.
their own lands. I'm speaking so many times to Palestinians. They're taking out the keys. The keys and say, you see this key? This is from my house in Hebron. This is from my house. Nobody can take it away. I will come back. I will open it with this key. Yes?
Yeah.
This is the feelings of the Palestinian people. Yes? This is the fruit. This is the fruit of occupation and of killing and of terrorizing so many years. It's happened what has happened.
Psychological torture.
Without justification. I didn't know to justify anything. Yes. I hope and I pray for the peaceful dismantlement of the state of Israel. You know, look, according to the Jewish religion, the state of Israel will come to an end. I'm sure in that. I'm sure. Why I'm sure? Not because I see the political and how the politics goes. Because I look in the Torah and I believe in the Torah and I believe in God. In the Torah it's written about a similar situation. The reference of that is Numbers 14, verse 41. Verse 41, yes. It was in the time when God take out Jewish people from Egypt on the way to the Holy Land. And God told them to stay in the desert for 40 years. However, there was many people, Jewish people, who didn't agree in the rebellion against God. And they say, no, we're going up now. And the prophet Moses told them, why do you rebel against God? You will not succeed. Everything what is written in the Torah, it's not only for that time. This is forever. A rebellion against God cannot be succeed. As long as the state of Israel is a rebellion against the Almighty, as I told you, God told us to send him to stay in exile. He sent us to exile. And told us to stay in exile to waiting patiently of the Messiah. And going out of exile is a rebellion against the Almighty. As long as it's a rebellion against the Almighty, they will not succeed. There are already 75 years. Again, our rabbis say that before the creation of the state, that even they will have a state, this will only last for a certain amount of years. They didn't say how many. We don't know. But at the end, they will come to an end. And we pray for a peaceful end. Nobody looks for bloodshed. This is what our prayers are. So again, what I want, not the Zionists to go out of Gaza. I want them to go out of the whole Palestine, from the river to the sea. Again, the whole Palestine should go back for the Palestinians, and that doesn't mean killing Jews. That doesn't mean expelling Jews from there. No, we can live there like we live in Morocco, like we live in Iran. We have a beautiful life in Iran and Turkey. We can live in Palestine the same. We don't have to be expelled. We don't have to be killed. And we will not be killed and expelled. We pray to God for the peaceful end. This is my answer to this question.
You mentioned the coming of the Messiah. Two things I want to ask, but I'll deal with one first. At the moment, there's a lot of noise about the red cows that have come to land. I think in the West Bank at the moment. And some Jewish settlers and Orthodox Jews who plan on sacrificing the cows at some point in the Temple Mount. I think that's the intentions. You know better, maybe, to hasten the coming of the Messiah. When you hear that, what's your thought on
that? I must explain you. I must tell you firstly, these people are not Jewish.
They're crazy.
They're not Zionists. The Zionists are evil. They are murderers, but they are not crazy. These people are crazy. This is not Zionists. The Zionists don't believe in God.
That's so
they don't believe in the Torah. They don't believe in the red cow.
People are crazy.
People
are not any religion. They're not Jews. They're not Zionists. They're fucking nuts.
It's a joke. You don't believe in nothing. It's a joke. The Zionists are evil, but not crazy. Yes.
Zionists are evil. I'm crazy.
Maybe it would be better if they are crazy. But unfortunately, they are not crazy. They are quite clever. Yes. And they're using the cleverness on the bad side. However, we hope that God will bring an end to them.
That's so funny.
These people are completely crazy.
when you say that, that can sound quite dangerous. You hope that God will bring an end to them. I guess you mean peacefully.
Of course. I mentioned it a few times before. Of course, every time
yeah.
I'm speaking about the dismantlement, we hope and pray for a peaceful dismantlement. Not only that, I know people asking, what is dreaming peaceful? To bring an end to the state of Israel cost millions of lives. No example, I don't know how old are you, if you remember what's happened in the USSR.
Yes, in
Such a
1991.
strong power. People think to bring an end to this power it will cost millions of lives. It didn't cost even a single life. Nothing. This shows if there is a will, there is a way. And the same thing in South Africa, where you're coming from.
Yep.
In South Africa, people think to bring an end to the apartheid regime, it will cost hundreds of thousands. It costs lives, but not so much as people thinking. So the same thing can happen in Israel. They can come to a peaceful end. Now we come back to the question of the red cow. Again,
The red cow.
you have to understand the concept of this red cow. Yes, this is a spiritual concept.
Okay.
Yes. You can do whatever you want. You can build a table. You can build a house looks like the Temple Mount. Yes? But you can't bring God in that. You can't bring him in.
Yeah.
You can't make God to give his spiritual in the red cow. You can take 10 red cows, you can sacrifice, you can bring them, but God you can't bring in them. Yeah, this is crazy. It's like your child sitting down in Morrison on the car. There he has a Morrison in the car. Ham, I'm driving. Wow, the fire engine. Nothing.
And then you start calling your kid and treating your kid like they're a fire truck.
Same thing what they do.
Because they're like, I'm a fire truck.
I'm driving.
You're like,
There's a
you
red
are.
cow.
That
That temple Lord. It's a joke. You can bring God. If you want to bring God, there's own way. Turn your face to him. Follow him. Then you can
Why are
hope
you in my house?
that God will come to you. Then you will get connected to God. You will not bring God to your head.
Why are you in my
You will
house?
building a nice building, much nicer than the Temple Mount. This is like the child going with a small car. That's what I told you. These people are not Jewish, are not Zionists. They're crazy people. They're thinking when they're going on the car, big babies. They make a red cow. They can make 10 red cows. God is not there. That's all. If they want to be close to God, come to God. Follow God. Look what God asking you. God asking you to be in exile. First thing, follow him. Then you can hope something will happen.
Okay, so these people
Okay,
are
so-
not Jewish.
And now we're coming to the question of Messiah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so the thing is, I mean, you mentioned a few
These people
times
are
that
crazy.
the Jews are in exile according to Jewish orthodoxy, and one day when the Messiah comes, you will return to the Holy Land. Critics of that will say that that's also a form of Zionism. I mean, not in the sense that it is now, but I mean, is this coming to the Holy Land a peaceful coming? Is it, like what? How do you
said
conceive
so
it?
many
What does the
times
scripture
now.
say about it? What are your thoughts on that? Because even that, I mean, I'm sure Palestinians, assuming they get their freedom, which hopefully will come at some point in 10 years' time, and then they'll be like, oh, but then the Orthodox Jews are going to come to the Holy Land. So what does
Yeah,
this
but
mean? What does
they're
it
already
mean when
fine.
Messiah will come
So-
and Jews will return to the Holy Land?
Fuck 'em.
Yes. Before I answer this question, I first think the Zionists are not followers of Messiah. They don't believe in Messiah. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in that. Bibi Netanyahu never mentioned Messiah because they don't believe in Messiah. If he mentioned it,
Yeah, you're a
it's
fucking
because he's
fucking
using the Torah
mass
for his own
murderer.
purposes, taking out of Torah. He not eat kosher. He not keeping Shabbos. He just taking out the promised
I
land.
just don't get
The
this.
promised
How
land
the
is taken
fuck
out
are
from
you
the
going
Torah.
to
If you believe in
really?
the Torah, why you don't keep Shabbos? Why you don't keep
Sure.
kosher? Why you don't keep all the commandments of the Torah? Yes, he don't believe in the Torah. He don't believe in nothing.
And
You
you're
don't
like,
believe in
but
Messiah
it's
also
for
not.
God.
If you use Messiah, it's only to confuse people. And in any case, Messiah cannot be a follower of Zionism and not the father of Zionism. What is the purpose of Messiah? I will try to explain what is that Messiah. Now, then you will understand that basically. In our belief, Messiah is a person who will come on the world. He will be a prophet, nothing more than a prophet. He will be a prophet, that's all. A simple prophet, a person, a man. He will be a prophet. He will not do nothing. Everything what will happen when Messiah will come, God will do himself. Messiah will not do nothing. Nothing. The only thing what Messiah will do, and this is clearly written in our books, the only thing what Messiah will do is to bring in spiritual in the heart of all the people. Messiah will not be a man of power at all. In our scriptures, Messiah is described. Uni v'roicha v'lachamor. Uni v'roicha v'lachamor means a poor man comes on a white donkey. We don't know exactly what it means. There are no donkeys today.
Yeah.
Like many prophecies, but you can't understand till it's really happened. You can't understand exactly the words of the prophets. However, Messiah is not described as a man of power. Described as a poor man coming on a donkey. Messiah will bring spiritual in the heart of people. He will not come with physical power at all. He will come with spiritual.
Yeah.
And he will bring up all the people to serve the same God together in harmony and peace. Messiah will not come with power. I'm the king, everybody my slave. If not, I will kill everybody, blah, 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 blah. This is the meaning of Messiah. Messiah is a spiritual thing. He will bring people close to God.
Like bringing,
It's now been
Bringing
almost,
positive,
I think it's been more than 6
fucking
months
murdering
since
fucking
October 7th.
children in hospitals.
About 33,000 Palestinians have been
Pretty
killed,
sure no religion
including the people under the rubble and the fact that we can't actually count how many people under the rubble.
children.
It could be higher, it could be 40,000. There's more than 70,000 people injured. The atrocities don't seem to be getting any less vulgar and violent based on what happened in Al-Shifa hospital. Did you think that, has Israel's response shocked you?
Give a look. I must tell you that when a person going away from the religion, he's not going away from the religion, he's going away from his humanity. He's become an animal, like he can't see what's happened in Israel. Yes, they lost the last points of humanity. They lost the basics of humanity. What's going on there? However, if you said it shocked me, no, I expected. I expect from people but going away from the religion, I expect everything. I expect from people but going away from the religion, they will behave like Nazis. I didn't want to name anybody. He's a Nazi, he's not a Nazi. I'm not going in. And especially I'm not going to
I'll do it.
give names for people.
I'll do it.
This person,
He's a fucking
but that's what you see today in Gaza. You never see that.
maniac.
The last 80 years, you didn't see pictures like that. These pictures is only what's happened in Poland and in Germany for 80 years ago. This happened when a person going away from the religion. He lost all the basics, all the humanity. So because of that, for me, it's everything expected what's going on there. But I don't look at that from this point of view at all. When I see what's going on in Gaza, I must tell you, you believe it or not, I cannot sleep in the night. I get crazy. And it's so shameful that it's done in
It's
my name.
embarrassing, yeah.
But I must tell you, I feel selfish to say that.
No,
Because
because like,
that's what's
how am I
happened there.
supposed
My name, not my
to
name.
clear my name?
However, look,
Like, I'm not part of any of this shit.
12,000 children. The children don't know why they're dying. They don't know they are Palestinians even. Why they have to die? They
I don't know.
why they're
I don't
dying.
even know. I don't know.
It's terrible what's going on
It,
there. It's
it,
terrible.
I just like, I don't know.
I get crazy what's going on
I
there.
agree.
If you could speak to a Palestinian child in Gaza, under siege, being starved right now, what would you want to say
Oh wow.
to this child?
Give a look. It's not my ability to help him. The only thing what I can say, I pray for you. I'm with you.
Cool.
I'm on your side.
Yeah, fuck Fuck yeah.
And I
Good.
wish
Oh,
if I carry you on your place,
Yeah.
I'm
Everyone deserves to have a
with
fucking place where they
I'm
feel
with you
fucking
and
safe.
I pray for you.
Yeah.
You have to know that according to the Jewish religion,
Yeah.
the state of Israel will come to an end,
Yeah.
and you will have back the country
Mm-hmm.
from the river to the sea.
Yeah, but
That's
like
what
in
they
what,
got.
like what does that mean though? Like
What do you
honestly,
think
the
about
point,
the fact
like, there's
that
nothing
Israel
wrong.
says and Netanyahu says
A bunch of fucking
they have
rebels.
the right to defend themselves?
Wait a second.
You know what? They also have the right to go fuck themselves.
First place.
That is my newest
It's not
answer to
your
that.
house.
Oh, Israel has the right to
It's not
defend
your
themselves.
house.
Israel also has the right to go
You
fuck
take over
itself.
someone's house and then you said I have the right to defend themselves.
I'm
What
gonna
do you think?
buy
You
your
go
way out
in
of your
someone's
fucking
house
house.
and everything will be quiet? Of course not. Of course not. Give them back for the Palestinians the whole land. Yes, and you will see that everything will come on the right place.
Yeah.
They say they want to defend. Please,
Yeah,
If you
but
want to
like
help
if I have
Jewish
to
people,
die like
stop to
screaming
defend
like
us. That's all.
this is not
You're living
okay.
very, very
And
nicely
people can call
under
me
the
a
Arab
fucking
bullshit.
anti-Semite, they can
Under
call me a
Muslim bullshit.
racist, they can call
All
me
over the world.
fucking
In Morocco, in Iran,
you can
in
call me whatever the
Tunisia.
fuck you want. I
You
don't
can
give
the
a
same
shit. I
thing
really don't
here
care.
in Palestine. If you want to protect Jews, just stop to defend. Just stop protecting us. You will see everything will come right. And
Yeah, but like that's just the problem though.
as I mentioned before,
When there's a
and
dictatorship,
really this is my
they don't
message
just surrender
our
it at
government,
some
to
point
the
because
government
they're
of
like,
the
oh, we
USA,
got what we want now,
into
so
the
now we're
EU,
going to
and
back the fuck
helping
off.
so
That's
much
not how that works.
Israel.
They need to be stopped.
I understand why they're helping Israel. They want to help Jews
I
after
don't.
what's going on, the Holocaust. So many Jewish people has been killed.
Yeah,
and
but
they
willful
want
ignorance.
to help them out and
As long as I
they
don't
give
have
them a
to see it,
country. If you want to help Jews,
then
just
it's
open
probably
the
really not
eyes.
that bad.
See
Fuck
clearly
it.
with your eyes. Israel
Do
didn't
you
help
see
Jews.
any fucking
They
white
didn't
babies being
save
pulled out of
Jews.
fucking buildings? No.
Israel just bringing Jews into danger. Israel just bringing bloodshed. Not to mention for Palestinians, for Jews. Look what's going on. 75 years of bloodshed, and there is no end. No end to this bloodshed. Disaster after disaster. Look what's going on here. If you want to help Jews, bring a peaceful dismantlement to the state of Israel. I'm sure, I'm not a politician, but if there is a will, there will be a way. As I told you, I give you the example of USSR, I give you the example of South Africa. If there is a will, there is a way. If America, England, EU will spend 10% of the money what they invest in Israel, 10% of that, to find a way to bring a peaceful dismantlement for the state of Israel, they will find their way. If you want to help Jews, this is my message to them. We are thankful to them. They want to help Jews. Very nice. Their intention is very good.
They're fine.
But the deeds is very ugly. Helping the state of Israel only brings disaster of Jewish people. Only brings bloodshed. Please bring an end to this bloodshed. And Palestinians together bring a peaceful dismantlement to the state of Israel, then you will see the Jews will live in Palestine peacefully together with the Muslim people like we live for centuries together. I myself, I coming from Palestine. Yes, as I told you. My mother, she's already over the 90s. God should give her a long life, a healthy life.
Your mother's
She told
over
me she
90.
remember we used to live with the Palestinian neighbors, such a good relationship. We have no problems. We
Apparently, you
used to
guys don't
babysit
babysit
each other, the
kids.
children. She told me she remembered that. The Muslim bring over in their holidays the children to the Jewish neighbors. And the Jews bring over to the Muslim neighbors.
Like, what the fuck?
Jews and Palestinians has lived very good, have a golden life. And as I told you today, in the Muslim countries, Jews live peaceful. And I give you another example, just of my neighborhood, is Sanfatel. Yes, there are thousands of Jewish families there. All are minicab drivers, not all, almost, of the minicab drivers are Muslim people. We sending our small children 2-3 years in the playgroup at school with the Muslim drivers. I never heard even a single problem. There is no hatred between Muslims and Jews. Again, please, if you want to help Jews, bring a peaceful dismantlement of this terrible Zionist murdering state. Bring peace in the area. Give back the land for the Palestinians. Not a two-state. A two-state will never succeed. Again, I'm coming from the point of the religion. The Jews have no right to rule even 1 inch of land. Jews have to stay in exile until the coming of Messiah. So, give back the land for the Palestinians, from the river to the sea. If there is a will, there is a way. You will find a way how to do it peacefully. And again, according to the religion, this will happen at the end. Again, this will happen. I'm not a prophet, but I'm just saying the words of the Torah. This will happen. And please help that to become a reality.
Rabbi Ilhanan Beck, thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, but that's what happened to fucking children that are fucking useless. Because you think your child would be like a fucking hockey all-star, and then they blow out their fucking knee and knock up the town whore. Then you
It
fucking
became
dumbass fucking child a fucking job at your fucking
almost
work.
part of the American values post 9/11 to demonize the Middle East.
Very good. Is that our clap to start? Hi, and welcome to another episode of Unapologetic. Today we're speaking to Jess Natale, who is the person behind the very influential and very largely followed Instagram account, So Informed. Jess, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
Yes, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Jess, we're gonna get into your life briefly and sort of your background, but before that, I just have one question before we actually dive into this a lot deeper later on in the interview. In the last 6 months, as So Informed, covering the world, but mainly covering the events in Gaza, what's the one thing you think you've learned the most?
I don't know so much that I've learned something,
Disgusting.
as my views of the world have just been affirmed over the last 6 months.
You say affirmed. How have they been affirmed?
Thank you.
I think I've always been quite cynical and quite in the space of questioning authority. And it's not to be negative right at the beginning, but I do think
Well,
I've always questioned the humanity
Wait,
of others, and it's been affirmed in a very negative way, frankly.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, it's not surprising, but that is interesting, and I'm sure unless we unpack it through this conversation, it will be very revealing. So tell me about So Informed. When did you start it? And when you started it, what were you doing before that?
Yeah, I started So Informed in February 2020.
Okay.
I was working for Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign, doing voter outreach, and I was very frustrated by this narrative that he is a communist. And so, in an effort to give other volunteers the language to talk to people around the country, I started making little infographics, inspired by the conversations that I was having with voters.
Okay, so from the start, you started making those infographics for the campaign or on your Instagram account, So Informed?
Oh, it was just for myself. It was just for me and the volunteers. So it was on So Informed.
So it was published on So Informed. Okay, cool. And so before that, you were doing campaigning. Were you ever involved in journalism or content generation prior to that?
Yeah, so my background is journalism and marketing.
That was crazy.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
that's the experience that I had. I was freelance writing for several years before I started So Informed.
And when you started, was it mainly about tackling the misinformation around the Bernie Sanders campaign? What were your goals? What were your expectations? What did you think would come of your account? And what did you think you'd be speaking about a lot of the time?
I did not have any expectations for what I was creating outside of just, let's get through the primaries. Here's how to talk about Bernie and his platform. I jotted down many of his policy plans to kind of like dig through those so people could talk about those more freely. And quickly, I realized that there was much more to talk about. There were many issues And I think that came to a head when Bernie dropped out and it was Biden and Trump.
Okay, so was it because of the response, or was it because there was a lot of information and misinformation out there which you felt you wanted to tackle?
Yeah, it was a little bit of both. I think it was once Bernie dropped out, what I felt I needed to talk about was the danger of Donald Trump. And I think that brought in hundreds of thousands of follows once I started talking
really? Because I
about
think
the general
Donald
election
Trump
and what we were up
actually
against and
made sure
the
we were not
dangers of
going to
Donald
war
Trump.
with
There was one
Kim
post that I
Jong-un
could think of off the top of my
or
head
China or fucking
that
whatever
was called The
fuck it is.
Psychology of Trump Supporters. And it was shared on a lot of right-wing websites. And so that got a lot of eyes on it. And that's kind of when the page, I don't want to say blew up, but that's when like people started noticing it and sharing and engaging with the content on a much larger scale than during the primaries.
And so when you started this, I'm guessing this was like a part-time gig. It couldn't have been your employment. Or, I mean, is it still a part-time gig? I don't even know.
I have a full-time job. I don't make money doing this. This is just something I do when I'm not working.
So this, wow, that's pretty incredible. So even now, 2 years later, as it's grown and it's become much bigger, this is still something you do part-time?
Yeah, it's been 4 years now.
Do you mind if I ask what your full-time job is?
Yeah, I work at a nonprofit that's focused on prison abolition.
Okay.
So where do you
It's just me doing this page. And I think a lot of people are very confused by that. So that's one of the biggest misconceptions about the page itself. It's literally just me. I don't get paid to do it. I don't monetize it. It's just something that I like feel that I need to be doing.
And I'm guessing like it's like the frequency of posting, does it depend on what's happening in the world and how much time you have? That's it.
Yeah, I make the time. But yeah, I can't cover everything. And that frustrates me every day. But it is when there's obviously right now there's a genocide happening in Gaza. And I try my best to update every single day on the stories. And then I sit down and do really thorough breakdowns weekly.
So like in your mind, what's your time allocation for this per day? Is it like a 2-hour thing a day that you're going to set aside to, is there a schedule, or is it just whatever happens, your time sort of like, like, does this just, take your whole day aside depending on what's happening? Or like, do you allocate, like I'm going to work on this during my lunch break or at the end of the day? Or how do you even, like, what's the process behind how you figure this out?
It's a good question. I don't know. It's been so many years now that I think it's just like part of my everyday, and I'm able to manage my time around work. And I know my work, my paid job, and then as things come up throughout the day, I always have that open, and I'm always ready to post.
Okay, walk me through, like, in terms of what you're covering. So I'm guessing right in the beginning, it's sort of combat the misinformation from the Trump campaign, and then during the Trump presidency, there's a lot of stuff there around COVID. There's a lot of stuff there around abortion rights. There's a lot of stuff there about LGBTQ and all that kind of stuff. So sort of like walk me through, and I don't think it's evolved. I think if anything, it's stayed consistent. But walk me through sort of, I'm assuming in 2020, 2021, 2022, just who you would think your allies in the media space were, and if that's changed, how that's changed, and was it surprising for you that it's changed?
Mainstream media, I don't think it's ever been an ally in the fight that I'm trying to fight, or the many fights that I'm trying to fight. I don't think there's ever been an ally. I'm a big now. I think they do great work. But in terms of mainstream media, no. There's never been an ally. I think I was aggressively unsurprised by the way that they've been approaching the genocide in Gaza. Obviously, I do rely on Al Jazeera to get news. Like if I'm streaming news, I don't have cable. I don't know anyone my age who has cable, but I do stream my news on Al Jazeera to keep up with it because I was watching CNN.
Yeah, me too. And then Rachel Maddow.
It was like
happened, and I just wanted to fucking stab myself.
I mean, but is that distinct? Your blood pressure was rising since October 7th, or was it like preceding that?
No, 2015.
Well, since October 7th, definitely. But I think that even like their election coverage on CNN. I've never been a fan of MSNBC. So, and obviously not Fox News, obviously not.
Why not MSNBC? Because you would, I mean, I would assume, maybe not now, but initially you would be sort of MSNBC.
This is an interesting
I thought it was the same thing.
area for me, and this is something I discuss offline a lot.
They're both
I
full of
do
shit,
feel
so why
like
are we talking about them?
I started this page and I started posting and I started reaching a lot of people, taking a very cautious approach to things. Like, obviously anybody could look at what I've done and say, this is a progressive person who's running this.
Absolutely.
I am not liberal, I think is a good way to put this. But I do feel like I created a box and kind of existed in that box for so long that wasn't really reflecting the full scope of my views. So I'm much more left than MSNBC. So it's been years that I'm just not like, I don't like, how do I phrase this? I don't like people who toe the line, kind of, who are trying to appease certain interests. And I feel MSNBC has always fallen into that, and at CNN as well. So that's not how I like to consume the news. And I feel like I made a conscious decision maybe a year and a half ago that I didn't want to be complicit in that mindset. And so I started being more vocal about the things I believe in the way that I am offline, in the way that I approach.
Okay, so just to understand correctly, so it seems like, so it's been about 3.5 years, maybe actually 4 years since the account's been live. And so for like the first half of that journey, or just over the first 2.5, it was very much, I'm guessing you were not pretending to be neutral, but you were providing, you were probably trying to be objective and accurate and focusing on neutrality because the information spoke for itself to a large degree. Is that sort of the thinking?
The thinking was, I'm gonna give you the information, always including sources, because that was like very important to me at the beginning. When I started the SO page, there was not much online that was similar to what I was doing. And I kind of wanted to stand out amongst what did exist by giving people the sources of the information I was sharing. So that was important to me from the first post I ever did. But it was very much, here's the facts. But at the same time, like, I was never going to be promoting something that I didn't believe in myself. Does that make sense?
You know, it does totally make sense. And then what made you sort of decide that you're going to start becoming a lot more overt about having your work aligned to your identity?
I'm losing my timeline now. So May 2021, when everything was happening in the West Bank.
Wow, this surprises me. It surprises me that I was expecting, I mean, please do continue your answer later on, but I was expecting it to be something about US domestic politics. But anyway, just continue.
No, it was that moment. So maybe to take like 10 steps backwards to kind of like put this into perspective. In the summer of 2020, I decided that I wanted to like open up the idea of doing collaborations with other people. So, like sharing other people's writing and their work, and then I would design posts around what they had written. And I had received a request to do a post about the annexation of the West Bank. And that to me felt very important because I did not feel I had been speaking outside of US issues at that time. So I did that post with somebody who's my friend. And he has gone on to create an amazing page on the same platform called Let's Talk Palestine, which is specific to teaching people about Palestine. But we had done that together, and that was kind of how I started posting about global issues. And we were consistent in posting together. But it was May 2021 that everything kind of shifted for me in the way that I was approaching talking about and how I was talking about it, because I was covering what was happening.
Tell us for the sake of our audience, but also for me. I mean, just remind us because with covering Palestine, it's almost always bad news, unfortunately. So just tell us specifically what was happening in May 2021.
Almost always bad news.
And what you were trying to inform.
I don't think I've ever heard good
Yeah, it was the
news coming
Sheikh
from
Jarrah
Palestine.
neighborhood that was under heavy attack. Frankly, I don't know how else to say this. It was under attack. They were kicking people out of their homes, and there were calls from the
They said they're the police,
Palestinians
and they
in
fucking
the West Bank and all Palestine, really, for the global audience that was watching this unfold on social media to speak up for us.
And they wouldn't be there.
And in comparison to what we're seeing in Gaza now, obviously it's much, much different, but it was daily brutality being live streamed again on our phones. And I made a post that was posted on the Nakba Day on May 15th, 2021. That was about, like, this is what the history of Palestine looks like. And I had done that post with some activists on the ground in Palestine. The response that I got to that.
The response on your platform, so Informative.
The response I got to that, I don't think I was prepared for, frankly. Because I had been posting weekly about Palestine, weekly, in world news roundups for like a year at that point. I was not prepared for the response and the death and the doxing and just the hatred that I received for posting that. And I had to sit with it. I had to pay a service to remove my information from the internet. That's how bad it got.
Wow.
But I had to sit with that and kind of say, I'm not going to be afraid of people.
Damn straight.
For posting things that are based in truth, that are completely accurate.
Feeling about it.
But they just don't like it.
Told them
So I feel like that was the turning point for me. And then I doubled down.
Good for you.
I doubled down and I started
fucking feminine.
pumping out posts. Here's how you can help Palestinians right now. That post went viral.
That's awesome.
I had celebrities reposting that, and so it shifted for me at that point.
That's what
And I feel like that's.
I just want to go back to this because I mean you've spoken about this May 2021 movie. So back then, do you remember how many followers you had on Instagram? Okay, so then now you have it's about 3.1 million. And you mentioned that it was for about a year before that you were kind of speaking about Palestine on a weekly basis, but the information was couched in information and news and sourcing. What do you think was so different about this that just made people get so upset?
Babies being killed, maybe?
Because the
Little kids?
the language was
Hospitals?
unapologetic. I wasn't.
The fucking number
I
one
wasn't.
rule.
You weren't just giving information
Fucking
and
women and
statistics,
children
you're rallying for something. Or was it just that the information was so damning, it seemed like you were rallying for something?
Fucking asshole.
Mix of both.
Okay. Walk me back, because I mean, it seems like growing up, when were you sort of enlightened or conscientized about what's happening in Palestine? And sort of what drove your intrigue to want to have an interest in this part of the world?
Babies being under rubble, screaming.
I mean, it doesn't
That's
necessarily
what
have to be Palestine. It could be Iraq War related. It could be 9/11 related. I mean, there's so many things that kind of, I mean, just sort of what drove all of that. Just as you know, try to just think about the genesis of these thoughts, even if they don't start in Palestine. They may start in Palestine. I'm not sure. Maybe they start in Brooklyn. I have no idea. But just if you can, yeah.
When the U.S. invaded Iraq,
Wow.
the day they invaded Iraq,
Really?
I was 10.
Wow.
And I grew up with my father is the antithesis. He's just anti-me. Everything that I stand for, he's the opposite.
Oh, girly, I'm sorry.
And the day that the U.S. invaded Iraq, he decided to put my brother and me, my younger brother, in his truck and drive down to the gas station. I grew up in a small town, so just for that context, he drove down to the gas station, and the man who worked there was of Middle Eastern descent.
Oh no.
And he drove down there and was doing donuts in the parking lot and screaming out the window.
Shut the fuck
basically
up.
terrorizing this man. Blaring Toby Keith, courtesy of the red, white, and blue.
Oh wow,
Um,
girl, like what the
That
fuck?
for me was the moment where I didn't know at 10 what was happening in the world. I didn't know. But I knew
But you know
that
that's fucking wrong. Yeah,
this is the way that my father was reacting,
yeah.
that it was wrong.
Oh fuck
And I
yeah.
knew what he was doing was
I
wrong.
don't always know what the fucking right thing to
And my
do
whole
is,
life,
but
up
I know
until
it's
the
fucking
last
not right.
couple of years where I really understood that situation, that moment
That's
of my
fucked up,
life,
man.
I felt complicit in hate crime
Oh
my whole life.
girl, no.
I was 10. I was in the back seat.
Oh wow.
How old was your brother
What
at the time?
fuck? Why the fuck would you bring your
He's younger than
children
you.
to do that?
And I see parallels now for that moment of feeling complicit
Why would you
in something I don't want to be complicit in. I don't want to be there.
just fucking leave that?
Knowing it was wrong and trying to comfort my brother at the same time. And I feel that in everything I do now.
How did you
Wait.
find
What
the
is that?
resolve as a 10-year-old kid?
See,
How old was your brother?
situation that and I knew what he was doing was wrong thing in the world. I didn't know. But I knew if that this is the way that my father was reacting, that it was wrong. And I knew what he was doing was wrong. And my whole life up until the last couple of years where I really understood that situation, that moment of my life, I felt complicit in like a hate crime my whole life. I was 10. I was in the back seat.
That's really sad.
How old was your brother at the time?
I was 8.
Okay, so he's younger than you.
And I see parallels now for that moment of feeling complicit in something I don't want to be complicit in. I don't want to be there.
Yeah.
Knowing it was wrong and trying to comfort my brother at the same time. And I feel that in everything I do now.
How did you find the resolve as a 10-year-old
But
kid
and you know what? It's only because my
to
fucking people like me.
find that moral high ground, but then also just kind of stick with it for the rest of your life?
Fucking throat.
I think the moral
And I had to
high
sit
ground,
next to them and
I didn't
cry.
recognize it at the time, right? As a 10-year-old, just knowing what was wrong, what felt wrong to me, and just sticking with that as I grew up.
Feel like, yeah,
And I to be totally transparent, I have gone through this in therapy. That moment of my life was pivotal for me. I can still see the face of the man that was working the gas station, like looking at me. I can still see it. And this was 20 years ago.
You should go find him.
It stuck with me my whole life, and I never wanted somebody to look at me like that again. That's how I knew it was wrong. I could see the pain that it was causing somebody else. And I've worked my whole life from that point, wanting to help people who feel that way.
Yeah.
And wanting to like stick up for people who feel that way. And
Hey,
like,
what?
look that hurt.
What? That's why that fucking little kid affected me so much. Like, and I'm like, I don't know why. Like, I'm just like, I keep replaying that in my head. And there was something about that fucking kid that it just like it's all sad. All of it is sad, yeah. But that kid did something like to my brain that I was just like, what the fuck? Like, when they did that airdrop of food, someone stole the rice that he got. And his dad died, and they haven't retrieved his body, but he's got siblings, and obviously a grieving mother, and the kid just starts fucking crying because he's fucking frustrated. So far that video has probably been the worst because like kid starts crying and he's like fuck you can hear that he's fucking frustrated and angry, and it's just like I know that feeling so much. Like, I know that feeling so very much of being so fucking hungry that you're fucking, you're trying to not be mean to people. And then people keep fucking getting more mad at you because you're being snappy. And then they're like, well, I'm just trying to help you. I'm not going to help you if you. And then people fucking are like, oh, I'm not going to help you anymore because you're being mean. I'm like, I am just so fucking hungry. and I'm so frustrated, and there's literally nothing I can do. Like, that's a fucking, like, and I come from I'm in a fucking first world country. Like, my fucking neighborhood isn't on fire. Like, so I know that fucking kid's feeling, like, and he's like, I just want to go fucking find my dad's body. Like, I just want to go fucking searching for dad's body. Fuck. And it's like, obviously, like, oh, you're the man of the house now. So it's like fucking the fact that he lost it because an adult fucking stole it from him. Like, it's just like fucking. Poor boy. And he feels like he has to provide for his whole fucking family now. It's like an 8-year-old boy. So I guess that's why I'm a food pusher. Morning. I don't really know how exactly when to do it, but I know that my fucking own life is to feed people. Fucking people always feel better when after you feed them. Like, it's hard to be sad while you eat.
Yeah, I don't know how to suck with it, but I think that's fueled everything that I have done in my life.
Cool.
Has been that knowing that feeling of like complicity and horror and sickness that I felt, never wanting to feel that again.
Yeah.
Thanks. I mean, that's very noble.
Not just noble, dude.
Psychology.
Everybody should fucking be pathetic.
And I didn't mention this earlier, but this is definitely part of the question that you asked. I only became aware of Palestine through Tumblr, and that's definitely like showing my age and my generation. But on Tumblr, I read about Rachel Corrie.
Okay, so this goes back to like 2003 or 2005, I think.
2007.
Okay.
14, and I read about Rachel Corrie. It was like an art piece of her with her story.
Okay.
And I was like, oh my God, like just horrified by what I had read. And then I Googled. And I think that's kind of also parallel to me now is I'm big research, I'm a big reader.
Yeah, well,
There's a lot of books in my office. But yeah, 14 was when I became aware of what was happening in Palestine.
I mean, you don't have to answer the next question if you don't want to, because it does start getting a bit personal. But how did you then confront your father, or did you confront him, or maybe you confronted him many years later? But how did that then impact your relationship with him?
No relationship with him. I have confronted him probably when I was 18.
So it took you 8 years from that moment and it just sat with you for 8 years.
That specific moment, I don't think we ever talked about that.
Really?
But that's who he is. That's who he is. And that was when I was 10. I finally was able to leave his house at 13, move in with my mom. And escape. It felt like an escape from that. And I think my whole life, I have never wanted to be surrounded by somebody filled with that much hate. And I think that that's driven a lot of who I am now.
Thanks for that. Coming back to So Informed. So just again to go back to May 2021. So the reaction is people who obviously giving you death threats. There's ever been a point where your followership kind of like took a hit? And I'm not asking this because we care about followers, but I'm asking this to understand the perception of the work you do. So like, is there ever a point where like, a bunch of people who don't agree with what you say just kind of unsubscribe, unfollow, and then it kind of, rebalances out? Like, how is that chart looked? Or is it just always been, as people are falling off, more people are joining?
I haven't, to be honest, and this might be also unbelievable for me, the amount of people that follow the page, I have had to make that a non-reality for myself.
Oh, wow.
Because I never expected more than maybe 50 people to be following when I created it. I had no idea. I couldn't have dreamed that this is what it would have become. And I think the day that the page had 1 million followers, I shut that down in my mind.
Dude.
So I don't check. I don't.
How do you shut that down in your mind?
I disassociated, frankly, because it's not normal. It's not normal for one person to have access to that many people. Because I'm not selling like makeup.
Oh my
I'm
god.
not doing the normal influencer thing where people are trying to get people to buy something or they're trying to monetize themselves. I just want people to be more informed. And I think it's such a weird space to be in, that not many people are in that space singularly. A lot of the similar pages have teams, and it's just me. So I had to shut that down. Like, I'm posting for my friends. It's kind of, and it makes no sense. And I don't really know how to deal with it now. It's not, I don't know. I think speaking about it to people who don't know is also very odd, because I don't know how to explain it. It's like an out-of-body experience. Focus on, I have that reach and I want to just do good with it. So I have to focus less on how many people are going to see something and more of like the value of the content that I'm putting out.
How would you say, Laura?
Me, I I'm 44.
Are you just living off collagen pills?
You know that collagen, the pills
Please?
that you think that I take all the time, you know they don't work.
What are you talking?
So I have to focus less on how many people are going to see something and more of like the value of the content that I'm putting out.
You've spoken about you not being entirely surprised or shocked by the reaction to October 7th and the reaction, Israel's action since then. Is there any sort of either individuals or government people or entities or media outlets which particularly have kind of disappoint you and hurt you? Or is it just like, this is all what I expected, this is exactly what I got? Or is there like are there examples that pop up in your mind of a particular article you read or a particular moment or a particular reaction from someone that just kind of really, they did a lot worse than you expected and it was a deep disappointment?
Everyone. I wasn't surprised by the media at all. My experience with understanding this began during Occupy Wall Street. So I've noticed that since I was 18, that's almost half my, well, not almost half my, that's 13 years ago now that I've been very aware of media bias. So I was not surprised whatsoever, particularly given I've been paying attention as somebody who is constantly consuming the news. I've noticed for years the way that the media covers Palestine, and it's always flawed, it's always biased. So I was not surprised by the media. I think I was surprised and vocally, publicly, very disappointed in Bernie Sanders.
Tell us why.
Because he can see
Yeah,
it.
in May 2021, and I pulled this up.
Yeah.
I pulled this up and shared this. In May 2021, I think it was a week of Israel tormenting people in Palestine, and Bernie put out an email and a social media post calling for an immediate ceasefire, linking a petition for his followers and his supporters to sign the petition demanding an immediate ceasefire. That was a week. It took him 4 months, maybe at this point. It was 4 months into the genocide in Gaza where he started speaking up aggressively. He still hasn't called it a genocide.
I can recall clearly right where he says that the talk of calling it a genocide makes me queasy.
Yeah. Yep. And in the same vein, AOC.
Is AOC, does it go back to May 2021 or is it since October 7th?
Since October 7th. I know here in Brooklyn, she was accosted, approached by people at a movie theater. And they were saying to her, call it a genocide. And her reaction was so ridiculous. Like, you're not helping anyone. You can't do this. You can't approach me like this. And maybe a week later, she was on the House floor calling it a genocide. but that was still almost 6 months into the genocide, where she felt like she had the backbone to do it. And that is disappointing for me as somebody who has looked up to her as a young person getting involved in Congress, who is seemingly progressive, genuinely progressive. I was very disgusted with both her and Bernie. I still am, and I don't know if you're going to want to run this part, but I was at an event in DC on Monday for the launch of Zeteo, the new media.
Thing, yeah.
AOC was the special guest at that event, and he was asking her, you know, a lot of young people, particularly, but a lot of progressive people are frustrated by how long it took you to call this a genocide. And she gave such a word salad response. Wouldn't call it a genocide. And he asked if she felt that the Biden administration was complicit. Again, word salad. Her answer was very much, well, there's a famine, an impending famine, and if we don't do anything, then we're complicit. So that for me kind of solidified, like, it's going to take so much more pressure from people to get her to where she needs to be if she wants to be the progressive hero that she acts like she is.
Have you visited any parts of either Palestine or the Middle East?
I have not. I have, honestly, I've been out of the country once in my life when I was younger. If I had the means to travel, I would love to. I would love to.
How do you think, and do you think that there is some sort of answer to getting US politicians, and literally we are speaking about those who are regarded as usually the most progressive, Bernie and AOC. What do you think it takes for, and I'm not just talking for the fringes, to just get, you know, not even the majority, but just a sizable sort of center that really aligns with the moral values that the US likes to speak about? Do you think, I mean, you mentioned that you're cynical and unshocked, so you think this is just wishful thinking, or do you think there is a path to that?
How do celebrities like Justin Bieber and The Rock generate hundreds of millions of dollars? It's actually not what you think. They make a special kind of money known as royalties.
My name is Christian Mickelson, and I help everyday people increase their income online. And I have to say, we're pretty darn good at it. My company is called Publishing.com, and we were just named the 19th fastest growing company in America right now. And there you can see us at number 19 on the list. And the reason we've been so successful in helping regular people make money is because we don't believe you should start your own business. That's what everyone gets wrong. Instead, we show you how to simply plug in to Amazon and the $500 billion business they've already built. However, the way we do it is very different from anything you've seen before. We don't show you how to sell products on Amazon. The way we plug into Amazon is through this app on your phone called Audible, which most people don't know is Amazon's app. And using this app, I showed my mother-in-law, Elsa here, how to get automated checks from Audible every month. Now, listen, this didn't make her rich. So if you're looking to get rich or make a ton of money in the next 7 days, I'm not your guy. But what I can confidently show you is how any regular person can start making consistent 3, 4, even 5-figure checks every month. If you're curious to see how we do it, I just spent the last 3 months putting together the single best video training I've ever made, walking you through step by step exactly how to set all of this up yourself. And the best part is it's 100% free. That's right. So to get instant access to it right now, just click the button on your screen and put in your email. And over 3,000 people have already used this to add more streams of income in their life. And here's what just a few of them have to say about it.
If you follow the formula, it works. I think this will be my best month yet. You have a fan, and I will always sing your praises.
I really just have to say this business model works. It just does. The future is very bright. Many people reach out to me asking me if this is real, random people from around the world, and I always tell them this is definitely real.
Christian and Rasmus literally changed my life. Not only did they change my life, they saved my life.
I did not believe it was going to work until I actually did it, and it did.
Yeah, it's just incredible. These guys are the real deal, but go check them out. You will not be disappointed.
So to get free access to the training, all you need to do is just click the button on your screen right now. And listen, if you're skeptical about what I'm sharing, that this might be BS or that those were paid actors, whatever you're thinking, listen, I get it. But that's exactly why we put together this free training, so that you can see for yourself what it's all about first. You can see how it works, and you can learn all about it at no cost to you. But let me remind you, we wouldn't be the 19th fastest growing company in all of America if our stuff wasn't good, all right? Plus, if it helps, we have a very high rating on Trustpilot with over 1,000 reviews. So all there is to do left is click the button on your screen. My name is Christian Mickelson, and I will see you inside the training right now.
I don't think with the current state of US politics, with all of the special interest money that influences our elected officials more than the will of the people does, I don't think that there's a path forward for anybody to change the stance that they've taken. It's been more than 6 months now, right? I don't like the narrative that, oh, well, they're speaking out now, so give them grace. I don't like that. I don't agree with that. I think what we have seen since October 7th, it should have taken no more than a week for somebody to speak out and say this is wrong. And I give all the credit and all the respect to Cori Bush, Representative Cori Bush. She was one of the first elected officials to say this is a genocide. And she was the first one to create some sort of platform where people could sign on to her call for a ceasefire. So if you don't have the moral courage to stand up right at the beginning, I don't know what it would take, because people have been calling every day. Millions of people have called, emailed, reached out, protested outside of people's homes.
But I mean, isn't that reason to have hope in itself? The fact that there's such a large constituency and so many people out on the streets sending emails, lobbying, etc. Or do you think eventually it just doesn't translate into policy?
I don't think it's going to translate into policy unless we get people into office who are going to make that a reality. Because the people currently in office have no desire for that to be a reality, and they're showing us that every day.
Elizabeth Warren's called it genocide now, I believe.
Elizabeth Warren, yeah, she said that legally it could be considered a genocide.
Yes, she did say that. You're right. That's exactly what she said. Just what's your thoughts on that? Like, I mean, just too little, too late.
Far too little, far too late. Yeah.
Do you think there's hope for the future with the future generation and people moving forward? That's the one question. But the other one question I actually want to deal with before we get there is, you mentioned special interest money, right? Now, is this just a function of special interest money, or in your view, it's also very much about white supremacy, centering whiteness in discourse, and frankly, still really having very dehumanizing ideas of non-whites, and particularly non-whites outside of North America?
It's both, and I think it's driven ultimately by white supremacy ideology. That's the bedrock of this country.
What's with the acronyms? Get answers at evqs.ca.
It is. This country was founded on a genocide, and nothing has changed. I think particularly the federal government in the United States, yes, it is special interest money. It is people bought and paid for. It is people like John Fetterman, for example, who ran. I was working with his campaign to uplift his campaign. on the So page. He was touting himself as the progressive hero from Pennsylvania, the labor guy, the progressive guy, and now he's one of the most genocidal maniacs in Congress. And all it took was $220,000 from AIPAC to sway him. So I think it's, yes, the special interest money, but I do think that in the United States, Hollywood and the media have done a very good job of demonizing and dehumanizing the Middle East and people from the Middle East, people who currently live in the Middle East. And I think that is white supremacy, but I also think that is like the post 9/11. I don't know how to phrase this. It's just, it became almost part of the American values post 9/11 to demonize the Middle East. And I think that's shown in policy. I think that's shown in the way that our politicians speak about the Middle East, almost as if there's no human value. And I think that's shown obviously in the general public and the people I grew up around.
What do you think America will be like in the year 2040? And what do you hope it will be like?
I think if young people stay engaged and if young people stay angry, that is what's going to make the change. Because young people, and I'm saying this like I'm 30, so younger people younger than my generation, they're going to be the change. I think millennials are slowly getting into office, AOC, Maxwell Frost. But I think if the younger generation, if they stay engaged, if they stay angry, if they get involved, if they work to dismantle the systems that they do not believe in, that don't serve the people of this country or the world, I think 2040 will be a much better time. But that requires anger. It requires anger, and it requires people to stay informed about what's happening. Because if they check out and they decide it's too much, then we're stuck in the status quo.
I mean, there's an election coming up this year, and everything is a wild recipe of disaster. Iran's actions over the weekend, while many will say it's justified based on the fact that Israel obviously bombed the embassy, has made a regional war potential, and that will play out in the US election campaign. It may endanger Palestinian life, which is already gravely endangered, some more. I mean, there's an argument to be made that it may not, right? So that's, who knows. But the thing is, fundamentally in the White House, you have someone who many people call Genocide Joe, and many people think absolutely legitimately is responsible and complicit in this genocide. And on the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who kind of, launched you into starting your So Informed campaign in Page, because that's, the disaster that he's capable of. What do young American voters do who have your values and care about morality and building a more moral and understanding United States?
Good question. I have not taken a stance publicly on the upcoming presidential election because I know what's at stake. I'm not stupid. I'm very keyed into politics. I've been involved in a lot of campaigns. I was on the influencer list for the Biden administration's White House. I know what goes on. And I know what's at stake. I know what's at stake domestically and internationally. I won't be voting for Joe Biden. I can't do it. I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump, but I can't vote for Joe Biden. And I know that is.
It's Cornel West. So.
There's Cornel West, and I did see him speak with Norman Finkelstein actually at an event, and it was great. There's also Claudia and Karina who are running on a socialist platform, which is fantastic. But I think young people feel that way. Young people are sick of being forced to choose between the lesser of two evils. And I know that's been my experience since I started, my first election was voting for Obama's second term. That didn't feel at the time like the lesser of two evils, but certainly when it was Hillary and Trump. That was horrible. But it's been this way, and it's what young people have known. We're given two shitty candidates who we don't want, and we have to vote for one of them who is going to be less harmful in my day-to-day life. I think that is the mentality of a lot of Americans. How is this going to impact my life? And I think looking at the president for that answer is wrong. We need to look at down ballot. Who is in your local area? Who's going to impact your life? So that's my focus in what I'm going to be doing leading up to the election. I'm not giving my energy and my time to a candidate that I don't believe in and support.
Do you think that if Obama was still in the White House when October 7th happened, do you think, and you're setting a very low bar even by saying, do you think he would have done better than Joe Biden? But do you think he would have done a lot better? Because I mean, asking him to do better than Joe Biden, I think there's many people who would have done better than Joe Biden because it's just been so bad. But do you think it would have been different enough so that we wouldn't be living in a scenario where I would like to think that without a doubt in 40 or 50 years' time, when history records this, they record it as an extremely dark, open genocide that occurred. But do you think there's any US politician who could have been in power, who could have, it still would have been bad, but maybe not have gotten that bad?
Obama, no. Do I think he would have placed conditions on the military aid package that he signed for Israel? No. I think people have very interesting recollections of Obama's time in office, and they don't like to think about all the drone strikes he oversaw in the Middle East. So no, I don't think he would have been a hero in this situation. The bar is extremely low, right? Like you said.
Yes. But he would have done better than Biden, right?
Better than Biden? I don't know. Maybe. I don't want to be, the Bernie bro that says this, but I do think Bernie, if he had won, I do think that he probably would have done a much better job. I think the things he's been saying, despite not calling it a genocide, because that makes him uncomfortable, he has been very clear that we need to condition the aid. No more money to Israel. What they are doing is crimes against humanity. And I think he would have taken that stance because Biden has been doing a lot of things without congressional approval. And I'm trying to inform people of that as well. A lot of the decisions that have been made in this administration have not gone through Congress. It's been the administration making the decisions. So yes, the blame does fall on Biden and it falls on his administration. I don't think a Republican would have been any better in this situation, but I do think Bernie comes to mind as one person who would have done right in this reality that we're living in.
Jesse, just final question. It's two questions. How do you think the world, and when I talk about them now, I mean a global society, not American society, how do you think we kind of heal from this? Because it's a very, very massive crime that's occurring. It isn't the biggest crime in terms of numbers, but just because of the mere visibility and the fact that it is happening, it's broadcast so live, it has definitely resonated throughout the world. And people will remember this for a long time. How do you think we heal from this? And do you think we will heal?
Have to believe that we will. I have to believe that. And I'm the biggest pessimist you'll probably ever meet, but I do have the slightest bit of optimism about the future because of young people and because of what I have witnessed. And that's my thing. I think I want to make clear as we're speaking. I will never know what it is like to be Palestinian and watching this genocide unfold on my phone every day. I'm just a witness. I'm a witness to this. I can't feel it the way that so many other people can feel it. But the empathy that I have, I think I'm seeing in so many other people and not just young people. I talk about this a lot. I'm out weekly at the rallies and protests in the city here. The narrative that's being pushed by the Democratic establishment that what we're seeing is young people, young leftists, young radical kids out on the street. That could not be further from the truth. It is people of all ages, all backgrounds, all races, all ethnicities, all religions that are out standing up and saying, we need to see a free Palestine. So that gives me hope. The people I see on the streets, that gives me hope. And the people who message me privately on the So page, that gives me hope. The people who are expressing, like, you're giving a voice to something that no one cared about for so long. Like, we need more of this, and I think we are seeing more of that. And for what it's worth, I do think mainstream media, as complicit as they have been in the genocide, there have been a massive shift in the tone over the last 6 weeks. I have noticed the coverage has changed significantly because you can't escape the reality. It is a genocide.
You're still seeing it change a lot, even despite the fact that Iran has now, launched 300 missiles at Israel, even though it didn't create much damage because of the missile systems and the fact that many countries rallied to the defense of Israel. Do you see that changing, or do you think it's still moving in the direction of, holding Israel more accountable?
No, I don't. I think maybe there was 5 minutes. There was a 5-minute period of time. I haven't noticed a change in the view that Israel is a genocidal state. They're committing genocide. They're out of control. They need to be sanctioned. I mean, I was like, I don't know how radical I want to get in this interview, right? Like, I had conversations before we got on.
You can get as radical as you feel comfortable.
Yeah, we need to abolish Israel. That's my view. And I think any settler state should be abolished.
I mean, just to put qualifiers there, because people could misinterpret what you're saying, and I'm guessing by abolished you mean the state as it stands today as a Jewish-only state, which treats non-Jews as second-class citizens, needs to go. But the fact that they are Israeli citizens and that they live there, and if we have a new state, that you not mean yes. I'm assuming that's what you're saying.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't mean commit another atrocity. No, that's not what I'm saying. But I am saying in the current state that it is in, was it 2 days ago now? 2 days prior to today that the U.S. House of Representatives passed a resolution saying, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's hate speech. They consider that hate speech. And I think it's things like that the U.S. government is becoming complicit in this very warped narrative, in this very feeding into the hatred instead of stopping to acknowledge what people are actually saying. And I don't know. Now I'm nervous. I'm like, should I have gone that far? No, I'm of the belief that things are different now than when I was growing up and we were seeing 9/11, post 9/11, Iraq and Afghanistan. That was all through the mass media. That was on the news. So we were seeing it with the biased lens of CNN, which I believe Howard Zinn actually spoke about this, that at CNN, the executives were telling the anchors on air they had to A, wear American flag pins, and B, they weren't allowed to show the atrocities that were being committed against civilians.
Okay.
So if you were me, my family, anyone in the US watching, you wouldn't have known about the civilian casualties because the media wasn't telling you. And now we're in a position where social media has given those people on the ground the ability to show you what is happening. And I think that is the change. And I think that is why there is sympathy and empathy and humanity in what we're seeing, the response globally. But I can only speak to the US as someone who's here, but that's the change, is people have been given the ability to share in real time what's happening, and we can hear their voices and see their faces. and we can register that it's human beings that are impacted by this genocide. It's not just numbers that CNN is rattling off.
Final question, Jess. If you've mentioned that you can't ever understand or feel what it's like to be a Palestinian, and neither of us can do that. But if you could speak to a Palestinian child in Gaza right now who is trying to find food, and is probably really, really hungry and really tired, what would you say?
That's a hard question. You
know what? I think personally, I'm actually gonna stop it right there. I'm gonna sit on that one for a little bit because I honestly am not sure. I honestly don't know what I said. Okay. Jack, you're such a good dog. You're such a shitty dog owner. I'm so slow. I can't even fucking speak English apparently. Wait, what? I'm a broken. Yay! Okay. Joint. Smoked. I'm alone. Almost ready. Hang on 2 seconds. Got your leash. Maybe we bring extra bags. Okay. Okay. I feel like we're getting something super detrimentally important, Jack. Forgetting. Punch in the nose, maybe? Ooh, that's lovely. Oh, some good work. This thing. All right, 2 seconds. I'm coming. I know. I'm super slow all the time. No. Okay. Okay, we're ready. We shall turn. Oh, wow. This super sucks. Alright. Why? I feel like it's gonna break a little harder because of that. But we're working at the speed of science, so. Okay.
You have I call the monocytes, and you come back to the cells. Neutrophils are like your
Oh my god, I literally just want to like fucking hurt somebody severely.
These are like your long range missiles.
Hey.
Your natural killer cells.
What? Hang on.
This is what is relevant.
What? Oh wait, hang on.
This is probably what
I knew where I put it.
your immune system is quite sophisticated, especially at the coastal level. It can take care of COVID infection because it fundamentally is a coronavirus. It is just like another.
Okay, go ahead and drink because I can't find it. So.
Characteristics with
Sucks.
and also getting into other cells. So the
Oh,
thing
right
is,
here.
is no material you put in the immune system is adequate, and it doesn't penetrate that area.
Okay. There you go. Enjoy.
You have to be careful because your immunity does fluctuate.
Go ahead. Drink your water.
Now, the first thing to note in that the highly
Oh.
vaccinated regions where COVID is
Oh my god, I can't believe my dog is broken over it. Stupid dish rack. Fuck.
Because it's such an important point. And essentially what happens is the COVID reacts
I hate you.
You tend to produce a number of long-term antibodies, IgG1 and IgG3, tend to trigger the immune
We got this.
But IgG tolerant antibodies where they tell your immune system not to respond. So this is straight away a problem in highly vaccinated regions, and this is one of the reasons why I suspect that we're having ongoing circulation of the virus. It's very important to understand that I anticipate that this could be a problem. And IgG4 is so significant. You have to remember the numbers are absolutely stunning. You know, this is an almost 4,000% increase in IgG4 after vaccination. That's the third dose. It goes up 38.6 times after the third dose. It's incredible. We've never seen anything like this, certainly not with a vaccine. And it must be because the immune system is trying to tolerate the amount of spike protein that's coming across. It's quite significant. But it does mean that the immune system is unlikely to respond normally. Now we have to come to the characteristics of this Omicron infection. Okay? And in order to understand why this is a problem, you just have to look at what happens with the virus. So here you have an image showing this is an Omicron infection. After the virus gets to your mucosal immunity, right? You have to remember this is mucosal immunity. This here represents mucus. This is the air, it's in the upper airway. In 6 hours, Omicron is already replicating and getting across to another cell. Within 24 hours, it has infected all the cells in the vicinity, and it's budding quite rapidly. 48 hours, it's spreading quite avidly. Now,
what's fascinating is that by this point you have no symptoms. This is part of the reason why the virus continues to spread so rapidly, because many people, even 48 hours where it's spreading around, they still have no significant symptoms other than maybe a little bit of a mild headache, but all that represents an interferon response. So sometimes they have no response by that time. When you combine the IgG4
all right,
and the fact that in highly vaccinated regions we seem to be having recurrent infection after infection after infection, this is what you need to know with your immune system. This is the reality. You have taken out, in theory, you're left with your monocytes, and you're left with your neutrophils. But all of the cells behind here, your natural killer cells, your plasma cells, your T cells, are all potentially infected by the virus and become dysregulated. So this part of your immune system, it's not that it's zero. This is what it appears like. It's not zero, but it is significantly depressed once the virus gets into the bloodstream and starts circulating.
The virus is depressed.
That doesn't cause you
No, virus, don't be sad.
People don't quite understand that when you have viral sepsis, and that is what I describe around the COVID storm, and so this is what it would look like. Virus circulating in the bloodstream, infecting other cells, replicating, circulating, IgG4, maybe binding to it, but it's not getting rid of it, so the virus can continue this cycle, and this process goes on, and the question is sometimes, which we don't know, how long does it last? And this is where I'm focused on, as I said before, the COVID storm, despite the continuing response.
Who needs friends when you have the voice in your head?
Circulation of the virus. Very difficult to predict what it's going to appear like and how it will present in terms of disease manifestation. But this is very important. So at this point, if you imagine, this is why we have COVID. And you're surprised with the actually 2 weeks before we had a COVID infection. Nothing out of the order, the things wasn't killing. But all the time with the viral sepsis, it's taking out his immune system. And then suddenly, he is no longer as immune competent as he was. There's another piece of the puzzle that is very important, and it's to do with interferon. Now, interferon, this is very, very important. So this is the other part. This is what it will look like inside of every cell. How interferon. So if a virus starts trying to replicate, this cell knows it's going to die. So it warns everybody else, oh my goodness, there's a virus around, so it sends out interferon. Interferon signals.
What are you here for, you fucking idiot?
Close your windows, close your doors, don't get infected. Then infected cells, because of interferon, they know they have to die.
I don't know what I was coming here for. I'm gonna walk back the other way and then I'm gonna remember what I was coming here for. Keep doing this.
And some bacterial infections. Virus gets in, interferon is triggered.
Woo!
Then get on with
A fan, I guess.
body from ongoing circulation of the virus. This is where SARS-CoV-2 is exceptional. It is probably one of the best at blocking interferon. So this is what it would look like. So here you have now a situation where even though the virus has infected the cells, it's blocking all these pathways. So no interferon is produced. There is no warning. Cells don't die. You don't put in the immune system. And so this is the characteristic pattern that I am expecting to occur. Viral sepsis. This is why suppressing interferon, because that's just what it does. It suppresses interferon responses. When then somebody gets bitten by just the
Oh, I'm fucking bothering the guy, but I'm not eat it because it's not fucking good eating you. But whatever, we'll make the effort. Fucking missed opportunity, right? See? Oh, fucking shit. Oh my god. This is so stupidly painful. My coffee. Idiot. Mm. Ow. Ow, fucker. Shit. What's that from your face? Hang on. Okay. We are okay. Fuck. Fucking stupid. The dumbest shit ever. Always the dumbest. God. Oh my god. Oh.
Fuck.
What fucking stab me.
Why, dude? That's so hard today. We give up. Fuck it. Don't even care. He doesn't even care. Done again. Woo! Oh, it's good. On the sound of silence. Get out of your fucking face. Yeah, I'm coming. The whole time? What hurt? Oh. Owie. Yeah.
Doesn't penetrate that barrier, it becomes a nothing burger, which is how some people describe it. But you have to be careful because your immunity does fluctuate. Now, know in that in highly vaccinated regions, it is very highly. The first thing you have to remember is IgG. I keep on mentioning IgG because it's so important. And essentially what happens, they found it with regards to mRNA vaccines primarily. You tend to use a number of long-term antibodies and it is modified. But IgG1, which can be up to 5% of antibodies in somebody who is mRNA vaccinated, they tell your immune system not to respond. This is straight away a problem in highly vaccinated regions, and this is one of the reasons why I suspect that we're having ongoing circulation of the virus. It's very important to understand that I anticipate that this will be a problem. And IgG4 is so significant. You have to remember the numbers are absolutely stunning. You know, this is an almost 14,000% increase in IgG4 after vaccination. This is the third dose. It goes up 38.6 times after the third dose. It's incredible. We've never seen anything like this, certainly not with a vaccine. And it must be because the immune system is trying to tolerate the amount of spike protein that's coming across. It's quite significant. But it does mean that the immune system is unlikely to respond normal. Now we have to come to all of this Omicron infection. Okay? To understand why this is a problem, you just have to look at what happens with the virus.
Let's just sit my ass down before I literally break my spine from freak accident. Come on. Awesome. Just falling stairs, man. Oh, yeah. The face. Fucking dirt. Herb to dirt. What up? Yeah. Ow. Got my finger off. Ow. Fucking. Fucking serious, dude. right. I'm surrounded by mosquitoes. Holy You're having a hard time today. Okay. Really disturbing after the Charlie. Yeah. That's the show. I'll make you more when he comes back. Okay? Fucking mosquitoes there. Good boy, mister. Good boy, Jacko. I'm gonna take this opportunity to lock you in the Hey, chill out. Hey, stop it. Why are you over on the floor? Yeah, what's that? That's just fucking great. My foot was already a wheeler. Thank you, Jack. Please, Jack, come here, son. good. I will literally cry. Suffering. Did you take all the bottles of bug spray? Did you take all the bottles of bug spray? Gotta be fucking kidding me though. So angry. So viciously angry. I'm doing fucking outline. I don't understand why I fucking can't fucking get it done. Watch, it's gonna start fucking downpouring. I will literally go sit the car every fucking time. I'm so angry.
And I think that's a really good thing. And obviously, you know, it's unfortunate it took this long. But as you said, we're down a point by the end of this year, hopefully. And we're down a point and a quarter or so by the time the spring real estate markets hits here in the GTA, man. I think it's going to make for an entirely different situation.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Like I say, I think we gotta sit tight and kind of use some common sense and see what happens. So I think we're at the other side of where we were last year. This time, last year, till August was terrible, man. Right? And I think now we're doing well. So and historically, you know, if I was to ask you, Ian, what do you think? What's the worst month in the stock market? Do you think?
I think we've talked about this. I want to say January or it was either January or September. I can't remember.
Yeah, September. We think October because the promotion is right. But it's usually September. So once we go out the next few months, we'll make the profit big again.
If we start spending money in And it's just such a convoluted question because there are so many factors involved.
Yeah, retirement for everyone's different, right? We all have different things that we want to do when we retire, what age. Some people
I'm
want
a
60,
freak
some
out
people
though.
want 65, 70. So it's all different. I remember when I started a long time ago, we planned out people's retirement for like 20 years, right? Because, retire when you're 60, 65, and you live to like 80.
I'm surrounded by
People are living longer. So you have to plan your retirement 30 years from what we see, right? And your mindset really has to be different in retirement than you did in your working years. In your working years, you got up in the morning, you got a paycheck, you had something to do, and everything was automatic, right? When you retire, it's totally different. There's no paycheck coming in anymore, or very little, if you didn't plan properly. So there's a lot. And not only the money factor, you have to your mental health issue as well, because when we're like 6 or 7, we get up in the morning and go to school, and then we get older and go to work, and there's always something for us to do. So our lives became very routinely, right? And we're all creatures of habits, doing the same thing over and over again. Now we're retired, and it's like, okay, well, what do I do now, right? So I always say to people when they retire, the first thing I suggest to do is maybe decompress, take a long holiday, and just kind of reflect on your life, where you were and where you're going, money you're gonna need, things that you're gonna, new cars, how many times you're gonna buy a new car in the next 30 years, just life things, and jot it down somewhere, and kind of revisit it so often to see where you're heading. I think one of the biggest things what I see with clients now that are, retired, Calvin, do I have enough money to retire? And many times the answer is yes. And then what I find is a few years later when I call clients to say hi, update on their money, a lot of them are kind of not depressed, but kind of blah blah, because they really didn't plan out what they were going to do mentally rather than just financially. That's one of the biggest flaw I find with retirement.
You and I have talked about this before, and I think it's important. It's a dry run of preparing and how prepared for retirement. When all of a sudden, you talk about people getting their last paycheck that they're ever going to get, and now they're retired. But in COVID, it kind of felt like that, especially at the beginning, when the company that people were working for said, "You know what? Sorry, can't do it. No business. We're closed as of Friday." And then people had to look around and figure out how they survived.
Actually, yeah, that's true. Really, it was really like a fire drill for retirement, right? We didn't. Yeah, you're right. Our paychecks went to nothing, just to serve whatever we got. So yeah. So I think not having enough savings is one of the saddest mistakes that I see. So people that are pre-retiring, if you're 5 years, 10 years into before you retire, should really sit down and scope out some numbers. I mean, the Bank of Montreal says the average Canadian needs about $5,000 a month when they retire. So you have to see, do you need more than that or less than that? Where do you fit in? That's just the benchmark. So is that money going to give you enough to live your life out, that you dreamed about when you first started working? Or would you have to continue working or get a part-time job to sustain your lifestyle, So I was imagine that proactively planning is for your income you need and what you want and step you need to take. So for example, what you need and how much your CPP and old age is going to be. And then maybe work backwards and say, okay, I'm not going to have enough. So what do I need to do today to make sure that I manage the shortfall in the years to come?
Let me jump in and we will take a break. And when we come back on the other side, we're going to continue about the mistakes that people make before they retire and just how costly those mistakes can be. I'm Ian Grant. I'm joined by financial advisor Kelvin Reibergsad today. If you'd like to reach Kelvin, you can give him a call at 416-457-7526. It's easy to remember. It's 416-457-PLAN. 416-457-PLAN. And you can also get all the information on his website, askkelvin.ca, askkelvin.ca.
Time saver traffic. 401 eastbound collector the 400 crash lane if you're westbound on the 401 Highway 25. That's Milton crash there blocking the HOV. Back in town, Bayview, the 401, there's a collision southbound, right lane blocked as a result. Victoria and Richmond intersection, there's a crash. Also a collision Steeles at the 404. Summer is here and deals are starting to heat up on convenience. Sit down at the app order now to enjoy discounts on all your favorite restaurants all summer long. And join us Tingy on Exotic at 4:30 and news to protect us from it.
Manage your insurance like a pro with Desjardins mobile and online services. To get a quote, file a claim, and more, download our app or visit Desjardins.com/online solutions.
When you're outdoors this summer hiking on trails, cycling, or just enjoying your backyard, remember that mosquitoes and ticks are also active here in Quebec. These insects can be carriers of infections like West Nile virus or
Are you texting?
To avoid bites, wear
You gotta be
light
fucking
long
kidding.
pants and shirts and use insect repellent. Enjoy a mosquito and tick-free
You know what?
summer.
I don't care.
Visit
Fucking
quebec.ca/BeCrew. A message from the
Oh my
Gouvernement
God.
du Québec. I need to fight this war and win it.
The biggest show on TV is
Okay,
back.
you're
HBO's House of the Dragon.
whatever.
Available on
Just fucking look real quick at brain hurt. Fucking road.
Don't miss the global phenomenon critics call thrilling and endlessly captivating. At the path to victory now is one of HBO's original House of the Dragon. New season stream now only on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Greg, have you seen our insurance papers? I've been looking for them for like 20 minutes. Did you put them in the glove compartment?
Glove compartment? It takes 2 seconds with the Desjardins Insurance app.
Really?
Look, you can access your documents right on your phone.
Wow, that's handy. So what is the glove compartment for?
For gloves, I guess. Manage your insurance like a pro with Desjardins mobile and online services. To get a quote, file a claim, and more, download our app or visit Desjardins.com/online solutions.
Hey, Hotels.com here. Tired of the everyday? We know a hotel that's ready to unwind this weekend. Book hotels with spas in the Hotels.com app. Find your perfect somewhere. When you're outdoors this summer hiking on trails, cycling, or just enjoying your backyard, remember that mosquitoes and ticks are also active here in Quebec. These insects can be carriers of infections like West Nile virus or Lyme disease, both of which can seriously impact your health. To avoid bites, wear light-colored long pants and shirts. Repellent.
Okay, yeah,
Enjoy
no,
a
that's what I
mosquito
want to
and
do.
tick-free summer.
Summer. I want to fucking be at Eskimo in
A
summer.
message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
Were sponge parks a good fucking idea? Probably not. Fucking idiot.
Desjardins app.
That's shaggy. Fucking let's build stuff on swamps. Fucking idiot.
By the way, and now I'm putting money aside for my trip.
You can do all that on your phone?
You bet, Dad.
Well, in that case, I'll download the app too.
There we go. He's on his phone again.
Manage your money like a pro with Desjardins. Services. Download our app or visit Desjardins.com/online solutions.
Canada proud. With every team in its home, the race around the country continues on Canada's #1 reality series. On the episode of The Amazing Race Canada, Tuesday at 9, 8 Central on CTV. Ask the Expert with Ian Grant continues on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
I'm Ian Grant. I am joined today by Kelvin Rampersad. He's one of the top financial guys in the country. And whenever we are in conversation, it's always something interesting. We always talk about things that hopefully by the end of the hour, you might feel a little different about, give you something else to think about in your financial world. And today, Kelvin, we are talking about mistakes that people make before they retire. And one of the biggies just before they retire was the philosophy doesn't change in retirement that they did in their working years. And they forget that, you're no longer getting that regular pay
I hate life. Come on, go inside. Hurry up. Come on, inside. Here comes the rain. Go, go, go.
Swings in the markets, but all of us, many of us now, have invested in the stock market, be it an RSP, TFSA, your pension plan you may have. So all of us are pretty much invested in the markets. So you really have to kind of have a vision and say to yourself, you know, am I too much leverage into equities or not enough? You know, a long time ago, the rules were different because, like I said, we were retiring in 20 years was our money plan for people. 60% of your money put in bonds and equities, meaning that less volatility. But now that we're living longer, it seems the opposite is happening. We're 60% of our money in equity and 40% in bonds. Bonds are really more like a settled thing, like not a lot of risk in there. And the problem people have to outweigh is how do I invest so I don't, outlive it, but I invest my money so I don't take a lot of risks. And I always go back to 2008, 2009 when we had the financial crisis. Pretty much everybody remembers, and the markets fell, 40, 50%. Some people even down 60%. And how did they feel? Especially if they were riffing or retired and taking their money. What did they have to do? And when we go back in time and the clients that was in that situation.
Very displeased.
And the insurance company pretty much guaranteed some of the principal. The mutual fund companies invested the money. So maybe people have to look at things like that. Because if you're 60 today, in the next 10 years, where would the markets be? We don't know. But based on history, it seems like every 10 years.
Don't start.
Upheaval.
Jack.
And then,
don't start.
Carries on. It floods around for a few years, and then it gets
I'm
better.
gonna fucking
So I
lose
guess
it
that's
if
one
you
of the mistakes
dead.
that I see people do is they don't account for the fluctuation in their money, RSPs, whatever TFSAs, whatever they have. So be mindful. Sit down with your advisor. Actually, use what happened at the beginning of August here to determine what was painful, and it stayed like that for weeks and weeks and weeks. What would your money look like? What would be your thought process? So use the past to determine where you comes to your money life, from what I see.
And it really is a balancing act, as we've discussed before, Calvin, because the reality is that yes, you want to make sure that you have a great retirement and you're comfortable in it, but you also don't want to run out of money before you even retire. I mean, if all the money you have is going into your retirement, what kind of life are you having for the next 10, 20 years? And as we've said many times, that retirement is not guaranteed. So there are a lot of questions, and there's a lot of discussions to be made to find out, what is enough, what is too much, and what is not nearly enough.
Well, look at last year, like what we said about interest rates going up 10 times. So risk, you have risk from the stock markets, as we know, right? Go up and down every day, month, whatever. But there are several risks I think that people have to think about. And one of it is interest rates. Will interest rates go down or go up? Or we think it's going down. But what will happen in about 5-6 years from now? Where will interest rates go? So you have to kind of figure that's one of the risks. Another risk is credit ratings and inflation. Where will those things be in the future? When you look at inflation and you look at clients tell me they paid more for the last car than they did for the first house. But those are risks. So when you're planning for your retirement or you are in retirement, there's a couple things you can do. You can plan for it or you can ignore it. You can sit down and make a plan for yourself, or you can say, I'll just let everything roll, just live day to day kind of thing and see what happens. So I think, but whatever that risk
or occurrence it is. It's going to happen, whether you plan for it or not. So you really have to sit down and put pen and paper and figure out, what do I need? If I have a shortfall, how am I going to make that, how am I going to make up the difference? What do I have to do? Do I borrow money to invest? Do I get lines of credits on my house? Do I sell my house? Do I sell my car? Like, what do I do? And sit down and just figure it out, and get a financial advisor, because, people are older. We're getting older now. Canada is older people, a young country, older people. And you can't go it alone. Call your advisor and reach out to them and put pen to paper and plan it out, so there's not a shock to you when you get there. If you don't have an advisor, of course, reach out to me and give me a call, and we can sit down and, chart out things like, should I take my CPP when I'm 60? Should I wait? Do I have too much money in my RSPs because I did a good job saving money, and now the government's going to take half of it? What do I do? So there's many factors that go into, before retirement and into retirement, that we really don't sit and think about it too much. Some people do, but some people really don't, And you would think how long these shows have been on the radio and on TV and literature out, that people would sit down and be mindful of, I'm going to retire one day, or I want to retire one day, but I don't know how I'm going to do it. And I don't really have an idea of, I have an idea, but I don't know if I'm going to achieve my financial goals when I get to that, whatever age maybe.
There's an interesting point also that you kind of talked about, but you didn't get there. And that is, you talk about the people that kind of throw their arms in the air and they look at all the volatility out there. They look at the markets going all over the place, the stock market's up and down, and they just kind of throw their arms in the air. And it's not so much they don't do anything, they just give up. They just feel completely overwhelmed by the amount of information coming at them. As we've said before, it's kind of like trying to take a drink of water out of a fire hose when you start using, the internet for your opinions and things like that. And it really does underline the value of having that financial advisor, where you can pick up the phone and say, what am I seeing here? What should I be doing here? Here's where I am. What would you suggest?
When you think about financial advisors, right? I mean, the Olympics are happening now, and those athletes, to win a gold medal, man, they got to be highly motivated and, live through a lot of adversities to get to win the gold medal. And who they rely on? Their coach. They might have a life coach. They might have a nutritionist coach, and all kinds of coaches that get them to where they want to win the gold medal. So you should think of your money for your retirement as the gold medal. Use a financial advisor to help you plan out to where you want to get to. You'll have ups and downs. Of course you will. The markets will go up, the markets go down. Maybe your tax rates will change. I don't know. Things may happen to you. But that's where the advisor really comes in to mind to help you to where you get to. And don't get too caught up in the fees and this and that. Of course you're paying a fee. Nothing's for free. But you'll get to where you want to get to much quicker. There will be lots of ups and downs, but that's where your coach comes in to get you to where you want to get to.
Let's take a break and we will come back. This is Ask the Expert here on News Talk 1010 Toronto. I'm Ian Grant. He is Kelvin Rampersad, Kelvin the Money Guy. You want to find out more? Check out his website, askkelvin.ca, askkelvin.ca, or you can always pick up the phone and give him a call, 416-457-7526. That's 416-457-PLAN. And as I said, all the information at his website, askkelvin.ca. I'm Ian Grant, and this is Ask the Expert here on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
When you're outdoors this summer, hiking on trails, cycling, or just enjoying your backyard, remember that mosquitoes and ticks are also active here in Quebec. These insects can be carriers of infections like West Nile virus or Lyme disease, both of which can seriously impact your health. To avoid bites, wear light-colored long pants and shirts and use insect repellent. Enjoy a mosquito and tick-free summer. Visit quebec.ca/PQ. A message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
With Beneva, you'll enjoy great coverage. Plus, you'll be taken care of by such good people. You'll feel like you're talking to a friend.
So that takes care of home and car insurance. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Not unless you happen to know a magic lullaby that'll help my baby fall asleep.
Actually, I do. Put me on speakerphone. Go to sleep, baby. Go to sleep now.
For your home and car insurance, compare us. It's worth it. Beneva.
Time for News Talk 1010 Time Saver Traffic. 401 East Bank Electra, the 400 crash blocking the right lane. If you're westbound on the 401 on Highway 25 Milton, there's a crash blocking the HOV. Back in town, Baker, the 401, there's a collision southbound right lane blocked as a result. Intersection of Victoria and Richmond, there's a crash and an incident on Steeles and the 404. With your Time Saver Traffic, I'm Giles taking your next update at 4:45 on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
With Beneva, you'll enjoy great coverage. Plus, you'll be taken care of by such good people. You'll feel like you're talking to a friend.
So that takes care of home and car insurance. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Not unless you happen to know a magic lullaby that'll help my baby fall asleep.
I'm surrounded by idiots.
Sleep, baby. Go to sleep now.
For your home and car insurance, compare us. It's worth it. Beneva.
Yay!
Nothing moves you like Via. Via Real Canada. Love the way. Thousands of rollbacks are on now at Walmart, and you can save up to 30% off both online and in store. Start saving today on a Kids George puffer jacket. Now only $15. Walmart. Save money. Live better. With Beneva, you'll enjoy great coverage. Plus, you'll be taken care of by such good people. You'll feel like you're talking to a friend.
So that takes care of home and car insurance. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Not unless you happen to know a magic lullaby that'll help my baby fall asleep.
Actually, I do. Put me on speakerphone. Go to sleep, baby. Go to sleep now.
For your home and car insurance, compare us. It's worth it. Beneva. Nothing moves you like Via. Via Real Canada. Love the way. Thousands of rollbacks are now at Walmart, and you can save up to 30% off both online and in store. Start saving today on a Kids George puffer jacket. Now only $15. Walmart. Save money. Live better. With Beneva, you'll enjoy great coverage. Plus, you'll be taken care of by such good people. You'll feel like you're talking to a friend.
So that takes care of home and car insurance. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Not unless you happen to know a magic lullaby that'll help my baby fall asleep.
Actually, I do. Put me on speakerphone. Go to sleep, baby. Go to sleep now.
For your home and car insurance, compare us. It's worth it. Beneva. Nothing moves you like Via. Via Real Canada. Love the way.
Number 470-5786.
Imagine living life without a voice. That's how many people living with disabilities feel every day. AMI is Accessible Media Inc. It's their goal to help provide that voice for Canadians with disabilities through authentic storytelling, representation, and positive portrayal. All content featured on AMI is created by and for Canadians with disabilities. Everyone should have their voice heard. AMI entertains, informs, empowers. To learn more, visit AMIplus.ca.
Nothing moves you like Via. Via Real Canada. Love the way. Thousands of rollbacks are on now at Walmart, and you can save up to 30% off both online and in store. Start saving today on a Kids George puffer jacket. Now only $15. Walmart. Save money. Live better.
Yeah. You're listening to Ask the Expert with Ian Grant on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
This is Ask the Expert here on News Talk 1010 Toronto. I'm Ian Grant. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm joined by Kelvin, the Money Guy. Kelvin Rutgers. Want to find out more about Kelvin? 416-457-7526. That's 416.
I'm surrounded Kelvin.ca, askkelvin.ca, or as the case is, we have him right here with us, so let's ask him. Kelvin, one of the things that listeners have talked about an awful lot is the difference, kind of that relaxed, the relaxed and their concerns and their conversations and their family, and it is just they found it a very.
I'm surrounded by idiots.
People out of private.
Yeah, because when I meet with people, I always think to myself, if you don't know that, go and try and do it with your money. What do you do? It's like that. Obviously, things like that. There's lots of advisors that do that, and they do it very, very well. I don't. That's not my approach. My approach is more of a simple. How you doing? What's going on? What's going on with your life, and so on. And then the more you tell me, and the more I'm thinking, okay, this is what you should do with your money. That's a place where you should put it, based on your risk, based on your age, based on what you want, and put pen to paper and make a plan and go from there. And then every 4 months we hook up on the phone or Zoom or whatever, and see what changed in your life. Did you get laid off, or did you get a promotion, or what happened in your life that maybe we need to pivot a little bit and change things around, or nothing changed, and have a good 4 months and I'll chat with you again. And that's pretty much my approach to it. So I take a very simple approach to a complicated problem and help people to kind of do what they do. And, I've been doing this now. It's going to be probably 31 years now, Ian, and it seems like experience does matter.
Yes.
It really helps you to think through things, and many times people talk to me, you'd be surprised, not just about money, but all kinds of things, man. They give me all kinds of advice, and when I was younger in the business, when my kids were younger, advice about raising kids, and so on and so forth. So it was a nice exchange between clients and myself. It was a learning experience for them, and for me as well. So, yeah, everything works out well. And the one thing I find is people need to have a plan of what they want. And a plan is not exactly what you can do, right? Just like I talked about the Olympic athletes. There's a written plan what they want, what age they are, what they Olympics, sports, or what they do. So everything can be resolved by having a written plan, right? You don't just get up in the morning and, I don't know, like Elon Musk doesn't get up in the morning and say, well, today I think we're going to make so many Teslas this week. How's that? Right? You have to know what you want, when you want, and plan for it. I find people spend more time planning their vacation and their retirement. And yeah, maybe because we don't want to think about retirement. It's not fun. A vacation is fun, but a retirement is not.
I've said that before. People spend more time going over their cable bill looking for that extra $5 than they would for the thousands and thousands, in retirement. One of the things you said though was about experience, and the problem with experience was that you don't know they have it until you need it from them. And I remember I was working at a radio station in Vancouver in 1986. Ferris Bueller's Day Off was in the theaters, I believe. And we would get calls on the request line for kids asking for that great new Beatles song, Twist and Shout. And, it's such a great example of, that song was older than their parents did, but they have no idea. They think it's new, and stuff that keeps coming around and coming around. It is pretty simple. And therefore, you've been doing this for 30 years. There's a very good chance that, what other people are looking at as, oh my gosh, what should we do here? Well, you've already been through it once, twice, 3 times, and you kind of know how to chart your way to get to the other side.
It's funny because everything runs in cycles, eh? Now, back to the 90s, and I look at what's happening now, you can see a lot of parallels, You can see like the housing markets back then, what happened, and what's happening now. You can see with the stock markets, what happened then, what's happening now. When the 1993 Windows came along, it changed everything, right? And the internet just took off. now ChatGPT is changing everything, much like Windows did. So a lot of similarities are happening. So when you go back in time, it's true. You can always, you don't know when, but at some point in time, it repeats itself. So I always say people need to live to begin with the end in mind. Right? If you know what your end goal is, then you'll know what your ultimate goal is. So remember to live your life forward and your money life backwards. Reverse engineering, I guess what they call it technically. Figure out what you need, at what age, and how am I going to achieve that within now. Ian, I think from what I see, it takes about 10 to 15 years for people to plan out their money life. A lot of things will happen in those 15 years. And typically, again, when I look back in time, typically people don't start to think about their retirement when they're 50, 55. Because the 20s or the 30s and 40s, you're raising your kids and your mortgage and all that kind of stuff, and you really didn't take any time to think about it. So if you're in your 40s and 50s, sit down and chart out where you're going to be when you're 65 or 7 years old. If you're in your late 60s, am I managing my money properly so that if there's a market crisis in the next 5 to 10 years, will I be able to withstand that and not have it affect my money life? So those are some of the things that people have to sit and think. So no matter what age you are, or no matter how far away you are from retirement, or how many years you're into retirement, it pretty much all shakes out the same. Have a plan for what will happen if the worst things happens in the economy. So always plan for the worst and expect the best, and you'll be good. Life will move on, and you'll be good, and you won't have all the worries, about, and don't outguess the markets. Don't try and sell and buy and do all these things. Just have a nice written plan for yourself and enjoy your life and let your advisor manage your money life. That's pretty much, what I try and tell everyone to do. We only live once. So yes, save for the rainy day. Yes, invest your money wisely without taking a lot of risk. And enjoy your life and revisit your money every 4 months. And I think if you do so, you'll be fine. So I try and simplify things for people. Don't try and get too complicated. One thing I see is let the money manager, not me, but let the money manager manage your money because they know what they're doing. And typically the money managers are about 6 months ahead of you and me. They do a lot of research, and they talk to a lot of CEOs of companies and so on and so forth to find out what they're doing. So they can make that intelligent decision inside your portfolio. Are they always right? No. Are they always wrong? No. But they're half-half. And if you can half-half, you do really well with your money. So take away all the guessing of your money life and do some planning, not only with the stock markets, but with your taxes. What's my taxes going to be like now? What's going to be like when I retire? And what are some of the things I can do now to avoid some of those problems that I'm going to face down the road?
Tell you what, before we get hammered with text messages, by the way, it's worth pointing out that Windows 3 came out in 1993. Windows 3.1. And that was the Windows that people that was the first time I think people really started adopting it. But for the diehards out there, there's pencil heads all over the listening audience right now whose heads are exploding. And yes, we know Windows was introduced in 1985. It actually came out November 20th, 1985. So yes, but Windows 3 was really the one where, people at home started adapting to it and adopting it. And that is, the Windows that you and I really, you made me old, think of as, the Windows. Because before that, it was mostly this text-based kind of attempt at text. It was cheese to pretty much put it down.
I'm surrounded by idiots.
Ask the expert here at News Talk 1010 Toronto. If you'd like to speak with Kelvin, you can. 416-457-7526. That's 416-457-7526. 416-457-PLAN is the phone number. And as always, all the contact information on his website, askkelvin.ca.
Via. Via Rail Canada. Love the way.
This is News Talk 1010 Time Saver Traffic.
In town, Bayview, the 401 has a crash. The southbound right lane is blocked. Collision at the intersection of Victoria and Richmond. Also on Steeles, there's a crash at the 404. Yorkville Avenue is closed until 10 p.m. between Bel Air and Hazleton. That's for the Yorkville Festival. And King between Dufferin and Short, down to one lane in both directions. Win big with HP and Real Madrid. Score a trip to catch Real Madrid live in Spain or grab exciting prizes. Visit hp.ca/Real Madrid to enter. Conditions apply. I'm Giles T. Your next update at 5 on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
Walmart is the #1 place to save on groceries. And you can save on school lunches with 50% off on a pack of 4 Go-Go Squeeze fruit sauce. Now on for only $1.97 each. Walmart. Save money. Live better.
When you get behind the wheel of Mazda, you'll find out why our SUVs won more 2024 IIHS top safety picks than any other brand as of June 2024. Find out what makes Mazda different.
V8.
Make Canada proud. With every team in it to win it, the race around the country continues. On
I'm surrounded by idiots.
The Amazing Race Canada, Tuesday at 9, 8 Central on CTV.
At Toyota, we understand life's full of winning moments, like winning shotgun in an epic game of rock, paper, scissors. Ooh, hey, covers rock, Carl. And we design our award-winning vehicles with your needs in mind, giving you a front row seat to all life's victories. Except you, Carl. You're in the back. It's time for everyday wins. It's time to Toyota. Lease a 2024 Tundra 4x4 Crewback SR from $149 weekly for 36 months at 3.99% with $5,100 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca for your local Ontario Toyota dealer today.
Now at Doe Fresh, get 25% off children's outerwear, plus earn 20,000 PC Optimum points when you spend $60 or more on children's apparel. Only until August 28th. Shop smart with one cart and check everything off your back-to-school list. Conditions apply. See in-store or doefresh.com for details.
As a homeowner in the GTA, you know it can be a long journey before your home runs smoothly and worry-free. But thanks to our experts at Enercare, you don't have to do it alone. We're available with affordable solutions every step of the way. Whether it's heating, cooling, water heating, or water purification, you get peace of mind knowing that you're backed by our very best. With 65 years of helping Ontarians, we'll always be here when you need us.
Enercare. Experts at home.
I'm going to fight this war and win it. The biggest show on TV is back. HBO's House of the Dragon, only available on Crave. I did not think they would be so eager to die. Don't miss the global phenomenon critics call thrilling and endlessly captivating. And the path to victory now is one of violence. HBO's original House of the Dragon, new season, stream now, only on Crave. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Edward and Corrine were trying to sell their new condo. Well, they weren't doing it themselves. They had an agent. The agent wasn't selling the new condo. I don't know why. At some point, it doesn't matter to Edward and Corrine. Time was of the essence. Time was moving along, and they weren't getting it sold. So they contacted Frank Leo and Associates, dumped the other agent, and now they're talking to the #1 RE/MAX team in Toronto and the whole GTA, servicing all over Ontario, the multi-million-dollar guaranteed home selling system that reaches an incredible number of buyers. So they swooped in, did professional photos, staged show. The unit was sold in a week to a wonderful first-time buyer with a quick closing. Edward and Corrine were thrilled with the result. So don't waste your time. Don't let your time run by. Just go right away to the best option, and that is Frank Leo and Associates at 416-917 Lion, or go to getleo.com. That's getleo.com and start packing with confidence.
Ask the Expert with Ian Grant continues on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
This is Ask the Expert here at News Talk 1010 Toronto. I'm Ian Grant. I'm joined today by Kelvin Rampersad, Kelvin the Money Guy, and we're talking about all kinds of things financial. If you'd like to find out more about Kelvin, check out his website, askkelvin.ca, askkelvin.ca, and you can always pick up the phone, give him a call, 416-457-7526. That's 416-457-PLAN. And Kelvin, just before we continue, I'm giving out your phone number here, and you really, really do welcome people picking it up, giving you a call at 416-457-7526. You truly do enjoy talking to people, clients or not. You know, the simplest of questions, the most complex of questions. You're always interested.
Yeah, because it's your money, right? And there's certain things that you want to know if the market's going down, or even people that don't know me that listen to these shows. Like I said, I've been doing this for quite a while now, so if I like people to reach out to me old-fashioned way and have a quick conversation, because you know what, all this takes and go back and forth, takes for half an hour, a phone conversation. We done about 5 minutes, and then we can determine a lot of things about you really quickly. And if we need to meet, we will. If not, that's okay as well, because maybe you're not ready yet, and you don't have your thoughts together. But yeah, pick up the phone and call me, because I think I'm the old-fashioned guy. I try to get these new technology things done, but it doesn't work well for me. That's why I have Hillary and Angela and Brittany to do all those things.
I'm the same though. You know what? And I have no problems texting people at all. But one thing drives me crazy. It's, can you find out what they're doing on Friday night? And they're like, oh, well, I'll text them. Well, no, don't. Because now you're going to text them. Then we have to wait for them to reply. And everybody there have a question. And what could have been a 20-second phone call is now possibly hours long waiting for people to respond. I mean, texting has its place, but my goodness, it just, as you said, there's nothing like picking up the phone, hearing someone, hey, are you okay? No. Okay, well, what's going on? That kind of thing, as opposed to, it's just a far simpler thing. This is Ask the Expert here on News Talk 1010 Toronto. Today, Kelvin, we're talking about mistakes that people make before they retire. And for anyone who's joined us lately, I'd like to go over just some of the ones that we've covered off in the show. And the very first one we talked about was people that don't have the same philosophy or mindset in retirement that they did in their working years.
Yeah, because your thought process, you're getting a paycheck every 2 weeks, right? And it's a big one, or half of what you get when you retire. So you have to think differently with what you do and how you do things. Don't do without things, but do a better job of planning how is money going to last me, because I still have to pay bills and so on and so forth. So how am I going to have this money last me for the rest of my life? The second one is not having enough savings. So, the general rule of thumb is take 10% of whatever you make and stash it away. Now, it might be hard in today's world because of inflation and everything else, but we'll get back to that where we can save, 5-10% of our money so we have a bit more other than pension, CPP in old age and maybe a work pension. And the third thing, we just experienced it over the last little while, is fluctuation in our accounts, in our money. Do we take less because the markets went down, because they invested properly, or that kind of stuff we have to look at. And then the other side of that coin is, did I take too much risk because I'm afraid I'll run out of money? So you have to have that equilibrium, that balancing of how do I invest my money properly now so that I don't run out of money, but I don't take any undue risk. So like I say, you can plan for retirement or you can ignore it. Whatever you wish to do, that's your choice. The smarter move is to sit down and make a plan for it. And a plan is not something you simply have in your head, right? It needs to be written. They say what gets monitored gets done. So if you don't write something down, you're not pretty much going to get it done. And another thing you need to know is how much money you can spend every month, every year, for the rest of your life. Not run out of money before you die. So think into the future. The windshield is bigger than the rearview mirror, so look in the front and see, what do I need? So I think, Ian, with some proactive planning, people can walk out the door the last day with confidence, knowing that they can enjoy their lives and that they've always envisioned when the day they did start working. So we live in Canada, I think the best country in the world. We have a lot of support. We have CPP, we have old age, you have access to financial planners, be it banks, be it independents like myself. Take the time and sit down and plan and use all the tools that are given to us by governments and financial regulators and so on to help us really achieve our ultimate goal, which is to have fun and have more fun into retirement.
One of the other things that we've talked about that really can cause people, and you know what, this isn't even just a retirement thing, this is a financial management in general, is basically relying on what they call common knowledge or confirmation bias, or, you know, doing it because that's the way it's always been done, or even worse, doing it because, you know, somebody sitting beside the pool who knows nothing about you or your finances has a great tip or a great piece of advice. And, you know, that common knowledge costs so much.
I know, and everything repeats itself. Like I always people come and see me and they don't want to invest. Well, why not? Well, you know, years ago, my buddy made this investment. He lost all his money. Well, what did they do? But they don't know. So I said, well, don't take that approach. What you want to do is figure out what you want. What risks are you willing to take? Because without any risk, there's no reward. And move on. And every 4 months, revisit where you were and where you're going in the next 4 months. And it's very, very simple. But again, you know, we complicate our lives, right? We take the simplest little thing and turn it into a big mountain. And then we can't get down, we can't get out of it. So us as financial planners, we're an outsider looking in. We don't really care too much. What we care about is your life, your money life, and everything else. But we can give you unbiased opinion on what you should do with your money and whatever you need to do. It's up to you to take the advice and run with it. Use the style you want to get to. And the biggest fees. I mean, they got all these big things about fees and fees and fees. And remember, returns are net of fees. So always sit down and put the end game in mind. And where do I want to be at what age? And
Okay.
5%. So you better make sure that you pay back that 5%. So otherwise, one day, so those are kind of things that you need to think about. Like for example, to get $1,000 a month, you're 65 to 93, you get about 210,000 or so somewhere where you get 5%.
This has been a great hour, my friend. As usual, we could go for another hour easily. But as always, thank you so much. I really enjoyed chatting.
Yeah, me as well. Have a great rest of the weekend.
Yes, thank you. If you'd like to reach Calvin, you can give him a call at 416-457-7556. 416-457-7556.
Okay. Okay. Sit there, go ahead.
For this hour, this has been Ask the Expert.
You've been listening to a paid advertisement on News Talk 1010.
Listen on the go, or Apple CarPlay or Android Auto. We are News Talk 1010, Toronto.
On News Talk 1010, Toronto.
You might be surprised to learn an increase in injuries among children as a result of e-scooter accidents.
Oh, I'm completely different. E-scooters, like, well, what the heck is fucking stop the stop thing?
Exactly what he says he's resigning for. He argues that terrorism should be considered rational,
Hear it all
well-calculated strategy.
on News Talk 1010, Toronto. From breaking news to telling the whole story, News Talk 1010 Toronto is where everyone comes to talk about it,
What?
hear about the people affected, and the people
Are you really gonna make me switch?
If it matters, you'll hear it on News Talk 1010 Toronto.
Is News Talk 1010. CFRB AM. Toronto. A division of Smart Media and an iHeartRadio station.
It's 5 o'clock. Your update
Arr.
on TV Toronto Newsroom starts now.
Good evening, I'm Raheem Ladani. Some of the stories we're following in the newsroom this hour. Toronto police are looking for the motorcyclist they say struck an officer during a traffic stop Saturday night. It's alleged the biker was stunt driving at Bremner Boulevard and Reese Street around 6 o'clock when the officer tried to pull him over. But was
Where was
struck.
I go?
The motorcyclist
Went out there.
fled the scene. The officer is recovering from
Where was I go?
non-life-threatening injuries.
Went outside.
The Labor Board has ordered thousands of rail employees back to work by tomorrow morning. The ruling comes after the federal government directed the Labor Tribunal to begin the arbitration process. Teamsters Canada, the union which represents the railroad workers, says it will lawsuit the water decision, but it will appeal the federal court. Canada's housing minister says 56 properties have been added to a new public lands bank of locations suitable for long-term leases. Sean Fraser says the added properties include former military bases, Canada Post sites, and federal office
What?
buildings, which will be used for conversion to affordable housing.
One,
Fraser made
two.
the announcement in Halifax just ahead of a 3-day cabinet retreat intended to prepare for the upcoming fall sitting of Parliament. And finally, it is move-in day for students at several colleges and universities across Canada. We stopped by Toronto Metropolitan University to speak with parents and students on this significant day.
I'm crying on the inside because I'm now an empty nester, but I think he's excited.
I'm doing the happy dance on the inside. Phil, what about you? Are you?
I'm really excited.
It's closer to all my friends. I grew up in the city.
Oh,
I live outside of the city, but all the high schools I went to are in the city. So it'll be an easy way to stay in the community.
Classes for the fall semester are set to begin in
Oh. I'm an empty nester. Mm. Mm.
for good ever accountable. Break free from the chains of temptation, guilt, and shame with the power of accountability.
Ha!
Overnight morgue stabbings.
That's so weird. That's so fucking. Yeah.
Europe, as it descends into chaos, they will call you a racist. They will call you a bigot if you call out what is happening there. And if you try to point out how what's happening there is about to happen to the United States of America. Race riots across the country and more illegal immigrants causing violence and destruction in these countries. For that, we want to bring in.
Hi, how you doing? Not too bad. Enjoying the rain.
Journalist, the host of Man on the
Yeah,
Run,
geez.
and joins us, who knows deeply about what's happening in this part of the world, and can shed some light on all of this latest violence. You
Yeah.
do a great job of covering
Uh,
this. Welcome to the show.
Are you sitting
in the entrance waiting for me?
Yep. Can I have a lighter, please,
Oh, you're
before I
serious?
freak the fuck out?
Okay.
Because I can't, I literally can't do anything because I
bring
keep
it
getting
along.
interrupted by either the dog or you have to like go for a walk or fucking.
Hi, haven't smoked weed all day.
Good.
No.
Here, what's with this?
I'm trying to find. Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Because I've had like them in my bra
Nice hat.
and I've had. Thank you. I look like fucking Madeline.
Oh,
That was a really mean nickname that I got when I was in elementary school.
Madeline? Why?
Madeline.
So, his other daughter, Rebecca. Whatever.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. She had to go to the hospital
for
because a UTI. But Derek calls and he's like, "Can you please, daughter? Can you please check for STDs as well? I know that you've been with your boyfriend for 4 years, but you guys are teenagers. Maybe he's not as faithful as you think he is." And then they all heard your rumor that he was cheating on her. So he's like, "Can you please check that as well?" It was so nice about it. I was like, "You're such a good dad." Like this. He said, well, when you don't talk about those things openly and nicely, it creates problems. I'm like, wow, Derek, you handled that very well.
My dad actually is the one who usually goes and gets me my plugs and pads. Cause like even like sometimes I get like the liners by accident. I'm like, oh, I'm an idiot, and my dad like just doesn't not fuck that one up.
So I showed Derek this.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
And he's like, Jesus, Sam. I'm like, yeah, but
That's how hard I work.
What is that? Yeah, and he's like, you know what we're gonna do?
That's not from the hot the hot roof. That's from my feet melting.
Don't tell anyone. Go buy yourself a pair. Give me the bill.
Okay.
Wait, what?
So where are they?
Like a pair like this one? He's like, yeah, what are they, like 100 something? I'm like, no, they're probably $350. It's like, go get yourself the same pair, bring me the bill. I'll put it expense to the company. So
Most companies do that, but my dad would get a pair of Kodiaks every year.
So all the points that
And he
the
would
bullet
never
points I had, I told him everything. We went for lunch. We talked.
Did you see the little book?
What?
I was gonna say to you that I was like, nah, because I wrote them down in that little book and I
Oh,
shoved it in
you
your
did.
bag.
I saw the little book, but I didn't see what was in it.
Yeah, nah, I wrote the bullet points, and I was like, you know what? Nah, he's got this. He's
So
fine.
I explained to him about Pepe and the whole like.
Him being on coke and him going through the phases of the coke
I
feed.
did tell him about like, you know, in the weekend he does cocaine, and then it affects his work when he comes to work.
Yeah, because
No, I
you're
don't want that.
overly confident, and you think you're rocking shit.
Yeah.
And then like turns out like you're like a fucking all over the place, and then you blame it on everybody. Like. Anyway, so go on.
So yeah. He was explaining to me everything I kind of wanted to hear.
Okay.
Like, see, I got a ladder today. Like I say, I'm trying to do the best. It's getting our gear. It's just that sometimes it creates problems because people don't understand that we have a job to do, and it's not always going to be perfect.
No, Pepe is trying to do time theft because he feels like he doesn't get paid enough, but it's really that he just fucking blew all his money on blow. No pun intended.
Yeah. Blow all his money.
Beaver Beaver, I know.
That was good.
Well,
hi, Booby.
He's definitely going through like the very stereotypical motions of people who have a cocaine addiction, like, and like that's why I told him, like, fucking, you're gonna fuck
The
up
rush
everything in your life. But...
It's not from Derek.
The what?
The rushing part is not from Derek.
Oh.
I witnessed that today.
Okay.
Rushing part is from Siobhan.
Yeah.
Siobhan
no
gives
shit.
a list to Derek. Derek gives me a list. And when she was asking him question, it was the same as when he's asking me question, and we're like balancing into answers. And like, oh, I'm not so like we cleared up like 5 jobs today.
Yeah, but it's finishing up the jobs,
No,
not
it's
doing the
just
whole
putting
job.
too many caps here and there. But still, we were efficient. But we didn't clear the whole list because things happen. First, you got an 8-inch and a 10-inch cap. When we get there, it was 12-inch. Oh, we have to go to Home Depot. Get there, the road is closed. We have to go to Renault Depot. So we lost 45 minutes. Like, Derek, this happens every day. He's like, yeah, okay. I was really happy to be like, Derek, this happens every day. This is normal. Fuck, we're losing time. It's like, yeah, we're not losing time. We're managing. It made me, well, Siobhan made me a coffee.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Grade 11. Apparently, it's the strongest coffee they have. It's kind of good.
Yeah, right on.
Hey, Poop. Love you, baby.
Love you. Hi, Jack. Mm. Mm.
So, baby,
Hmm.
How was your day?
Terrible.
Why?
Because I got nothing done because I'm dealing with the dog all day. I think I probably may or may not have broken my toe. I got bit or stung by a bee. Right here.
Oh.
Here.
This latest violence, you've been doing a great job of covering this. Digby, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Clayton. Thanks for having me on.
So let's just bring our audience up to speed here. We've been, of course, covering the violence over the past couple of weeks, the horrific stabbings of those girls at the dance studio, and then more. Of course, people pouring into the streets. And it's been fascinating to watch the
shooting everywhere, stabbing everywhere.
Sure.
Police are all over the place now.
Sure.
Like they're there standing doing nothing.
Yeah.
Like yesterday.
Like,
when we saw the cops, both cops over here.
Yeah, no,
Like,
they're
we're listening to some proof or something.
No, they're flexing. They're just flexing. Like, because everyone's like, so SPVM's useless and everyone should just get public security? Because obviously, like, no one fucking wants to deal with the SPVM. You are better off dealing with it yourself.
Yeah.
Like, call a neighbor.
Like when I went
phone
to-
a friend.
when
It's
I-
like
when I
fucking
went
who
to,
wants to be a millionaire?
To the police station, she's telling me, well, there's no camera and all that. There's nothing really we can do. So you're telling
I
me that
know.
she'll start
There's never,
flying checks.
no, there's never anything you guys can do, really.
Yeah, so-
and then it ends up being that I'm in trouble for something, or it seems like I feel like I'm in trouble for something. Like, I'm like, I don't think you guys are helpful at all, ever.
Nope.
And you guys like to play the cat and mouse, like, chasing around game, and then being like, you know what, we don't become cops just because we want to give you guys a hard time. Yeah, you do. You were the one who got bullied in school, and now you want to bully other people.
Yeah.
Like, if you're having a bad day, you fucking take it out on me. Like, fuck that.
And they're always having a bad day, obviously.
No, and when everyone's striking, like all the emergency responders are striking, the cops are like fucking first ones to be paid off, and then they are able to just go arrest everybody. Like, I find it just outrageous. Well, too late now, fuck. I find it just outrageous that the EMTs will get a ticket if they go sit at the water for their fucking lunch break, and the
Yeah.
fucking person will write them up a ticket. They're ambulance
If you're going to
drivers.
have a heart attack, that person's going to come and save you. Like, you don't want to charge him for anything. You don't want to give that person a bad day.
No, you know what I always wanted to do? I always wanted to go back to my Verdun apartment and buzz the girl that was underneath me that got me fucking thrown out because of her crazy Ukrainian lesbian girlfriend. And I just wanted to, because what she did the last time was she buzzed and I was just quiet. I could hear that someone was downstairs. I was like, hello? And I was like, I'm just going to go walk downstairs to see if someone's down there because it sounds like someone's down there. And she was sitting there waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs. I was like, are you the one who buzzed me? Like, why didn't you just walk upstairs and knock on my door?
Derek asked me how much rent I was paying.
A lot.
And I said, a little over 2,000.
Probably more than we could afford.
And he's like, what?
Yep.
I'm like, yeah, I paid 2,000 for rent. It's like, oh my fucking god, yeah. And if I would have known that, like, we knew each other since before I moved.
Yeah, but you're not my sugar daddy. It's like, not to you to pay my
You know
bills.
what he said? Like, he was so like outraged because like, fuck, if I've known, I would have given you my old place in Il Bizarre.
No,
I'm like,
fuck,
whoa, wait
no.
a minute, what old place? Like my condo. I was like, no,
Hell no.
It was $950 for everything.
I don't
included.
give a shit. I'm not living in El Bazaar. Are you kidding?
Bizarre, yeah. But
Fuck
just,
yeah.
just the fact that he said that, it felt good. I was like, cool, you're thinking, you know, you're asking me how much rent I'm paying. You're like, oh my god, you pay all that fucking rent. I was like, I don't want to live in a tent, man. I want to have a stability. I want to have something nice for my girlfriend and I to live in for a long time. And then I was like, maybe in a few years, 10, I can buy the house next door. He's like, you know what? Owning houses, that's why I'm not owning right now, because the 1.9% of mortgage went to 5% something.
Everyone's leaving.
Yeah.
Everyone's
It's like
selling
you
their
might as
house
well
and
just be
leaving. The
renting.
economy's going to crash. And with the girls' French laws, the language laws is making it even harder for businesses to even try to fucking like stay open. And you're gonna give them fines for over what? Their signs not being changed again?
And then you were right about the conspiracy of the English schools. They don't give them as much funding because they keep closing so people cannot learn English.
Yeah, Nick. I know because I lived it and I've been told that I'm stupid my whole life. And I was like, really? Maybe I just don't get French. They don't want me to know French.
No, they don't want to.
My name alone, I don't have a chance. Yeah, for years, I would literally Monday morning at 8 o'clock would start walking down all the streets, not just in Chateauguay. I did it in Verdun. I did it in I did this so many times in my life where I would spend days, weeks, fucking like the whole year was just me applying for jobs by walking and handing them out. And not once have I ever gotten a call back from any single fucking one.
Up in Verdun. And it's one of the most English place. And
not anymore.
When I was young, I never encountered a fucking English person.
It's Ukrainian stuff.
And I was walking in front of the English school every single fucking morning. The time of their lunch break wasn't in the same time as ours, and their recess wasn't in the same time as ours, so we don't mix.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucked up.
There was the girl who taught me French at Safari, Steph. Her father is English and her mother is French. And they told her that she's not allowed to go to English school. She has to go to French school because she has an English parent. And, like, I don't think people are actually aware that they say that's the law. Like, you can, like, they're doing it again now, too, actually, where they're saying that if you have one parent that isn't French, that they're going to send you to French school no matter what. Like, you're not allowed to attend English school. I'm like, or what? They're going to send social services to your house to take away your kid?
Right.
But they started doing that. Apparently, someone's kid got taken away and is now in a foster home for something that they wrote online.
So we're doing what the white people did to the natives with those...
Well, we sterilized the natives.
Yeah, no, but I mean, now we're taking English kids, putting them in French families. You know, and then abducting them pretty much. What was it called? Sanatoriums.
Sanatoriums is like, and I don't understand how no one's said anything relative to this yet.
We did for the curfew.
But yeah, no, very much. Yeah, same thing with the curfew. And like everyone seems like they forget it was 5 months. Like 5.5 months. I was out every day. And then at one point I got pissed off and I started going on cop chases. Where I'd start walking down the street really slowly and wait for them to cruise by and see me, and then I'd take off down the alley and they'd go around and try to get me on the next street. I was playing cat and mouse with the fucking cops because I was fucking pissed off and I was bored.
They're explaining when he sees the cops, like, oh, la police.
You know what? The Asian people, or the Chinese people, they were actually under curfew for 9 months. That's what you're thinking of? They would, every night at 8 o'clock, all the residents would take pots and pans and start banging pots and pans on their balconies.
To say that there was
to be like, to curfew starting and this is fucking bullshit. And like make noise and people need to start talking to each other about it, being like, yo, do you think this is fucked up? Because I think this might be kind of fucked up and not.
Might be.
It's like, it's against a human right, like to move freely. I don't think I have it because I put my thing out. Unless the dog's sitting on it, possibly, but you know. Okay, let's put it in a bag.
Oh, I got your pink one.
My what? My pink
Put it
one?
in the chair there.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's not working anymore.
It is. It was my boob sweat.
Your boob was wet?
My boob sweat.
Oh, your boobs.
My boob sweat.
Boob sweat.
My lighter was in my bra.
Oh, boob wet.
I hit my toe so hard, Jan. And I was just like, okay, it's going to stop.
Maybe you have a strain.
Oh, it's broken. I think it's pretty broken. Because every time I break it, it hurts a lot more. The first time I broke it, I was sliding into second, and I slid underneath the plate because they're supposed to strap down on each side, and I guess they didn't strap one side down enough, so the plate lifted, and they have a big fucking metal nail that's in the middle that goes in right through the middle, and my foot went right into that fucking stupid nail. I was just like laying on the ground, and they're like, "Are you okay? You okay?" I'm like, "Don't touch me. Just don't fucking touch me."
Don't touch me.
No, I just like rolled around for a little bit, being like, "Ugh." And they're like, "You okay?" I was like, "No."
So I told Derek, you know, Eric, giving me a full week of work. Like, I'm not having time to rest. Even if today is a smooth days, like, you know, that's gonna be a hard job. The next week's like, oh no, not for you. I'm like, what? It's like, yeah, we're gonna go there, set the thing up, and I'm bringing you somewhere else, and you're gonna go do a little small job on your own. I'm like, fuck yeah. He's like, it's not gonna be a strain, like as straining for you that week. I'm like, thank you, Derek.
Well, because you
I'm
know
burning
what?
out.
And he's the same way though, because he doesn't want to be fucking your boss that hovers over you. It's like, what are you doing? Are you doing it right? Like, fucking, he's not that kind of boss. Like,
but then now for setting up scaffolding, instead of having 2 hours, he's like, you know what? No, I had another hour. Because he thought at the beginning it was going to take an hour, but it took 2.
Yeah.
So because it took 2, it's like, I'm giving you 3 for the next one.
Okay.
Good. So we don't have to rush and be crazy and unsafe. Well, just to get to the top, 3 hours. I'm like, perfect. Thank you. This is better.
and the next guy sounds like he's gonna be better because he's got like a kid and a wife
2
and all
kids.
that shit.
Is that another one? Because there's 2 guys.
Well, you know what? Anything having like people to support, at least it means that he's gonna be showing up and like actually is gonna like.
The guy drives every day to the airport. He's like, I hate my job.
Where does he work at the airport?
He does the luggage packing. So he takes the luggage and put it in the plane.
Ever since the gold robbery, apparently that job is just fucking terrible.
Now they're all over your shoulder.
Not just over your shoulder. They have like points where you have to stop working entirely and you're just sitting around for hours waiting and you can't leave. You can't just like if your shift is over, if they're making you stay, you have to stay there on the tarmac. Until if they're investigating something or whatever, it's like by law you'll be arrested instead.
Wow. Because it's international.
Yes, sir. I was working for international.
Yeah.
But that's why I didn't speak French for like X amount of time. Like, and it's when I went back to work. Oh my god, the fucking dollar store guy. That was ridiculous. I went for one interview and then they sent me to another interview with the boss. And he was like from the Middle East or whatever. And he was like, you speak French? I'm like, yeah, I've been working for the at the airport, so like I haven't been speaking it very much recently, but like once I start speaking again, practicing it again, I'll pick it back up. He goes, well, you're not bilingual. I'm like, I am bilingual. I just haven't practiced it in a while. He was like, well, I've only been here for 4 years and I speak French. How long have you been here? 23 years. What's your excuse? I was like, is this a job interview? Like, I don't. Like, I don't know.
Judge Judy?
I was like, congratulations on learning a new language faster than stupid old me. So I guess I don't have the job. And he was like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna send you to another to do an interview with my wife. I was like, you know what? Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it. I don't think I'm the person for this job because you're gonna. I didn't even do 2 fucking interviews for the airport. I was supposed to do 2, but the first one they're like, yeah, sure, you're hired. I was like, oh, okay. But like he wanted me to go for a 3rd interview with his wife. I'm like, this is a dollar store.
Yeah, I forgot about that part. This is
Derek is a great boss. He is very,
especially today, like when we're actually together and we talk.
I told you, every time he says something bitchy, he's talking about all of them and just excluding you.
Yeah, I realize that now. But if you weren't there to explain me those things, I wouldn't take the time to just consider them because I wouldn't be thinking about it. Now that you put that on the table, I'm like,
I quit jobs over that.
I told Derek in the morning, I was like, I told him that his feelings just makes me want to quit. And then
he didn't care. It didn't faze him at all. He laughed. He thought it was funny.
Yeah, because he knows I'm not gonna quit.
Not only that.
Yeah,
it's just like, because he's just like, he doesn't care.
Yeah. And you know what Derek's gonna do? Because I'm going to the other place, like, Pepe, you want more responsibilities? Here.
Yeah, he told me that.
This is your crew. This is your job. Let's see what you can do. Because I'm going to tell Pepe, you wanted more responsibilities, didn't you?
Maybe you'll be a better foreman than me. Maybe
that would be great. be happy. Oh my God, we'd be happy. Because I don't need a foreman, and I don't need to be foremanning people. It puts me on jobs that only require my expertise. Because all the jobs that are outside of brick laying needs my expertise. I saw that today when we were on the roof. He asked me, what's a C-clamp? I'm like, a C-clamp is this there.
He's asking you what. He doesn't know the job. Yeah, and he's never done it.
Yeah. You've done some as a laborer.
But not with his father.
As a laborer.
But not with his father either.
And in the place we went is like in April. You remember when I fucked up my arm?
Mm-hmm.
I took what?
3 days?
3 days?
Maybe 4?
They did that job while I was out. Because I don't remember. I would have remembered the nice backyard and the weird colored cars. So I was like, no, I wasn't here. I didn't need that, man. I would have remembered him because the guy played hockey with Dean. Even like last year, Dean was still playing hockey. Dean, 73 years old, playing fucking hockey. Then he got sick. So the guy was like, oh, really? And he had little tears like, oh my God, I played hockey with you. Like when he said, "Oh, hey, I'm not Dean, I'm Derek." He's like, "Oh, I know you're not Dean." And he said, "Yeah, my dad passed away." Oh my God!
Okay, sorry, what, Dean?
Yeah, when he was like, "Hey, I'm not Dean, I'm Derek." It's like, "Oh, I know you're not Dean."
Yeah.
I play hockey with Dean. He goes, "Oh, Derek." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
That's crazy that Dean even still played hockey. My mom can't even go for a walk around the block.
She stopped going for a walk around the block a long time ago. Remember that lady said, if it stop using it, stop working.
Well, my dad goes for bike rides, but he bought my mom a bike, and he spent like multiple summers be like, "Hey, want to come for a bike ride with me?" And she's like, "No." So he just go by himself. I'm very sad. Well, he would go to either my grandpa's or he would go to my grandma's grave. Or my grandma or my nana, whatever. Hope he doesn't die before I see him.
And why I showed the I'm sorry.
What?
I cut you off.
No.
Why I showed the putter to Derek?
Yeah.
Because I saw his place.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, kind of shitty fucking putter you got there, man. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, you can't hold straight with this little thing. It's like when you go to mini pot. It's like one of those.
Maybe it's like a
putter.
special one that because I have one that is made for me for my arm length and for my has a certain amount of flex.
I don't know. It looks like you went to mini pot and forgot to put the thing back. Like seriously. And I'm like, I'll show you what a real fucking putter is.
Not just that. If he wants them, he can take them. I'm not going golfing ever. I would never set foot on a golf course. They're a waste of space. They are a sad excuse for a sport because you drive to the ball. I don't know. Like you have a dress code and you can't go onto the fucking thing unless you have a fucking polo. You look like a fucking.
I'm okay with the dress code. I have polo. I have nice polos.
Nah.
I have nice. That's how you get people that.
I'm not nice. No, if you pay me, I will. I will wear whatever fucking dress code.
Because they don't do that. But Pepe does when you go to squash.
What?
He gets clients with money because he talks about the work he does.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I go play golf with fucking rich people that need work done, you know.
And you're a lot more personable.
Yeah.
A lot more personable than Pepe.
I explained to Derek.
And you have a lot more to talk about because you lived your whole life. So,
like, he was talking about all the shooting and everything. I was like, you know what kind of life I'm from, man? I got my buddy that came over to my house the other day, and his girlfriend is a little bit in the,
God,
in the drug business. And he's like, okay. I was like, so she goes to delivery to someone, and while she goes over there, somebody in the living room shot himself in the head. He's like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, shit like that. So, I was tired of all that kind of stuff. So I wanted a normal job.
Started gang banging when he was an 8-year-old.
Yeah. Actually, that's how did he call Walk the Line?
Yeah.
How did he call it?
I don't know. That's Walk the Line. That's what he said.
Because for us now, Boom Rush.
What?
At 8 years old, I walked that line.
You did it too?
Of course I did. I didn't fall down. And they don't hold their punches and their kicks. If you fall down, they kick you. And 8 years old. And what was it? Two shots and shot. Maybe I was 9 years old.
Yeah, but like, who are these people?
Like you never saw them
brothers
again?
of kids that are in gangs. And
Like
then they-
where are these people now? Like did you ever see them again after that? Like I would literally find every single one of those people and be
They're
like,
either
what
dead
the fuck is wrong
or
with
in jail.
you? I would fucking find every single one of them and be like, what the fuck is the matter with you?
By now,
like-
they must be dead or in jail or in the.
You notice that's like the whole thing that one of the things I love about Fatal is like that is one of the unspoken rules. If there's someone new and you know when someone is new to drugs or
Yeah,
if they have
You
experience.
don't give them any.
And no, you don't just give them any, you kick them out. You
Oh,
tell them to go hang out
it
with
was
somebody else.
That time when
And it sounds mean, but I'm doing you a favor.
this guy wanted to do, you know, Alex Garcia that sent me that, hey, I know how to cook crack now and I'm so proud.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so him, he wanted to try crystal for the
Oh,
first time.
no.
And then he asked Justin, and Justin, for him, it's a normal thing. Because
Yeah.
I didn't know, because when he explained to me, I was like, when it was so normal for you to be, oh, okay, because it's safe with me, it's here, it's fine. No, you can't think like that. It's not like smoking a joint. So I took the pipe. I was like, what the fuck are you doing, man? You can't fucking do that. You don't give. And then this Alex Garcia was like, but what about this 17-year-old kid that's smoking right now? I'm like, the difference between you and him.
He was doing it when he got here.
No, this guy came with his drugs, his pipe, and offered us if we wanted it. Because we were smoking the same.
Yeah.
You came over here, you're asking what it is.
Yeah.
Asking if you can have it for the first time and if it would be a good idea.
I'm
All of those
doing you
questions
a
are wrong.
favor. I seem mean. I seem like I'm being a bully. But I'm doing you a fucking favor. This kid saved your life. You know what?
And,
Because like this is so not worth it.
Today, so he
Super not worth
still didn't smoke it. I think.
I think so too, actually. But he doesn't hang out with anybody.
Even if he's bad in crack, well, because his girlfriend goes there. He's a salesman at a company that try to convince people like a depanneur. I call your company and I say, hey, we have a program that goes into a system that, you know, when your credit card is being scanned and it goes to the bank, to your cash register machine, then to the bank or whatever, that program, they're doing that. So I'm like, you're calling people to tell them that the program you have to process their credit payment is better than the one they have. And they don't know you, and you try to, and then you're selling. And I'm like, okay, so tell me what program. And I was trying to tell him some, like, ask him some question like a tech savvy would. And then, oh my God, he was bad at it. And then it was like,
too technical. And once they make it super technical and it's just like by the third word, the people are not going to be following and they already know you're scammed
yeah,
at that
but now
point.
that was him not following of what I was asking. I was like, yeah, but you need to give me some kind of information about your program so I can know if it's safe or not. I'm not just going to trust you 100%.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like-
It's a telemarketer.
Yeah. So he convinced
It's a telemarketer study bad
He
product.
convinced
That's
me
all.
to go work at the telemarketing thingy. I'm like, you know what? I'm buying your pitch, but there's only one thing.
What?
I'm not going to declare I'm on welfare. So that's kind of.
It was just declared telemarketing.
It's a very, very known programming company.
Okay.
And then they just have a telemarketing section, I guess. You know, but it's very legit. I'm like, okay, how much money you make? Boom. Later, of that cushion of money that you had, did it in drugs. And you do 5 times less drugs than I do once a week, and I do that kind of drugs every day. I'm like, your job is no good for me, man. No good for me.
There was one of the first telemarketing places I went to. I wasn't doing sales. I was doing quality control.
He's funny.
Yeah, I know. He's been doing this every like 5 minutes or so. I was doing quality control.
Well, still no.
And like after like 2 or 3 days of listening to these calls, I started like to realize like I'm like, so you guys like if I understand what the sell is, I get it just because I like for my own curiosity because I don't actually need to know this. I just need to make sure that the script was followed and that I can send it out. So like I was like, so you guys are selling life insurance to elderly people. But, like, it seems like a lot of these elderly people have no clue what you're talking about. And they're like, oh, like, you absolutely have to. Like, people will say the most fucking bullshit things, and they absolutely believe them, like, without hesitation, a lot of them.
And I was like, but these are like elderly people. They don't know. Like they're senile. They've got onset dementia, most of them, or like they just are like, oh really? Okay, I think I've heard of this before, but like maybe I should go check my accountant. Like, and they push really hard. I was like, this is fucking so wrong. Like,
Jean-Matt, the old punk in Saint-Hyacinthe.
Oh, I quit.
Sometimes he was
Yeah, for
calling
3
on
days.
his meds. He was switching the night meds and the morning meds, so he was on Seroquel
Oh
in
my
the
God.
morning. So he was calling the bang, and with his teeth thing,
Yeah, falling out.
falling out. He's trying and deep, so it
Dentures.
falls, so he can't speak properly. He's a little
Dentures,
senile.
because they don't like wearing the
Yeah.
glue.
So
So
then
it doesn't taste good.
he's going a little senile, and the person at the bank, when he's just trying to get a loan, they ended up opening
What?
like a weird saving account to put money in there to invest with a percentage. And I looked at it, and I told Jean-Matt, like, Jean-Matt, you put that money in there, okay, and in 10 years you're gonna make $149. Why would you give them that money for all those amounts of time if you're only gonna make $149 in 10 years? What the fuck did you agree to? It's like, I don't know. There's a bunch of
A lot of them are like lonely and they just want to have a conversation. They're happy to have a conversation with somebody. So, but like once they start talking to them, it's just like sometimes they even forget who's calling. Like halfway through the call, and they're like, "Oh, and the insurance," and it's just like at that
A
point.
comedian was doing that. He was calling old people, and he was doing like, "Hey, it's George, of your old uncle or old cousin, and that. Hey, how are you doing?" And they're just like talking to the person. That person just believes in the guy.
My
Like, I
grandpa
just took a
twice.
random name and it worked.
Mhm.
And then, oh, you're the cousin on this side of the. Yeah, how's it going? How's your
Some of the places are okay. Believe it or not, a majority, about at least 90% of the people that I told I worked at yellowpagesonline.net. And it was literally because I would send them to a fake website, which is just like literally one fucking button, or it's like a blank box and a button. And I was just like, it's reverse lookup. So on fucking Yellow Pages Online. So basically, I'm like, go to that page, type in your phone number, and look, bada bing, bada boop, there you are on Google Top 6. And they're like, oh, I am there. I'm like, what the fuck? Reverse lookup. You just look up yourself. Because one of the websites looks up yourself. It literally says reverse lookup. And you're like, oh, look, I'm on Google. I was just like, wow, that worked. I remember my second one, National Business Network. That's what they were called. They were called National Business Network. And about 35% of the time, I'd have somebody who goes, National Business Network, and just starts laughing. And they're like,
We have to watch Mr. Robot together.
But if I said yellowpagesonline.net, just because they hear Yellow Pages, they think I'm legit.
Oh yeah. It's like when somebody tells me, "Oh, you see, if you have the little lock on your webpage, it means it's secure." I'm like, "Oh yeah." You think no? It means that I secured my webpage. Doesn't mean it's secure for me, for you, or anyone else. It's just that this is a secure webpage.
Every telemarketing I've ever worked for, and a lot of them will be like, no, we're legit. And I'm like, okay, but none of you have ever been legit. Even the ones who like claim a lot of them in Ganawage, they're like, oh no, this is a scam. But like the only time I did it 3 times at 3 different places, and every time it's like X amount of time until I'm usually really desperate for money and I need money, like X amount of money fast. And I'm really good at doing sales at first, but like after like 2 weeks, it starts to hit me and I can't make sales anymore. And I'm like literally
human.
Well, shit, like fuck it.
Because you're human.
Yeah, but like I can open a sale, but I can't close a sale because like I'm just like we just had this whole nice long conversation.
Like when you talk to someone like that guy you were telling me once, like this guy's like lost everything and went out of work.
Yeah, but they tell you, they get it all back in like insurance. They have insurance for their businesses, so if they get scammed, they get it all back.
Yeah, but
I'm like, yeah, but that's probably not true.
like Derek says, like, oh yeah, I have insurance for my flooding. Try to get a hold of them.
That's what I mean, though. Like fucking like. And as much as like fucking they say that they don't actually lose that money, they get it back, and I'm like, yeah, but you don't know that. And like the Indian girl, she was in my high school. We were in a different grade though. She's like, I remember you with Billings. I was like, oh, I kind of vaguely remember you, but like she's very Indian, very Indian. But she's really super nice, like really, really nice. And at one point, I realized, I was like, she thinks this is real. She thinks that what we're doing is legit, eh? And they were like, don't tell her. I'm like, don't tell her? And they were like, yeah, because as soon as you tell her, she's not going to be able to keep making sales. And her sales will go down because she'll realize it's a... I was like, that's terrible, you guys.
Yeah,
like,
that's terrible. You go to hell for that.
you want to, this is where you want to be when Jesus comes back?
Yeah, is that where you want to be when Jesus comes back? Might be already here watching you.
Honestly, the best sellers are the nicest fucking people ever. My favorite was this girl named Rosie. Big mulatto chick. And she's like got like squinty eyes. And she's just always like, hi. Like she's just the fucking nicest human being I've ever fucking met. I was there at one place, and then I ended up doing it a couple years later in another place, and she ended up being at that other place too. I was like, Rosie, I remember you. Do you remember me? She's like, I do remember you. I was just like, you trained me. She's like, yes, I do remember you. But yeah, no, she actually helped me when I couldn't make sales anymore. She helped me with my script because I was like, yo, you fucking improvise a lot. And she was like, yeah, because if you don't, they know you're full of shit. They know, people know when you're reading off a script.
Yeah.
People know when you're not being genuine, and you sound robotic.
Yeah.
I was just
That's
like,
the difference between the pen and that makes actual money and the one that doesn't. Is the one that has an actual phrase that they just do the phrase.
Yeah, no.
And then it just do the phrase and doesn't care if people pass by.
Fuck. That's why my last job, I'm still fucking mad about that shit. The everybody at Fatal fucking I worked there at one point. Link Now Media, they build websites, but they also do. I'm like, okay, but what's the scam? I'm like, there is no scam. We build a website. Look, see, and we're all on the up and up. I'm like, okay, well, what's the other thing? The SEO. I'm like, where is the SEO department? And they're like, on the other side, that their developers are. I'm like, okay. I'm like, but who's like who is the SEO department? Like, it's not like a group of SEO department people out at like smoking with us like ever. I basically know everyone in this office.
Like those departments, I'm actually there.
Well, like, there was a couple people that would be able to go home and work from home.
You hear someone in the hallways, everybody hide. Everybody's under the
No, there was no SEO department.
Yeah,
that's where the scam is.
Yeah,
and it was because I was like, I was genuinely curious. I was like, I want to look. I want to do that. I want to try something else because obviously I'm not good at sales. And it was because they kept telling me like stick to the script. I'm like, yeah, but I'm better. I'm better at just being myself.
Just when you go take food in the drive-thru, you go, hey, how are you? Just that makes it happen. Something in the guy that gives you a better service.
And I've been doing it for a lot longer than most of these people. Like, and I've been in a lot lower end or lower fucking what do you call it? Places that are fucking in the ghetto, telemarketing gigs that are fucking in a creepy ass warehouse in the fucking ghetto, and I'm like, this doesn't feel safe. But and they get raided every once in a while by the PKs, and they come in SWAT gear. I was like, that sounds terrible.
Well, yeah, I was explaining to Derek today. I was like, I quit the hustling and the game because I was tired of all that kind of drama, and I don't want to have anything happening to me or my house or my like in our lives that is dangerous related to those kind of lives. I'm like, I kind of wanted something stable. For masonry, nobody's gonna come in front of my house and try to shoot me in the head.
One of the things I love most about our neighborhood is it never changes. Nothing happens. Everything's the same. Everyone has the same schedule. It's always the same people. Yeah. They're doing the same thing. There's never anything happening.
They like us because we don't fucking crank loud music ever.
Sometimes I do, but like I don't put on vulgar music, or I try not to do vulgar music with a lot of swearing.
Playing bass when they had once in a while, everybody does a little bit. Nobody minds.
No, but that's why even I went down to the water with the dog.
Way too silent. These guys way too silent.
Yeah, but I like watching them. Yeah, because I like being like, wow.
But the guy,
how do you get any satisfaction in life?
When they sat down, they had visitors. When they sat down for the eclipse,
they have weird signs on
the
their doors.
He was there with his glasses the whole time, and he was just like, he felt a little like this.
I think that's a sibling because I've seen him come to the door before. I've seen him go to their door before with a bag, a school bag at nighttime. Oh.
It was like,
I don't know.
either he smokes a lot of weed and that's why he's always inside.
They don't smoke weed. Kidding you? Jesus.
You think the guy's on medication. Anyway, it's not like the couple downstairs at Dom's fucking yelling at each other and then starting to cry and crazy.
See, that's another one where I'm like, I honestly kind of like observing these kinds of. Oh, it's definitely both of them. It's definitely both of them are shit. And Nadia was even better. Nadia would fucking. You see Nadia and her fucking mom.
Yeah,
holy
these
shit.
were cool people.
Well, they were cool, but they were very Quebecois, like fleur-de-lis, fucking country music. And I was like, you know what? Honestly, I love it because it takes the attention off me. Anytime I'm being loud, she will be louder.
What am I say? French police comes to her company. Compagnie française, man.
Oh dear.
Fuck you. They call this.
You know what's funny? Okay, I watched a super good interview today. So there's this Hasidic Jew, and he says he's Palestinian.
Okay.
Like he's got like a little Palestinian flag on his shirt, and it's just.
Well,
It's the most.
Jewish people in Palestine. What would it be?
Okay, so basically, this guy, he's like, okay, so there are Hasidic Jews all over the world. They're in every country. I just want to be clear. Judaism is a religion. It's not a race. It's not culture. It's a religion. That's it. There's no argument about it. And he asked him about the red cow thing. I don't really know very much about it. I know South Park made a joke about it, the red cow thing, and it means that the prophet is coming.
I remember that very well. Yeah.
See, but like I know it vaguely. But okay, so the guy goes like, "Okay, listen." So
because in BC, in the mountain, that's the kind of cow you have.
he goes, "Zionists are bad people, but those people are crazy."
Oh wow. Jesus.
Yeah, he's like, those people are fucking nuts. I don't even know what they're talking about. This is all just like nonsense. He's like, they don't do the Torah. They don't practice their religion. Like, and so Zionism, it's not a real religion. Like,
they don't have a religion. They use a religion.
They absolutely use the religion, but they don't practice that religion. And he's like, hey, then go away. Like, if you don't want to be Jewish, I have been.
Yeah, but you shouldn't put that in my bag.
Oh.
It depends.
But it's basically how French people are like, hey, this is our language now. I'm like, yeah, but you took two other people's fucking language. You fucking kind of dumb them down and shove them together. Like, that's not fair. Like, it's offensive. And so don't be surprised when people are kind of annoyed when you took their language and kind of made a fucking mockery of it. Like, you know? You're educated. Use it. Act like it. Not well, but whatever. Oh, I'm not educated well. You're educated actually very well.
Me?
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a change of being told I'm fucking stupid. It's the worst when you get called stupid when you know you're not. The person in front of you is being stupid by calling you stupid. You're like, okay, there's nothing I can say.
I was so convinced. I was very convinced I was stupid. Very convinced. Like, and I was like, I know I'm not like super smart, but I don't think I'm that dumb.
Well, my standard for intelligence into the woman I date and spend my life with is pretty high. So, you know. Yeah. Never I'm talking to you and you do like, huh? A dumb face. Like open your mouth with emptiness.
Oh my god, you should see Irish. Fuck it. Oh my god, it really is down the house. I was like, that's not what I sound like. I'm like, I have an older sibling, okay? Like fucking. He's like, oh my god, really? Like, I was like, hey, can you get your hands put them just a little lower? Your hands are a little close.
Your sweaty and moist hands, put them away from me.
Well, no, he knows not to cross that line. He can bug me a little bit. He can mess with me a little bit, but he knows not to make me uncomfortable to the point where I'm gonna relay it back to you, and then you're gonna come to Faith House. Yeah. Like,
because him, it's totally different. It would be like this, bro. Really? And he would be like, oh man,
fuck, I'm sorry, man. Fuck.
I
That would
told him.
exactly go like this. Like, no violence with this guy. He would just, like, realize what the fuck he just did, and he would, like, feel bad for the rest of his fucking life. Because, you know...
I hate that you guys are all
thieves-
so sensitive. You guys are all
it's 'cause
such fucking
thieves-
babbies.
Thieves always have one solid point where they do not steal. So it's always the fallback.
That's what I thought too. I really did think that.
Yeah.
But
And if they do steal from you, it's because they found another fallback point.
like Glenn,
And if you find that fallback point, you can find your stuff.
I don't
that's the
know.
trick.
No, I find that the toughest of all of you. You guys are all like that's why like when people are like Joker and like I'm like yo what about him?
Glenn,
It's like
for
oh
over-
yeah he's
for
so
over 2
scary.
days, packages were on the balcony at Lids, and you come over to his place to smoke joints and stuff like that. He never touched those packages, so I don't think Glenn just goes around and steals from us.
I mean, a lot of people accuse him of doing it when
Yeah.
he didn't.
It's easy to do it and accuse that person that is doing it everywhere else, and then say no, it was probably him. Like saying, "Oh, it's probably Charlie that did it." It's easy to say that because it's
Don't
probably
you?
Charlie that
But
did
like,
it.
yeah, Charlie will, and he'll be like, yeah, I did. So what? What of it?
Yeah, now you owe me because well, your thing was shit. The thing that I stole didn't worth that much, and you owe me money. That's what
Right?
I'm saying.
And you're like, how did that just happen? Because the person will take it and accept it. And be like, oh shit, dude, sorry. I'm like, wait, what?
We went to someone's house. The guy had a gun that was ours, and like he knew that we knew. He knew it was gonna get in shit, and it was like, yeah, but if I open the fucking door, am I gonna get problem? It's like, bro, I got a knife right here.
I've seen
If
all
you
of you
open the
cry.
door and give me the gun, everything's gonna be fine. So I got a knife. I'm knifing at like someone. He opens the door. He's like, here, I'm sorry. Gives me the gun. Close the door. Like, thank you very much. And I left. Like, guy has a gun. Can just open the door and be like, fuck off. I got a knife. I'm like, you give me that gun. This is ours.
I don't remember. I think maybe it was Kat that I was talking to about it. Where it's kind of just like the reason why I have such confidence at Fatale, even though like I am not nearly as gangster as all y'all.
Oh, y'all? You
well,
gangster by saying that?
every
No.
single I'm the only one without a criminal record, first of all.
That's gangster as fuck.
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Hi, Ivan. Who's in the house today?
Of course.
Fucking but I don't know. I've seen every single one of you cry.
Yeah.
Every single one of you. I've seen Justin cry. I've seen Brad cry. I've seen Kilo cry.
That's because we live our emotion in the right steps.
Oh, it's just hilarious though, because people think you guys are so gangster, and I just don't see you guys as like these like hardened criminal thugs that I'm just like, yo, okay, with your little street names, little nickety names. I think it's really funny. It's adorable.
Right?
Super lame. And then like fucking you guys are like stabbing each other and fucking doing like severe like hard. Charlie's going around fucking like robbing fucking thousands and thousands of dollars worth of fucking things, like going on high speed pursuits.
Trying to find it. I know, yeah, high speed pursuit. That high speed is just dangerous.
Well, people are having seizures while driving. Like fucking.
Last time I did a pursuit, like a gunpoint pursuit in Penticton City. It was a Sunday morning, and it was at 40 kilometers an hour because there's so many stops, and Pacey was turning. Like we're just following that person like a normal car was following that other person. Like the cops could have never fucking pulled us over for driving fast because like not enough space to accelerate to get to the next stop and turning. So okay, so we're just following them, and then we're like gun points. And like, the fuck are we doing? And they stopped at the impound, and then we came out with our guns. Like, you guys get the fuck out of here! You're not getting that car you're coming for. You get out of here. We knew you were coming. Okay, sorry. They left and went to the impound, get their stuff in the car. It was getting pounded.
The gangs that are here now, they're not like that. They come from like very rural, uninhabited type places. Like
I'll tell you those stories. Like I told you maybe 100 times, but I never did.
What?
Like those gunpoint stories.
What, gunpoint stories?
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, we just come out of the car with the guns and just bring it.
Because I almost don't want to know for the most part, usually.
Yeah, I know.
And that's how I think I've lasted at Fatale for as long as I have, is because I'm just like,
whenever they start talking about something like serious and they all start kind of like looking over at me, I'm like, that's okay.
Fuck, I'm starting to realize I'm actually a gangster.
Yeah. All my friends are very, very hardcore gangsters.
I like those here. I noticed them yesterday.
I want to get more.
Sorry.
They're $250.
That wasn't gangster at all.
None of you are gangster in my eyes. I brought Bradley to TD.
Oh, yeah.
And he got back in the car, and I was like, so how'd it go? He goes, better than I thought. I was like, really? Why would you think it would go badly? He's like, well, I was like, oh, right. Okay. So what happened? He goes, well, security immediately saw me when I walked in, and they fucking, like, they got out fucking fast and started walking over to me. But the teller, she's dealt with me before. So she was like, no, it's okay. Like,
He always
come over.
loses his card. He doesn't know his number.
Because Bradley, no,
French
he doesn't even know his fucking, like, an address. Any address that you've lived at previously. Somewhere in Hochelaga. And they're starting to do, like, okay, Ontario Street. That's the one.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's like, that's the one. But he lived like 4 different places on Ontario Street. So, yeah.
But he comes out with his card. I'm like, you have no ID. You have barely any idea of any addresses that you could have potentially lived at. How old are you, Bradley? You're like, I don't even know how old Bradley is.
30 or 40, I don't know.
But like, and of course, because like Bradley is just like the sweetest fucking person. As soon as he starts talking, you're just like, oh, look at you. You're just like so sweet. Like Bradley would never fucking hurt anybody ever. I think it's hilarious that drunk.
It was the only peanut left at that
There's
time.
the bag of mixed nuts. I was getting them. No, I love that Bradley's like trying to clean up the bar at the end of the night, and there's like a bunch of left 14-year-old girls that are like drunk for their first time, and Bradley is like getting attacked by like little drunk girls being like, you're really cute, and he's like, please, is there a female somewhere that can take this? I was like, Bradley almost got raped, so no. Hi, Ivan. You can tell it's Ivan because he got a chip in his ear. He's sweet. Him you can feed, actually.
Yeah.
Idris you can feed now, too. He does it with a fucking attitude, though. He snaps it out of your hand.
Yeah.
Do not do it, Rod. He does not have depth perception.
No, only if it's a triple peanut.
Not even. I don't. He falls. Sometimes he'll just like fall forward, even if I do. So I'm just like, here, just grab it yourself. Like, you're trying to eat the paint, idiot. Hi, Ivan. Very smart, highly intelligent. Today he came in and he climbed up on the chair.
Put it in his mouth and having another one.
Today he climbed up on the rocking chair and he literally took the bag upside down. I was like, it's empty, you fucking idiot. Like, your tail is in my cup.
It is.
Very much like fucking my Fatale people, putting their butts on my on all my stuff.
Yeah.
Making all my stuff smell like the poo. Stinkiest people ever. I find Little Bear so funny. Well, he's my best friend. Fathom. Because I talk mad smack about Fathom.
In private.
You know what? It's not even about that. It's about the fact that not one person in my whole life has ever actually accused me of being a thief. Like, not only that, I've never had anybody publicly accuse me of being a thief and then recruit 100 people that are obviously he doesn't know them. They're people that he met online. Like, they're no one. It's like no one that we know personally. They're just like online friends that he met like on like those chat sites. Like they do the webcam chat thing. Because it's just like just random ass people. Like, I'm just like, oh yeah, okay. So like, I don't think there's even 100 people that know me. Pretty sure it's a lot lower than that. So yeah, that's kind of. you know what? He's very much like Pepe in the sense where he's bored with his life, and then he'll start a little bit of like drama so that he can feel like his life is not nothing. But I'm like, you're like a 16-year-old girl though, and I get why Little Bears likes that a little bit to an extent, because Little Bear's also like a 16-year-old girl that likes drama. However, like, Little Bear is fucking not publicly trying to bash me and accuse me of thievery, especially when I said I was like, yeah, sure, I'll clean your place for you and pay me like a couple, like 20, or I think I said like 30 or something like that.
$30 from a punk to clean up his place, you're lucky.
Oh, it was disgusting.
Of course.
No, but I didn't even end up getting money because I didn't finish cleaning because he called me a thief.
You know, I got Stefan's place.
I didn't fucking take it.
cleaned
Fury's
up
the one who took
once.
it.
I told because Stefan knows how crazy I am, and when I come up with an idea, of course it's gonna work. So like I go and I say, hey, Stefan, it's harem day today.
It's what?
Harem.
Okay, what's that?
Because a harem is you don't have many male, maybe just one, surrounded by a bunch of women for leisure or pleasure. Like it doesn't mean that it has to be sexual.
What Snoop Dogg has.
He's sitting down. He's got a big fucking woman.
Snoop Dogg has that with his wife.
That's a harem.
Like his wife, and he's like, I don't touch them.
That's a harem.
Okay.
So harem style. I told him I'm cleaning up your house today. So he's like, holy shit. Okay, so we're out of the house, and then okay, good. And then what I started to say, everybody comes in and out all the time. I was like, today only girls can hang out here. It's cleaning day. And then if you want to be manager of everybody that is outside that was hanging out around, and then guys that want to help to clean out, to hang out with the girls, but only outside, you can do that. So 9 girls was inside cleaning up, drilling each other to see who was better than who, and who was cleaning better than, and who was.
It sounds like what's his name? That fucking he's the podcaster with the curly hair and glasses.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what's his name? Rod something. Oh my god, Ron Howard. And Trump said to grab her by the pussy. He was in an interview with Ron Howard.
Okay.
Very much sounds like that guy.
Yeah. So for over 8 hours, there were about 9-10 girls inside cleaning up. All those girls at the parks that around Fatal. There was like, oh yeah, only a girl there. Fuck yeah. They had so much fun all together cleaning. The house was fucking nice like it was never. And then Stefan left because like this is too weird. Like it's way too many women in the house. And then Frank hid in his room upstairs. Like, what did you do? I'm like, I invited a bunch of girls in your house. You stay up here because if you go downstairs, you're gonna get fucking art. And they're cleaning your house because it's harem cleaning day. And he's like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, you'll see. Like, yeah, sometimes you have to make things interesting in competition. Can do that with Mexican because I have to take a nap in the middle of shit.
What are you doing over there? You're really fucking clearing that, eh? What?
You like my answer to your I'm alone?
Yes, I did.
I didn't know how to write it, and then as I was writing it, I was like, oh yeah, that sounds right.
It's like, I'm hoping he's gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I was like, I'm a broken rose.
You're funny. I'll have to go talk to Brad about it. Because Brad, I don't think he can get me numbers, but he can at least get me like an idea of what the bar used to bring in and what the bar has been bringing in the past couple of years, since Bobette has taken over. I'm assuming it's gonna be different from like a night that's say fucking Victoria and Rhea. They did that little like show thing, whatever. But they got a lot of people to come to that.
Because
Honestly,
they have a bootlegger that gives them their hard liquor. It's cheaper, and then they have cider from Savage from Kutzku.
the Death Bender is upset ever since Bobette started getting her booze from her friend, whatever. That's the distributor.
That's the old Jaffna Deppener.
But I can go talk.
No, they change owner.
No, it's Brad that told me that the other day.
Oh. But maybe he's just outdated. It's just maybe he's telling you that, but it's been
He's the only other person who actually still works there regularly.
Yeah, no, but I mean, the Depanneur is not the same ownership anymore. It's like Depanneur Saint-Henri now. It's not the Jaffna.
Well, maybe if that is still a concern for the Dep, then I can go to the Dep and be like, hey, so I am the new person running the bar, and I was wondering if rather than me go with some random fucking kid, give me a good deal. Give me a good deal, and you be my distributor, and give you some of your business back.
I can go talk to the owner of Saint-Henri Dep.
Exactly. See, like not only just you, I can get like a bunch of people to go talk to them.
Personally.
So
known for years before you even owned that Dep.
I think fucking Little Bear is kind of a bit in denial.
And when I go to Saint-Henri Depanneur and the owner is there, Joseph,
yeah,
I can put cigarettes on my tab.
Fuck.
That's how long I've been there.
Well, actually, they kind of, for the most part, they actually, I think, remember me now because I think I'm one of the few people who's very polite to them. And I never like, I don't have, like, I'm kind of like, oh shit, like, I'm never fucked up when I go there either.
I think I did that. Was it Matthew that was there?
What?
I don't know where I was with at the Dep.
Because he goes there every morning.
And I was like,
to get a sandwich.
I'm like, fuck. Oh, the guy that has the Mason, from Mason, and the bald guy that does the sandwich, the back store. I know this guy too. He's a really cool guy.
Well, Matthew goes there every morning to get a sandwich, so.
Yeah. And I don't know if I was with him. Anyway, I didn't have any money for the pack of smokes. Like, oh fuck, I forgot the cigarette. Can you put the pack of cigarette? I'll pay you tomorrow. And the guy was like, I think the cigarettes don't see anything. Because only me and Dan around our people can put something on the tab. Pretty much. But only when the owner is there, because now there's so many new employees. And I don't do it with the kid because the kid forgets. And when I go to pay back the thing, I'm like, here we go, I owe you that for the smokes. He's like, but you don't owe me anything for the smokes. I was like, yeah, your kid was there, you gave me the smokes. He's like, fuck, I didn't write it down. I'm like, oh well, I'm paying you for the smokes. So the kid don't do it anymore. Forget, you're stupid.
I have to get dirt on Terry. I have to go find her online life to see.
Grab her license plate.
I can't get anything off her fucking license plate.
Well, yeah,
what kind of gossip am I gonna get off her license plate, Yannick?
What are you talking about? Can I get her address with her license plate?
I don't want her address. I want to know
lives.
who she hung out with. I want to know how she knows Sam. I want to know why Jason and Gab are apparently on
And why
a
is it
very
still fucking
close.
oven working?
Not all. Well, fucking. I don't even know. I don't know. Like, and why is she driving a shitbox still?
Because she drives to fucking Feta.
Yeah, but like, whatever. She keeps throwing me for a loop. Because me and her, we had a rocky start.
She used to grow weed with Sam in the back.
This is what I'm saying, and I'm like,
Okay, you know where the fridge used to be?
I know, up top. It used to be aluminum foil around it.
No, in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Up top.
From where the fridge used to be, all the way at the top, there's a perch with an arm that sticks out and a wheel. And I was like, what is that? I was like, a glass solarium. And they're like, that's where the pot is. I'm like,
no, that's been sealed off for so long because it's you can't do an apartment in there. There's no window, not at all, and it's a giant fucking metal door that you can get in from the back staircase.
Yeah, but it's bricked out.
Yeah, no, it's not just bricked up. It's sealed. No, it's welded. Those doors are welded, but it's in the entrance of that side. You know where the blue van is?
Yeah. The one I wanted.
When you get it from that side, that whole building, the corner thing, has 2 doors on the side. That's where, because all the stuff is still there. All the growing lamps and everything is still there.
Yeah, I know, because that's where all the chop guys used to be.
It was Sherry, Picker,
Corey.
No, Corey had nothing
Really?
to do with anything.
Okay, why are you?
Because no, I say that's like he's so stupid and have holes in his boxers and try to scare me. I'm like, this guy's so stupid. No, anyway. Like one day he came and yelled at me. I'm like, yo, bro, when you walk around, you can see your boxers sticking out. There's a hole in it. I can't take you seriously. And I just walked away.
I don't know. I find Little Bear and his band, all his band members are like these like middle-aged, washed up like has-beens that are like super grumpy and like I don't know. They're just like not pleasant for the most part.
Just keep an eye on their girlfriend's age as they grow up older. And then if you see that the girlfriend's age doesn't change, but
no, they never have girlfriends. None of them ever have girlfriends.
Well, they fuck each other in the butt in private.
I don't know. That's what I feel like. I think that's why they're all so grumpy. Shit Tax. All the members from like Shit Tax.
I don't know. I never went to see Shit Tax.
See, like I never.
You know why? Because Little Bear's the bassist.
No, Fathom's the bassist. But I heard he is a decent bassist, in all fairness. I don't know that personally because I've never seen him, but from him, a few people say that he's a pretty
bad
good bassist.
bassist always have room to improve. So, like, he's probably made much better. But one day he came to Kupal and he was like, hey, man, I'm going to show you something. And I was playing with Kupal. And we were playing something really heavy. It was, like, pretty fucking heavy. And he's like, oh, I'm going to try something and show you a little punk beat. I'm like, okay, I'll give him the bass. And he goes like this on things like tick ding 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 tick ding ding tick ding 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 tick ding ding. I'm like, oh my god, is that your riff? He's like, yeah, it's pretty hardcore, eh? I'm like, and I'm going and I was with Kupal, I was like, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, it's not my style. It's hardcore punk rock. It's not tight enough. And that's how I could have said.
The upsetting thing about Rainbow Sean is actually a very talented musician.
Rapper, yeah.
He is very, very talented, and it very much is annoying because I'm just like, and it is actually like for the most part natural talent.
Really, Jack?
Ivan's good when he has people when he has a good supporting band. Ivan is really good, but he's very much a bass player. He's very type B. He just doesn't care about anything. He's like has no preference over anything. I'm like, Ivan, did you want this or this? He's like, I don't know, whatever. I'm like, okay, how about this one or this one? And he's like, I don't know. They're both okay, I guess. I'm like, oh my god, Ivan, just make a fucking decision.
Am I like that? Let me say, what you want to eat? Anything easier for you?
No, you're just very accommodating. Ivan is the opposite of accommodating. Because he's just like, no, anything but that. And you're like, okay, then what? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, you're fucking useless. Oh my god. If Victoria ever left you, you just die. You'd literally sit there and you just like starve to death. He's like, yeah. Yes, I would. I'm like, that's fucking, I would literally fucking I'd just fucking kill myself, honestly. Jack?
He's right there.
Oh, it's just because I heard something, but I thought it was my dog. Sorry, never mind. Belay that.
Scratch that.
Belay that message.
Belay that message.
I gave my dog my pillow, and now I'm sitting on the bag. Isn't this hat so cool? Can I put the prices on it? Fucking $3.25.
Oh, that's your cheap hat.
No, they're just from the 50s, and that's how much hats costed in the 50s. Do you have any idea how much
real
vintage?
Hats still cost that
But
price.
they're real. They're all made of like an animal.
They still you know the hat store on St. Catherine's near the Fufa?
Oh, I have no idea.
There's a tiny little hat store. It's been there for over 50 years.
Catacombs is gone. You know that?
Which one? What was that?
I have no clue.
Okay, come on. Oh, God. That was me. Oh no. It sounded like it came from the side of the house.
Yes.
Why aren't you going to look on the side of the house then?
On the side of the house.
Oh.
Maybe it was just a fucking squirrel hitting the window.
No.
Whatever.
No.
Oh, baby. This one?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna touch it.
Okay.
Can you move it? It's not broken. Maybe it's chipped.
Because this one I can move my toes. I can feel all like. Because that's the foot I broke when I had my car accident. And I was like, did you even guys? And they were like, oh, no, your foot's fine. I was like, okay, but did you guys like take an x-ray? And they're like, yeah, we did. It's fine. I'm like, yeah, but I've had sprain. I'm a softball player. I slide a lot. Chicken's my favorite part of the softball. Playing chicken. And chicken is when you lead off, it's as soon as the ball leaves their hand, you can go for it.
Okay.
So, but when they're holding it, you can lead off. So I will kind of go about halfway down the line. And if the pitcher wants to, they can throw it to third and I'm out.
Okay, so one question so I just understand. Between baseball and softball, in baseball you can just always steal?
Yeah, no, softball too. What he plays is called lob ball. It's an old man sport. It's super late, and it's not really softball. And it's not baseball either. Yeah. I don't know what it is. It's something that looks like a baseball, and they look like they're playing baseball, but it's
like that, and they pitch straight.
Oh, and Derek's?
Yes, it's fast pitch. They go like that, and it goes straight. So they go literally like.
That's a windmill. That's what my mom pitches. My mom pitches at 80 miles an hour.
Why she pitches with the windmill? It's fucking crazy. It breaks your arm.
It's the fastest pitch on record. It's 114.
All those ligaments goes.
I think it was the fastest pitch ever recorded was a female who was doing a windmill pitch.
That's almost when I give a slap. That's how they throw the ball. Stop. So it does like
so I'm because my mom's a pitcher. I'm a catcher. Yeah. So my mom would say at some points when I was still a teenager, so she was like, "Man, you actually like you catch better than some of the people that I play with, like that are in the women's league." I was like, "That's pretty cool."
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, but I'm also like when I had to not play fucking catcher anymore because my knees are too fucked up. I went to third. I don't really like short because it's too much fucking running back and forth. And I don't mind center field, I guess, because I have a really good arm, probably like the best arm not be on my team. I could like go. I think it was the back fence. I got to the back fence and I fucking threw it, and it just like literally dropped on the home plate. Even my fucking assistant coach Corey, he was like, "What? Yeah!" And I was like, "Is that Corey? Is that Corey? He doesn't even praise his own daughter." And she's amazing. Cassidy is my favorite pitcher I've ever pitched with, or I've ever caught for. Me and her, we'd like commute. She's the one where I'd be like, time, and we're like, okay, we're just gonna. I'm gonna pretend like we're doing something, but for nothing.
Yeah, but you know what? This is good to disturb the enemy team because they're like, oh my god, they're planning something. So they're all waiting on something that's never happening. So they're all like ready for, okay, let's keep our energy for when it happens. I turned around
the whole season. We were third in everything because there was only 3 teams and they merged the 2 leagues.
You're going outside, mister.
But we were third in everything because they were a bunch of kids graduating into high school and I was graduating high school. So like they thought I was like super cool. No, and literally we were doing so bad, and it was I was like, okay, so we're already losing super bad. So whenever the fucking one of our people are up to bat, we would stand on our bench and we'd be fucking slamming our bats on the bench so the fucking pitcher can't focus. And it would be like, as soon as she goes to pitch, I'd fucking be like, fucking slam my fucking bat so she fucking like doesn't go straight. And then she just turns and looks at me. Ariel is so scary. She's a black chick. She's fucking honestly one of the best players on the fucking league. Like Ariel is crazy good, and she just turns and looks at me dead stares. I was like, oh no.
Oh, you know that chick Ariel at Fatal, that MMA fighter?
No.
No
idea. I don't know the girls that feed out.
She's dating. She used to be one of my friends in Toronto, but then when she moved over here, she's become a total bitch. And
They're
then,
all bitches.
she started dating Doomhammer, a big guy with Doomhammer. He's a big guy.
The wrestler.
Kinda, he looks like one. And he's got a big beard.
That's stupid.
And yeah, he was with Ricky and all that. He was like their big guy, and then me and anyway, it's not really the story, but me and Dan, we called Francis. Francis is a little fucked up. You're like, hey Francis, this guy's an asshole. Go beat him up for me. He's like, oh yeah.